The story begins with a runaway train speeding down the tracks, about to hit countless people nearby. Among them was a mother with her child who couldn't escape in time. That's when a hero appeared. With just one hand, he managed to stop the train and save them both. But when the woman ran to thank the hero, she wore an expression of disgust. Even the child was scared. That's because the hero was a zombie. His name was Zombie. He didn't know his age or when he had died, but he carried a simple dream. One day, he wanted to be friends with humans. He wanted to be accepted, no longer discriminated against or excluded. With that in mind, he began improving himself more and more, seeking to earn people's respect and trust. In the present day, he had already helped countless humans. Once, a plane was about to crash into a crowded stadium, but someone held the plane up. That someone was Zombie, who, even after saving thousands of lives, was still met with fear by everyone. On another day, during a building fire, he rescued several children. They were terrified, and so were their parents. But he wasn't always this strong. He clearly remembered a particular summer when a zombie outbreak triggered the beginning of the apocalypse. Back then, he was still a student. The outbreak was so sudden that he couldn't escape and ended up getting bitten. Like the others, he turned into a regular zombie, the kind that just follows the horde, wandering aimlessly. One day, the humans came. Without explanation, they began slaughtering them en masse. Not only did they kill, they also burned them with gasoline and built machines that used zombies as an energy source. They became part of a perpetual electricity system. Zombie never understood why zombies wanted to eat humans, or why humans wanted to kill zombies. But to survive, he changed. He started training that very same day. Weightlifting, running, swimming. He began an independent life based on self-effort. He didn't eat meat, only had 3 protein shake meals a day. Even when tired, he kept training, even at night. Over time, he became extremely strong, practically invincible. After gaining strength and knowledge, he decided he wanted to live in human society. He began helping people continuously, trying to change their perception of zombies. He wanted to live as a regular citizen, law-abiding, a good zombie. One day, he realized he needed to go shopping. He went to the market and was greeted by a clerk who already knew him. She thought he was wearing a mask and asked if it wasn't uncomfortable to wear it every day. Zombie said no. Then he bought more protein powder for his stock. Meanwhile, someone was watching him. A reporter who looked a lot like Jonah Jameson wanted to expose the hero. Zombie saw a poster on the wall. He was wanted again, an SSS-level zombie with a huge bounty on his head. The cameraman next to the reporter asked if they were sure that Zombie was really the one who held the plane. Maybe it was just fake news, but the reporter insisted it was true, until the two of them witnessed Zombie simply lift a truck and hurl it out of Earth's atmosphere. At the same time, in a base of zombie survivors, yes, zombie survivors, Zombie appeared carrying the truck full of food. He was received like a king. One of the children asked why he didn't drive the truck like humans do. He replied that he didn't have a driver's license. That was the city he had built. It was far from human eyes. There, he had ordered all zombies to replace human meat with eggs to get their protein, so everyone eagerly started eating eggs. Later, Zombie met with his subordinates. They were all boss-level zombies, extremely powerful. Their names were Lang, Fur, Agan, Agu, Verment, and Blackie, all revering their majesty. Zombie told Agu that he was being hunted again by humans. The zombie apologized, saying he sometimes lost control. Blackie mentioned that even though they had increased their numbers secretly, they had already moved bases several times to avoid humans. Verment said it would be easier to kill all humans. His chainsaw was even starting to rust. But Zombie replied that humans were still pretty terrifying, and they all knew it. Then, they heard the sound of a plane approaching. Inside was a woman ready to exterminate those damned zombies. The crew confirmed all signals and equipment were ready. They were armed with a nuclear warhead set to detonate in 20 minutes. The woman on the ship observed the city from above and declared that she would eliminate that disgusting zombie today. Hearing this, Verment reacted angrily, saying that if they were humans, he wanted to wipe out their entire race. But Zombie stopped him. He said he always lost control when he got too close to humans, so he ordered all citizens to evacuate first. He would deal with the humans himself. Meanwhile, the humans' ground unit was approaching. Among them was the super soldier Marshall, prepared to act in case the zombie boss showed up. He said he was ready to slice that damned zombie in half. The rest of the team observed the situation from a distance, and at a certain moment, one of the soldiers reported that the Extraordinary Academy had located the zombies. Without hesitation, they threw a human bait to draw their attention. The human troops advanced. They wondered why those zombies just wouldn't die. It was because Zombie was protecting all of them. One of the humans decided to use a bazooka to finish it all at once. When the explosion hit the area, one of the soldiers commented that maybe that wasn't just any zombie. He said it could be one of the extraordinary ones, someone who always wore a zombie mask and had been helping people for a long time. The commander then wondered if they had shot the wrong person, but Zombie was completely unscathed, even after taking a bazooka shot. The president was informed that a boss-level zombie had been detected in Zone B and immediately sent Marshall to handle it. Meanwhile, the Extraordinary Academy team debated what to do. One of them said they might be underestimating their enemies, so they decided to test something new and conducted an experiment, turning one of the zombies into a mutant creature. Not even Zombie expected what happened next. The ground unit was alerted to the new threat, but the troop leader didn't want to waste time. He charged at Zombie, grabbed him, and locked him inside an armored car, ordering it to be taken away immediately. Meanwhile, a little girl watched everything and asked if that was the man who helped people and always wore a zombie mask. She was curious to know why he wore that all the time. Zombie didn't know how to answer. Meanwhile, the mutant was attacking the human troops directly. Marshall sprang into action, slicing a bus in half to save the civilians. Everyone recognized him as Marshall, the swordsman from the academy, and felt confident they would win. He ordered everyone to evacuate as fast as possible. He would deal with the creature alone. Zombie, on the other hand, was walking calmly among the humans, unnoticed, despite being the king of the zombies. When the girl tried talking to him again, he simply vanished. At the same time, the mutant zombie charged at Marshall, who, with a single blow, turned the creature into pieces. Marshall declared that the zombie could now rest in peace. However, he soon noticed another figure approaching. This was no ordinary zombie. It was Zombie, saddened by the death of one of his own. One of the crew members on the ship reported that the zombie boss had been eliminated. The president congratulated the team and ordered the achievement to be logged as part of Marshall's contribution. But Zombie said it wasn't the soldiers' fault. He apologized, saying that zombies sometimes just can't control themselves. That's when Marshall realized he was also a zombie. Without hesitation, he attacked with his blade. The ship's intelligence detected another boss-level zombie. In the next moment, Marshall's vital signs completely vanished. He was dead. One of the officers warned that not all civilians had been evacuated yet. Given the situation, the president decided to leave the ship and handle the matter personally. She was warned that going alone to the battlefield was unwise, but she went anyway. As soon as she attacked Zombie at high speed, her blade shattered on impact. She was startled, wondering what that zombie was made of. The intelligence team asked her not to act on her own, but she said she was fine. Zombie, meanwhile, said he had already apologized hours ago. The president realized he could speak and figured he might be a mutant or some kind of rare variant. She then grabbed her special sword, the one made for such cases. Zombie still tried to suggest a conversation, but it was clear she wasn't interested in talking. Her attacks were fast, but Zombie was even faster. He dodged precisely, even avoiding a strike that sliced half the city in two. That enraged the president, who shouted that the bastard was mocking her. Meanwhile, they were trying to rescue Marshall. To everyone's surprise, he wasn't dead, just seriously injured and completely naked. Intelligence informed the president that she could now leave the battlefield. The civilians had already been evacuated, but still, a crazy chase was underway. Zombie ran calmly, as if he were just going for a stroll, while the president charged after him with everything she had. She wondered why he was still running if everything was already under control. And without stopping, Zombie replied that if he stopped running, she'd definitely try to cut him. To catch him once and for all, the president activated her cybernetic enhancements. She used her boosters to reach absurd speed and finally struck Zombie with full force, declaring that the target had been eliminated. Mission complete. The Extraordinary Academy staff reported that everyone had been rescued, but they confessed that there was still one spy among them, and that spy, without saying a word, simply triggered the nuclear warhead. That's right, he launched the bomb even with the president still in the area, and the civilians already evacuated. The aircraft team tried to stop him, but it was too late. The only thing they managed was to warn that the bomb had been launched. The president only realized the danger when it was already too late. She tried to use her boosters to escape, but they failed. She wondered why they were malfunctioning. She swore she had fully charged them before leaving. At that moment, Zombie appeared beside her, smiling, completely unharmed. He grabbed the president by her clothes, spun around powerfully, and hurled her far away, back to the aircraft, in fact. Dizzy and confused, she could only mutter that it was that mutant who threw her. Meanwhile, Zombie watched the nuclear warhead falling from the sky. He focused all his power, leapt, and caught the bomb mid-air. The force was so great that he crushed it like a soda can. Everyone who witnessed the scene couldn't believe it. Moments later, the explosion occurred, but it was concentrated in the air thanks to the impact being absorbed by him. The city was barely touched. All the detonation's power was channeled into Zombie's body, who fell from the sky practically naked. Well, almost. He was still wearing part of his boxer shorts, and even after all that, Zombie simply commented that the explosion caused nothing more than a little itch on his butt. The people involved in the Extraordinary Academy's secret experiments decided it was time to leave. This wasn't their first time facing the Academy, and they knew it wouldn't be the last. For today, their mission was complete. At that moment, the Academy president was disheartened. One of her companions tried to console her, saying he understood how she felt. She had spent her whole life fighting zombies, only to end up being saved by one. But the girl replied that it was all a misunderstanding. That guy wasn't a zombie. He was a masked hero who had become famous some time ago. They confirmed he had lived in the city for quite a while and just liked hiding behind a zombie mask. Later, Zombie was walking peacefully, still unclothed, until he reached a phone booth. There, Verment appeared and told his boss not to worry. Everyone was safe, a bit injured perhaps, but overall everything was fine. Zombie was relieved. He said that was great and that they wouldn't meet again until they found a new place to live in peace. Zombie returned home but barely had time to rest. The president and her intelligence team were tracking his location. Meanwhile, he wondered if his family had already settled somewhere and hoped they were okay. Suddenly, the door was violently kicked in. The academy president entered with her soldiers and ordered them to search everything and take whatever they found. Zombie, in shock, asked who those people were and what they were doing there. He said he was going to call the police, but the president calmly introduced herself. She said they were from the Extraordinary Academy and came to inform him that he had been accepted as a new member. From that moment on, he was officially part of the academy. Zombie, confused, asked what they meant, what they were putting on him, and what exactly it all meant. Later, he was being transported wearing nothing but boxer shorts. One of the soldiers looked at him and commented that it seemed a bit inappropriate. The academy had strict criteria for recruits, and she asked if it was really okay to just add this guy to the list out of nowhere. She also mentioned that the academy dormitories were specially planned and that there was currently no space available for him. President Violet had made it clear that she didn't care about Zombie's presence, so they decided to relocate the boy by force. They simply moved his entire house into a new room inside the academy and left, as if it were something completely normal. Later, Zombie was almost naked in front of the president. Feeling a bit awkward, he asked if that was where he would be sleeping from now on. She replied with irony, saying, "Wasn't it obvious?" Then she teased him, asking if he wanted to sleep with her. Embarrassed, Zombie quickly denied it and thought the idea was absurd. The president explained that he would stay in the guest room, but the boy said she had misunderstood everything. He tried to explain that, in fact, he wasn't even a real human. That's when President Violet revealed her mechanical prosthetics, showing that she wasn't fully human either. She said that when she was a child, her village was attacked by zombies. Her parents were infected and ended up biting her legs. To survive, she had to amputate them herself and eliminate her own parents. Since then, she has hated zombies with all her strength and swore to exterminate any she encountered. She asked again what Zombie was trying to say, but he brushed it off and said it was nothing. He quickly changed the subject and asked what exactly this so-called Extraordinary Academy was. The president explained that it was an organization created with the sole purpose of fighting zombies. It had been 1,000 years since the first zombie disaster, and 200 years after that, their ancestors founded the academy. Since then, it had been training talents to face zombie disasters. Zombie became thoughtful, wondering if that meant he had been alive for more than 1,000 years. President Violet ignored the question and simply told him to show up at the academy the next day, since she was already using an external channel. She warned him not to even think about running away. The Extraordinary Academy was not just any institution, and if he didn't show up, they would investigate the reasons behind it. Before leaving, she formally introduced herself as Violet and said that Dawn would be responsible for picking him up the next day. The next morning, Zombie saw that she herself was the one guiding him. She asked, with a bit of provocation, how his little brother was doing, the one with the mask. Zombie looked confused and asked who she was. Dawn, who was also there, reminded him that they had been together in the armored transport and asked if he had already forgotten her. Zombie replied that he vaguely remembered and thought she was a bit smaller back then. Dawn, trying to keep her patience, held herself back from hitting him and said to forget it. According to her, he was just an idiot anyway. Then, she took him to the admission test. Zombie, not understanding why, asked why he needed to take a test, and Dawn explained that every school has exams. In the case of the academy, the test measured both physical abilities and special skills related to killing zombies. She explained that the human world record for the 100-meter sprint was 9.58 seconds. To be classified as extraordinary, one had to run in 9.57 seconds or less. Surprised, Zombie commented that, so that's what it meant to be extraordinary. Dawn asked what else he thought it would be, and the boy replied that he thought it was a madhouse, because everyone there seemed insane. Later, the massive campus of the Extraordinary Academy was packed with new students, all gathered to take the admission test. Despite sitting on Zombie's shoulders, Dawn complained that she couldn't see anything from where they were. Zombie asked if he really had to take that test, even though he had once lifted an airplane. Dawn replied that yes, he did. In that school, it was common to find people who could lift airplanes. The academy had been founded by the former government, and everything there was kept secret. Besides, no one there watched the news or followed the outside world. Soon after, the person in charge of that day's test arrived, the president of the sports department named Chen. He explained that 800 years had passed since the academy's founding. During that time, countless talents had risen and fallen. He said that the ancestors in the past could cut entire mountains while fighting zombie kings, but nowadays, such extremes were no longer necessary. The speech went on until Zombie, losing patience, interrupted with a direct question. He wanted to know what would happen if a zombie were found inside the academy. Chen's answer was short and direct. They would cut the zombie limb by limb. If a zombie were found within the academy, not only would it be cut up limb by limb, it would also be castrated and hung at the main gate as an example. Zombie was visibly shaken, especially by the castration part. Later, the first part of the admission test began. It was a 100-meter race. As soon as the race started, Zombie noticed many incredibly fast participants. The student who came in first finished the race in just 3 seconds, and Zombie could barely follow it with his eyes. The next stage was a target shooting test. Professor Chen explained that shooting was a basic skill for facing zombies. Performing well with firearms could prevent unnecessary combat. Still trying to understand where he had ended up, Zombie thought he had been dragged into a real madhouse, where he was now forced to learn how to fight zombies. In addition to theoretical classes about zombie behavior in daily life, there were also intense physical training sessions. In this shooting test, Dawn stood out completely. She hit all the targets in the head, even blindfolded, while Zombie barely knew how to pull the trigger. Next came the throwing test. To pass, a student had to reach at least 100 meters. After that, the student groups were divided. Zombie, still not understanding how everything was happening so fast, felt like he had been trapped in a group of total lunatics. To avoid drawing attention, he decided to hide his true strength, doing just enough to meet the average. This caused Professor Chen to notice nothing unusual about him. In the race, he clocked exactly 9.57 seconds. In the throw, he hit the minimum required mark to pass. Even so, Zombie's controlled performance caught Chen's attention, because President Violet had mentioned that he was extremely powerful. This raised suspicions. Maybe he really was pretending to be weak. During the javelin throwing test against zombies, Zombie was shocked by how extreme the standards were. The previous student, Sheng Shu, threw the spear 32 kilometers and hit the target, qualifying immediately. Next up was Zombie, but before he could throw, Chen himself approached. Chen asked if he was the so-called zombie, the one personally recommended by President Violet. Based on his results so far, he was barely passing the exams, and Chen questioned if he was hiding his true strength. He also reminded him that he had interrupted the speech earlier with a question. Another student, Jane, raised the suspicion that he might not be human, to which Zombie, a bit hesitant, replied of course he was human, even if he wore a mask. Chen, skeptical, said that if he really was human, then he should prove his strength. No one expected him to break the previous record, but at the very least, he should show some effort, otherwise they would assume he was deceiving President Violet, and in that case, he would be punished. Afraid of losing his banana, Zombie started thinking. Even though he didn't remember much about his past, he knew that people started chasing him ever since he became a zombie. He didn't want to become fuel either, so he decided to throw the spear with all his strength. At that moment, flashes of his intense training came to mind. He gathered all his energy and launched the spear with such force that it created a crater in the academy's ground. The spear not only pierced the sky, it hit the moon, creating a hole in it. The explosion was so intense that it shook the surroundings, leaving everyone in a state of shock. No one could react. Jaws dropped. Dawn, completely stunned, commented on how strong he was and wanted to know how far the spear had gone. Zombie, still confused, replied that he had just done his best. After creating a hole in the moon, he was finally approved. Then he asked if he could go home. Dawn asked why he wanted to leave. With that level of power, he could even become president. To better explain, she used Violet as an example. She was the president of the swordsmanship department and had the authority to command a real army of troops, tanks, aircraft, cannons, and even nuclear weapons. More than that, she was the highest authority in a city with 30 million inhabitants. The city's civilian president was just a figurehead. The final decision always rested with her. Even so, Zombie insisted that he already had his own city. Later, the two of them were at the Department of Biotechnology, the place where all the Academy's weapons were developed. It was also known as the Logistics Department. In a framed photo on the wall, Dawn showed a picture of the sector's former leader, Professor Jaime. Everyone called him head of logistics. He had once been the department president, but after his wife's death, he became obsessed with an experiment involving humans and zombies. Rumors said that his goal was to fulfill his wife's last wish, but he went too far. Because of that, he was fired from the academy. Currently, there was an order to eliminate him if spotted. That's when the department's current president welcomed the two visitors. She was Professor Jaime's adopted daughter, now the current president of the biotechnology department. During a conversation, she asked Dawn what kind of equipment she needed. Dawn replied that she wanted something that made transporting weapons easier, like a pair of pants where she could hide even a minigun. Hearing this, the president concluded that Dawn would certainly end up joining the weapons department. Then the conversation shifted to Zombie. The president asked if she was talking to him. At that moment, she realized that the boy really looked like a zombie. When asked, the girl replied no, he just wore a zombie mask for some reason. The president, however, confidently said he was obviously a zombie and even asked if they were calling her blind. The girl explained that she hadn't seen his face when he was throwing the spear, but that he was super nice. The president commented that if he were a real zombie, he would have attacked someone already. So for now, it was fine. Zombie took the opportunity to ask what the requirements were for his equipment. He said he didn't have anything in mind, because every time he went on a mission, he came back completely naked. He wanted to know if there was any outfit that didn't tear. With that, the president observed two very different profiles. Dawn wanted to hide weapons in her clothes, while Zombie just wanted to stop returning home without clothes. Meanwhile, Marshall was showing up wearing only underwear and was talking about an extremely strong guy. When he tried to approach this mysterious man, his vision went dark, and the next thing he knew, he was hanging from a pole. A woman asked if the president could defeat that man. Marshall replied that it felt like he was even stronger than her. Curious, the woman wanted to know the name of this impressive figure. The woman was Zhang Lanqi, president of the Blade Department. There was a long-standing competition between the sword and blade departments. Both sides used ruthless methods to steal members from each other. The rivalry was so intense that if one department ended up with one fewer member, the other might even artificially create a new one just not to fall behind. Marshall, seeing Zombie's potential, wished him good luck. Later in class, Zombie was doing his best to keep up and took notes carefully. He did this because he wanted to share everything with his family afterward. Then, a voice echoed through the loudspeakers, asking everyone to go to the gym immediately. Dawn found it strange, since that kind of announcement was usually made only during regular assemblies. In the gym, with everyone gathered, Dawn and Zombie were eating popsicles. Dawn wondered what was going on, but Violet soon called for silence. Violet reminded them that both Dawn and Zombie were funded by her, so they couldn't cause trouble. It was important that they were aware of their actions. In that tense atmosphere, Dawn commented that she didn't understand how Zombie could eat with a mask on. While he tried to explain, Zhang was watching Zombie closely, already considering him her next target. One of Zhang's subordinates said he couldn't gauge how strong Zombie was just by looking, and wanted to test him. But at that moment, the chief appeared. Dawn quickly told Zombie to lower his head. That man was the president of the Mechanical Lifeform Department, and he had already warned Zhang not to cause trouble. Even so, she replied sarcastically, saying she was just leaving. One of Zhang's men pointed out that Zombie was still there and asked if they shouldn't keep an eye on him. Zhang, however, said that compared to the chief, Zombie was irrelevant. She only respected the strong. As she passed Violet, Zhang congratulated her, which made Zombie suspicious of the strange atmosphere between the two. He wondered if there was some kind of relationship or tension between them and wanted to know if that man was really as powerful as he seemed. Dawn explained that the chief was Professor Jaime's masterpiece, an evolved version of the human race. He was the only one to survive out of thousands of experimental tests. After Professor Jaime left the academy, this man created the Mechanical Lifeform Department. The city under the chief's control was enormous, with a population of approximately 50 million people. During his 10 years of leadership, not a single zombie had appeared in the region. Upon hearing that, Zombie became afraid of the man. The chief didn't waste time with long introductions. He got straight to the point. He said they had brought new students to the academy, but it still needed everyone's help. He then ordered his robots to begin the projection. A hologram appeared in the center of the hall, showing the image of a spy who had been captured months earlier. According to him, thanks to that man, a nuclear warhead had been launched against their own people. When Zombie saw the image, he recognized the man instantly. It was the same person who had launched the bomb at him. The chief confirmed that, under normal conditions, someone like that spy would be executed immediately. However, he was still alive because he held valuable information. Dawn speculated that he could be one of Professor Jaime's subordinates. Zombie then asked if the zombie threat was truly over, and whether all of this was actually a result of internal conflict. Dawn replied that, in short, yes, some people just wanted to see the world burn. The chief continued. He explained that they had already tried countless methods to make the spy talk, but nothing worked. All the Academy's specialists had failed. They had resorted to every kind of torture, yet he wouldn't say a word. That's why they were now asking for help from all Academy members. The challenge was simple. Whoever could make the man talk would become the vice president of the chief's department. Many were excited by the proposal. It was truly an opportunity worth pursuing. The chief informed everyone that the spy was being held in the lower chamber and wished them good luck. 2 hours later, after multiple failed attempts, the newcomers started to grow desperate. At first, the methods were more conventional, but over time they became increasingly questionable. Dawn, watching everything, asked if they thought Zombie could make the man talk. Zombie replied confidently, saying he wouldn't just make him talk, he'd make him sing if necessary. Dawn then told the chief that her friend, Zombie, might have a special way. The chief accepted the suggestion and asked him to come along. President Jiang found that move strange. Normally, Zombie tried to stay under the radar, but now he was drawing attention. Zombie, for his part, reflected on the recent behavior of his subordinates. They had always been obedient, but over the past few weeks, they started losing control randomly. Maybe that human prisoner could explain what was going on. When Zombie entered the containment room, Jaime's spy looked at him with disdain. He said he was just another one trying to make him talk, and questioned whether the academy was so desperate as to send someone like him. He warned them to give up. He wouldn't say anything. But Zombie didn't hesitate. With a slight movement of his fingers, he cut the spy's skin. The man only scoffed, saying that wasn't even painful, and told him to at least use some strength. Ignoring the provocation, Zombie ordered him to stand. Then, he spread his own zombie virus into the prisoner's bloodstream. At the same time, he asked his name. The spy finally gave in. He revealed himself as Xiao Kai, shocking everyone present, who watched in awe as Zombie took control of the man's mind. Zombie then said he had heard that Xiao Kai was one of Professor Jaime's close subordinates. He believed Xiao Kai knew many things. He asked if he knew why zombies were randomly losing control. Xiao Kai replied that it was because of a drug developed by Jaime and released into the city. Zombies that consumed the substance went insane and became controllable from a distance. Jaime's group used these attacks to collect battle data on the members of the Extraordinary Academy. Zombie wanted to know the reason behind all this. Xiao Kai replied that he didn't know exactly, but the professor claimed he was working on something grand and needed to gather data on the Academy members. He also said that Jaime was currently in a secret base located 500 meters beneath City H. Before leaving, Zombie approached and implanted a virus in Xiao Kai's brain, making it clear that, if he wanted to, he could force him to die at any moment. Xiao Kai understood the threat and agreed to cooperate. Meanwhile, 500 meters beneath the ruins of Yanjin City, one of the doctors informed Jaime that the spy had confessed. It was likely that their base's location had already been compromised, but Jaime wasn't worried. He only asked that they continue their work. He actually preferred that they come to him. The doctor tried to argue, saying they'd be in danger and it wouldn't be easy to fight them. But Jaime responded that the experiment was already complete. In fact, he thought it was perfect timing for them to arrive, because he wanted everyone to witness the birth of a new life form. When Zombie left the chamber, the atmosphere around him was completely different. The mood was strange. He had earned respect, and everyone nearby whispered about him. Even the department presidents were impressed. The chief, seeing all of this, clapped his hands in satisfaction. He said it was great to see the young surpassing the old. He hadn't expected to find someone with so much hidden power among the freshmen, and since he had promised to make him vice president, he would now keep his word. But Zombie said that Professor Jaime was still there. The chief told him not to worry. Jaime wouldn't escape. When they left the area, President Jiang naturally followed them. Later, already in an abandoned industrial area, Zombie asked where they were. He thought he was being taken to some official registration as the new vice president, and then they would go after Professor Jaime. It was then that the chief, without warning, asked when Zombie had learned to speak the human language. Zombie was surprised by the question and wanted to confirm if it was really directed at him. At that moment, the chief turned around and fired a powerful laser directly at Zombie's head, nearly hitting President Jiang, who was just behind him. She recognized the shot and commented that it was the famous Ton cannon, one of the chief's most destructive weapons, capable of disintegrating any matter. The chief then declared that even though Zombie had fooled the others, he would not be fooled. He said he had already been wondering how long fools had let Zombie go unnoticed. But now it didn't matter because, according to him, Zombie was dead. After all, the weakness of zombies had always been the head. But no, Zombie was still alive. Not only alive, he got up and grabbed the chief by the neck with force. The chief's robots reacted immediately, but Zombie easily destroyed them, ripping off their heads like they were nothing. The chief, astonished, couldn't understand how that being was still moving. Not even the members of the Blade Department could believe what they were seeing. The fight intensified. The chief began to struggle to handle Zombie, who was faster than ever, even without a head. One of the swordsmen commented that the chief was in trouble, but Jiang disagreed. She said he was just warming up. Men like the chief loved to show off with big, flashy moves. It was best for everyone to clear the area to avoid being hit by mistake. At that moment, Zombie fully regenerated his head. He said he didn't want to hurt the chief. He just wanted to talk. The chief, suspicious, asked if he also intended to control his mind. Zombie regretted the situation and summoned his Model 1, forming a massive suit of armor around him. The chief revealed that he was a mechanical life form designed exclusively to kill zombies. He said Zombie was the first of his kind to see him in that form and should feel honored. His attacks then became much stronger. He finally managed to pressure Zombie in combat. He threw him into the air, smashed him to the ground, and declared that all zombies must die. His disintegration cannons was so powerful it seemed impossible that anything could have survived within the impact area. The chief believed he had finally won. But no, Zombie calmly walked toward him. He was furious. His appearance suddenly began to change. He looked more human, although his new appearance was strange. For some, even disappointing. Zhang preferred him bald. Still, with this transformation, he created a massive storm that could be felt throughout the academy. Zhang began to panic. Zombie, now overflowing with power, said he had given a chance to resolve everything peacefully and asked the chief how he wanted to die. One of the swordsmen commented that Zombie's personality had changed drastically. Junk, who was also watching the scene, felt an extremely threatening aura. Faced with that, they fled. The chief, even surprised, apologized. He admitted he had never felt threatened by another being since he was born, and he challenged Zombie to defeat him. As Zhang and her swordsmen escaped from that battlefield, they were almost hit by something huge flying through the air. It was simply the chief's carcass, violently thrown. When the chief's men tried to retaliate, Zombie summoned all his models, but one by one they were destroyed before even entering the fight. The president spotted Zhang and declared that the zombie was dangerous, that they would need her help to defeat him. But Zhang snapped, asking if she had lost her mind. After all, it was the chief who provoked Zombie from the beginning, and now everyone was running away. Even with only one arm, Zombie exerted so much force that he was able to move an entire tectonic plate. The city began to turn upside down. It was like a scene out of Inception. Civilians looking at the sky wondered what the hell was happening. Dawn, watching everything, said the city was floating. Zombie had manipulated the gravity around him to finally capture the chief, and while lifting him with his monstrous strength, he asked if now he was feeling threatened. He concluded by saying that, indeed, the chief couldn't control him. Even though he was a robot, he seemed to retain some human part. So, Zombie decided to infiltrate his virus directly into the chief's brain. Orphaned since childhood and subjected to countless body modifications, the chief barely had any human parts left. Zombie commented that the man's life was truly miserable, being more undead than the zombie himself. Staying alive in his case was more painful than dying, and all of that had completely ruined Zombie's mood. After being left to die, the chief's body hit the ground, and Zhang rushed to catch him. She wondered, confused, whether he had been able to read minds. Later, Zombie was already in his room packing his bags. He told himself that he had lost control of his emotions again, and that when that happened, he even scared himself. He didn't like that side of him. He needed to act like a zombie, calm, controlled, and friendly. So, he decided to leave the academy immediately. However, before he could leave, Violet appeared and interrupted him, asking where he was going. Zombie considered silencing her, since now she was a witness to what had happened. He mentally apologized before preparing to attack her. However, Violet simply placed a paper in front of him, revealing it was the official documentation of his promotion. Zombie had been appointed vice president of the academy. From that moment on, he was an officer. Confused, Zombie asked if the chief's signature was on it. Faced with silence, Violet just smiled and said he was a very good human. She wished him good luck and said she hoped to work better with him someday. If she could become president, maybe she could complete the true mission that brought her there. Sometime later, in the hospital, Zhang visited the chief and asked if he knew that Zombie was, in fact, a zombie. She also said she wanted him to stay at the academy. The chief, in turn, explained that it didn't matter. It wasn't about being human or zombie. What mattered was Zombie's strength. They would need it if they wanted to capture Professor Jaime. Zhang asked what they would do if he lost control again, but the chief replied that it wasn't relevant at the moment. This time, he would eliminate all traces of Professor Jaime for the sake of humanity. Meanwhile, in the zombie city, Verment was furious. He said they had received information that their king was being held hostage by the humans. To him, the king was the only salvation they still had in that world. So he decided they would kill the humans and rescue the king. Agu asked if they shouldn't try to stop him, but Blackie said Verment was an idiot. However, only the king could stop him, and they had no way to interfere directly. While the chief was developing his plan to capture Jaime, a group of soldiers appeared before Zombie. They introduced themselves as the 56th Regiment, under the 4th Division Command Center. From now on, they would obey all orders from the new vice president, Zombie. The group totaled 12,000 soldiers. Zombie, surprised, asked if they would really follow any order. He even questioned if they would obey an order to blow themselves up. The soldier answered firmly, saying his words were commands. He had already pulled the grenade pin when Zombie, desperate, shouted for him to stop and threw the grenade far away. At that moment, other humans also got involved. They commented that the new vice president didn't seem all that strong and that they didn't understand why a rookie had been sent to such an important place. One of them introduced himself, saying they came from the Stainless Steel Academy, sent to assist in capturing Zombie's target. Dawn recognized the two and asked if they were the leaders of the stainless steel blade department. Meanwhile, the head of the Stainless Steel Academy also arrived, accompanied by the other presidents from the Extraordinary Academy. He commented that, originally, all of that was an internal problem of their academy. Still, he didn't understand why the higher-ups had promoted a rookie to vice president, let alone placed him in such a strategic position. Zhang replied, saying they were there as guests to help, not to interfere in internal matters. The man responded that he hadn't come to question anything, but the chief interrupted and said Zombie could finish him off right there while he was wetting his pants. The man accused the chief of bluffing and said that proved nothing. Despite that, he assured that Zombie wasn't alone. Two other members of his academy had been sent to help. It was then that Jaime realized they were surrounding the entire city. Then the zombies were released. However, the doctor noticed that something strange had mixed in among them. As the zombies were being fought off, the soldiers from the Steel Academy commented that they were far too easy. Zombie explained that those zombies weren't from his tribe. One of the men approached and said the vice president wasn't needed there so he could leave. Don, irritated, asked if he didn't know when to shut up. That was when more zombies appeared. In fact, Verment himself showed up, and Zombie, surprised, asked what he was doing there. The doctor, standing beside Jaime, was closely observing the battle and stated, impressed, that this zombie had all attributes maxed out. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful leader. In his opinion, the real show was about to begin. 2 hours earlier, Verment had said he came alone. No member of the tribe had accompanied him, and the only zombie that showed up was just there to deliver a gasoline can and left shortly after. Verment mocked him, saying that was just a frightened weakling, and he didn't need anyone's help. He was determined to deal with the humans entirely on his own. In the present, Verment was drinking all the gasoline he received. That was necessary to activate his chainsaw. Now he was truly powerful. Dawn, upon seeing that, was shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Verment roared, saying the humans dared to mess with his king, and now they would face the wrath of his chainsaw. One of the representatives from the Stainless Steel Academy commented that, finally, something interesting had shown up. But Zombie wasted no time. He grabbed Dawn and ran from there as fast as possible. He said those guys would never be able to kill Verment. Dawn, confused, thought it was a joke, but Zombie explained it wasn't. Verment had an immortal body. Members of the Steel Academy started calling Zombie a coward for fleeing the fight, but soon the first of them was brutally thrown aside. In the blink of an eye, Verment was already in front of the second one, asking if he also wanted to die. Without giving him a chance to answer, he began to beat him violently. He humiliated the man, slapped his face, and nearly split him in half with his chainsaw. Zombie and Dawn watched from a distance. She acknowledged that the situation was very bad, while the supposed president of the Steel Academy trembled in fear and begged for help, saying he didn't want to die. The doctor just commented that those academics were truly stupid. Dawn realized that if things continued like that, everyone there would be killed. One of the soldiers in Zombie's squad asked what they would do next. Zombie, puzzled, wondered why Verment didn't recognize him. Then he had an idea. He said he would send Dawn over there to knock some sense into the zombie's head. She, outraged, asked if he wanted to turn her into zombie food. Without much explanation, Zombie grabbed her arm quickly and bit her. Dawn was startled and asked if he intended to control her mind. She called him a bastard. Zombie, trying to calm her down, assured her he wasn't that kind of person. He just asked that she not hit Verment too hard. While Verment was about to kill the president of the Steel Academy, Dawn appeared. She was completely unhinged due to the effect of the zombie cells that Zombie had spread through her body. Now they were integrated into her own DNA. She arrived taunting Verment, asking why he didn't play a little with her. Verment, confused, retorted, wanting to know who she thought she was. But Dawn responded with attitude, saying he thought too highly of himself, and she wanted to know what made him so special. Her attacks were so fast and intense that even Verment had to dodge. At that moment, the members of the Steel Academy began fleeing in terror. Dawn, with superhuman agility, shoved 2 grenades into Verment's mouth. The explosion, however, caused no significant damage. Right after that, he was hit by several shotgun blasts directly to the face. From atop a building, one of the soldiers asked what Zombie had done to Dawn. He explained that he had only slightly modified her genes, and that she could still become much stronger. Dawn herself admitted that she was loving the new feeling. Meanwhile, Verment mocked her, saying that her power was insignificant and that she wouldn't be able to do anything against him. However, he was caught off guard by a kick that sent him flying. The Academy soldiers were stunned and concluded that Dawn had been pretending to be weak the entire time. Dawn, excited, said it was time for the bazooka. But before he could do anything, Verment found a gasoline stockpile. He drank several barrels at once and declared they could keep trying. Dawn fired the bazooka, but Verment used his chainsaw to slice the blast in half, along with her body. Verment proudly declared that he was undead. She was not. He said she wouldn't be able to regenerate from a blow like that. But to everyone's surprise, Zombie reattached Dawn's body as if nothing had happened. Smiling, Dawn said she was sorry, but now she loved the undead too. She stood up and warned that the fun was just beginning. That was enough to finally make the members of the Steel Academy retreat. Verment, still confused, asked if she really was a zombie. Zombie was a bit worried. He hadn't expected Dawn to become so powerful after the genetic mutation. However, her body was already breaking down from the inside. Her bones cracked, her muscles tore, and she didn't seem like she could last much longer. Zombie didn't want to intervene personally to discipline Verment, but maybe it wouldn't be necessary. Dawn was winning the fight, crushing Vermont with her minigun and leaving him completely wrecked. Verment begged her to stop, said he surrendered and that he would leave. For a moment, everyone around watched in silence, but in reality, it was all part of a stealth attack plan. Verment's punch struck Dawn directly and also knocked down others who were trying to flee. Zombie, frustrated, realized that damn Verment just wouldn't give up. He questioned why Dawn had let her guard down. She, confused, replied that she didn't know. Verment explained that she had taken some stimulants, and now the effect was wearing off. She knew she shouldn't trust anything a zombie said. Meanwhile, Dr. Jaime was taking advantage of the situation. He praised the zombie's strength and ordered him to finish off all the enemies. Dawn's power had indeed run out, and Zombie decided he had to go down personally to handle the situation. When he showed up, Vermont began trembling just at the sight of him. Zombie asked if little Vermont was finally recognizing who he was. The doctor questioned why the zombie had stopped and insisted that he should kill the enemy. But Vermont was in total shock. Zombie ordered him to kneel, but Vermont still didn't fully recognize him. He wanted to know why he should obey that zombie's orders. However, a single look from Zombie made Vermont wet himself. Then Zombie grabbed him by the face and asked why the little chainsaw wasn't saying anything anymore. It was time for a speech, a demonstration of why everyone should return to obeying him. However, all of this was happening only inside Vermont's mind. The doctor outside kept asking why he was still frozen. Vermont, for his part, remembered something terrible. He recalled the reason he had an immortal body. He remembered when he had been chopped into pieces, turned into sashimi, and left to dry on a tree for hundreds of years. As he relived that memory, he panicked and ran off. He didn't want to fight that zombie at all. He even broke through Dr. Jaime's control, saying that if they wanted to kill him, they should do it themselves. The environment fell silent. Everyone was shocked because he simply escaped. The doctor commented that it was the first time that it ever happened. He had lost control of his own zombie. Even so, Jaime stated they could abandon that route, as what had happened was already enough. The presidents were on their way. Meanwhile, aboard a helicopter, Xiao Kai was still transmitting all information about Jaime. The president of the Steel Academy said that all problems could be solved absolutely through brute force. He jumped out of the helicopter carelessly and caused an explosion that opened a crater all the way to the underground. Then he mocked, asking why they even needed an elevator. Zhang got annoyed and called him a musclehead. She complained that no one ever thought about using their brain. The chief agreed with her, but reinforced his belief that in the face of absolute power, any strategy was useless. He left the rear defense to those who remained in the helicopter. Zhang, now out of patience, commented that it was impossible to be surrounded by so many idiots, especially now that the chief himself had jumped from the helicopter too. On the ground, the laboratory was surrounded by soldiers, searched and investigated, but no clues were found regarding the professor's whereabouts. The chief believed it would be impossible for Jaime to escape from there, as all land, sea, and air routes had been sealed. Not even a mosquito could get through. Still, there was no sign of the enemy. Zhang, annoyed, questioned why she had to stay in the helicopter while the others descended like fools. In a distant building, Jaime and his doctors observed everything from afar. They ordered the execution of Plan A. Inside Jaime's lab, the soldiers found a huge capsule. There was a warning label that read, "There's a zombie king in here, extremely dangerous. Open only if you're a real man." The president, without hesitation, ordered them to blow that thing up immediately. The chief, on the other hand, asked them to wait a bit longer. They were there only to capture targets, not to take unnecessary risks. Even so, the doctor commented that the enemies hadn't fallen for the original plan. Jaime then ordered the execution of Plan B, which involved manually detonating the capsule. The president of the Steel Academy suspected it was a trap, but Jaime was excited, saying that day would mark the beginning of the end for humanity. According to him, the awakened zombie king would destroy all human life. To everyone's surprise, the so-called zombie king was just a baby with a pacifier. The chief warned that such beings are dangerous precisely because they seem defenseless. He asked that no one underestimate him. However, when he tried to cut the baby with his steel blade, he realized the strike had no effect at all. Alarmed, he ordered an immediate evacuation. Even after several slashes from the president, the baby simply split in half and rejoined, letting out an innocent goo goo gaga. Jaime then activated the second phase of the plan, releasing a horde of zombies. Fortunately, President Violet and President Zhang were on site to handle it. One of the swordsmen offered to help form the defensive line, but Zhang refused, saying he only needed to stay behind and watch. For her, that fight would serve as a warm-up. With supernatural speed, Zhang dashed at the zombies, zombies. She leaped onto a tree, pushed off, and sliced them into pieces so perfectly they looked like they came out of a gourmet kitchen. The swordsman was amazed by what he saw, and Zhang remarked that the enemies should have thought twice before facing them. The doctor, furious, called Zhang a stupid witch for destroying the monsters he had created. He regretted not having the chainsaw zombie with him at that moment. Meanwhile, in Zombie's village, the other zombies were also watching the situation from afar. Agu and Blackie were wearing masks. Agu commented that the masks were meant to ward off the zombie virus, but warned Blackie to keep it a secret. Blackie agreed and promised not to tell anyone. Soon after, Agu approached one of the local zombies and asked if he had seen a zombie with a chainsaw. The zombie rudely told him to go away. Blackie complained about the rudeness of the locals, and Agu admitted that he was scared too. If they didn't find Verment in time, the king would punish all of them. Blackie was also nervous, but said it was better not to panic. They would find that bastard sooner or later. Back at the lab, the baby was excited to keep playing. The chief realized he was provoking them. The president of the Steel Academy tried to cut him again, multiple times. This time he managed to split the baby in half, but just like before, it reassembled as if nothing had happened. Still trying to maintain his composure, the president ordered everyone to stop running and fight like men. However, the creature assumed a new form, now with a feminine appearance. The president cursed, surprised by the transformation, and said he would cut her to pieces. But the zombie held the blade with the tip of just one finger. The chief then decided to use Model 1, his most powerful form, but was still defeated effortlessly. The impact was so strong that everyone outside heard the crash. The chief had been hurled against a building. Soon after, the president of the Steel Academy was also thrown, crashing through another building. The zombie yawned, finding everything boring. In another part of the city, Zombie and Dawn were having a barbecue. The Steel Academy folks even offered Zombie some tea, which he found a bit weak. One of the members asked who the lazy person was that had made such bad tea, claiming Zombie deserved better. Then, everyone heard the sounds of the distant battle. It was now up to Zhang and Violet to face the new zombie. Violet said it wasn't the time for internal disputes. She proposed a truce between the Blade Department and the Sword Department to deal with the threat. Zhang agreed diplomatically, while Dawn commented that she was hearing explosions. One of them seemed very close, making Zombie stand up to check what was going on. Meanwhile, Zhang and Violet coordinated their attacks to catch the zombie off guard. However, as soon as Violet approached, she was caught off guard by a kick to the face. The zombie said she had decent speed, but after trading blows, concluded Violet was still too weak. At that moment, the president of the Steel Academy finally stood up, using his support suit, ready to continue the fight. The zombie, seeing him, remarked that this looked fun. She was still effortlessly dodging Zhang's attacks with a smile, as if everything were just a game. Meanwhile, the Steel President summoned the so-called Steel Heart Mark, his most powerful weapon. Presidents Zhang and Violet were getting increasingly irritated at being underestimated. However, the reason was clear. The supposed zombie king was easily overpowering both and had now transformed into an even more dangerous demonic beast. The monster rushed toward the Steel Academy president, promising to end everything with a single blow. When the two collided fists, a massive explosion shook the underground lab and the president was seriously injured. Even wounded, he refused to admit defeat. Later, Zombie and the others approached the entrance to the underground laboratory where all the chaos was happening. Zombie commented that something felt strange in the air. He sensed a very familiar scent. The so-called Zombie King changed form once again. The presidents, confused, asked themselves what the hell was going on. The doctor warned Jaime there was a problem. He could no longer control the creature. Jaime, however, said everything was fine, because now that was the real Zombie King. The monster stated there was no longer any need to continue the fight. But when everyone charged at him at once, he mocked the attempt, calling the attacks pathetic. With a simple snap of his fingers, he sent everyone flying. Zhang and Violet were thrown so hard they only stopped when they landed in Zombie's arms. The Steel Academy president was still standing, stubbornly. The Zombie King stared at him and commented on his resilience. Violet, in turn, acknowledged that this was indeed the monster created by Jaime and told everyone to flee immediately. Without delay, the Zombie King ordered the entire horde to charge. Zhang shouted for Zombie to give the retreat order. As the zombies closed in with ferocity, Jaime smiled and celebrated. He wanted everyone to witness the true power of his creation. But Zombie, in response, threw Zhang and Violet to the ground and ordered all the zombies to vanish. The command was so powerful that the entire horde froze, paralyzed by fear. The Zombie King, surprised, asked who the hell that man was. Without hesitation, Zombie walked over the other zombies as if they were a runway, slowly climbing. He stared at the king and asked with contempt who he thought he was to call himself king. A Upon reaching the top of the staircase formed by his zombie subordinates, Zombie sarcastically asked if the zombie king had lost his tongue. The king then replied that, in the end, he was just another fellow zombie. The president of the Steel Academy, scandalized, wondered how such a prestigious academy had allowed a zombie to become vice president. Violet responded firmly, saying that it was none of his business. The fake zombie king then proposed a fight. Whoever remained standing would become the true king. Zombie accepted without hesitation. The fake zombie king's first punch barely did any damage, and Zombie even questioned whether he'd been eating properly. The counterattack was devastating. Not only did Zombie knock the fake king down, but he also scattered the surrounding horde like bowling pins. The impact was so strong that the fake king's body flew out of the city, crashing into a coastal navy ship. Jaime, shocked, wondered how Zombie had managed to do that. The doctor also questioned whether Zombie had been a zombie all along. The fake king, however, was enjoying the sensation. He took the opportunity to lift the ship and use it as a hammer, trying to smash Zombie into the ground like a nail. Seeing that, Dawn declared that the priority now is to get out of there as quickly as possible. Elsewhere, Blackie was trying to reassemble the chief's body, but Agu interrupted him and told him to look toward the direction of the fight. The chief grumbled, saying the two idiots had assembled every part that needed to be cut, and cut every part that should have been assembled. Ignoring the complaint, Agu stated that this was the aura of the true king, and as expected, Zombie was still alive even after being crushed by a ship. Effortlessly, he grabbed a steel cable, wrapped it around the fake king's neck, and tied it tightly. The president of the Steel Academy, still trying to understand, asked if he really was a zombie. Without answering, Zombie delivered a kick so strong to his opponent's face that his skull caved in. The fake king said he could do that too. The fight intensified, becoming increasingly brutal. The two ended up back in the ocean. Now standing on a Navy ship, Zombie commented that the fake king liked to throw things around. The enemy replied that it shouldn't matter. If someone can throw something, they should. Meanwhile, the chief told the other zombies that they needed to get out of there immediately. He knew Zombie was strong, but he also knew Jaime and acknowledged that the man was a true genius. Blackie told the soldier to shut up and pay attention, saying that no one could ever defeat his king, except God. At the same time, Zombie effortlessly teleported directly to the fake king and struck him with a punch so powerful that he was launched into space, taking the ship with him and piercing the moon's surface once again. Everyone witnessing the scene was completely shocked. Amid the chaos, a desperate soldier watched everything from a lifeboat. In front of him, a ship was embedded in the moon. Upon noticing this, Dawn commented that there was no point in trying to flee anymore. It would be useless. However, the fake king hadn't given up yet. Zombie, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying the situation. Now the two were fighting in space, and as a last resort, the fake king pulled the ship's nuclear reactor and used it as a weapon. The resulting explosion was even bigger than the previous warheads. Everyone in the region had to shield themselves to avoid being instantly wiped out. However, Zombie remained unscathed amidst the chaos, questioning whether that was all the fake king had. To call oneself a king, one would need much more. The injuries he had received caused nothing more than a mild itch. Near the academy, the rest of the group was still alive. Dawn asked if it was finally over, but upon seeing the fake king again, she realized it wasn't. The fake king then made a proposal. Since they were similar beings and neither could defeat the other, why not join forces to destroy the world and split it between them, half for each? Even after being thrown against a building, Zombie managed to recover from the blow and replied that he had no interest whatsoever in destroying the world. Meanwhile, the academy chief watched everything with concern, saying that it was completely illogical. He ordered the zombies to flee immediately, recognizing that while Zombie had become incredibly powerful after his transformation, the opponent was also no weakling. Blackie once again told the weaklings to shut up. To him, the king was much more than he appeared to be and could transform more than once. Zombie, on the other hand, immediately refused the enemy's proposal. He said that the fake king was not worthy and that it was ridiculous to suggest splitting the world in half. Only weaklings talked about destroying the world as if that were a real solution. Meanwhile, the people on the ground couldn't hear a thing the two were saying, as they were too far away. Determined, Zombie declared that the fake king would only learn through a proper lesson. Then he transformed again, taking on a form even closer to a human. Now, his body radiated the aura of a true demon. The head of the academy was so overwhelmed by the scene that he fainted. Agu slapped him across the face to wake him up and ordered him to open his eyes and clearly see their king. Violet asked if Zombie had transformed again, since his appearance was completely different from the zombie king that Jaime had created. Zhang noted that now he truly looked like a human. Suddenly, a storm began to pour over the region. The fake king wanted wanted to know if Zombie was a human or a zombie. Before he could get close, Zombie, with just a single gesture, split the enemy's body in half. At that moment, everything around them began to levitate. People, buildings, ships, even sea creatures. And in the middle of that surreal scene, Zombie calmly told the fake king that he was his father. The power release was so immense that a gigantic cyclone formed. Violet questioned whether that was truly something a zombie should be able to do. A whale ended up being dragged along and crashed into a building, precisely the one where Professor Jaime was hiding. The fake king, now completely dismembered, could barely move. The professor, shocked, said he had never seen anything like it. With difficulty, the fake king used his regeneration powers to try to stand back up. He claimed that everything Zombie was doing was pointless because they would never be able to kill each other. They were life forms, impossible to destroy. Zombie asked if he was really sure about that. With his strength, he grabbed him by the neck and said that perhaps the fake king had misunderstood what death really meant. After all, one doesn't need to destroy someone's body for them to truly die. Upon hearing this, the fake king looked into the true king's eyes and was overwhelmed by memories of the ancient zombie god, back when he was a universal threat. In an instant, it was as if his soul and consciousness had completely vanished. He collapsed to the ground, showing no reaction. The head of the academy asked what had happened to him. Blackie replied that he had probably been overcome by the fear of death after witnessing the zombie king's third form. Jaime stood in disbelief, unable to accept that the fake king had been defeated. But the doctor beside him insisted that they had to get out of there immediately. Before they could do anything, Zombie was already there. The doctors were terrified. Zombie, unmoved, asked whether they would surrender willingly or if he would have to force them. They had only 1 second to decide. The doctors chose to surrender. Professor Jaime, however, couldn't hold back his frustration and cursed out loud. Thus, he was captured alive by Zombie and handed over to the custody of the Extraordinary Academy. Later, the Academy members began discussing what had gone wrong with the professor. Zombie, a bit downcast, admitted he didn't want to become that terrifying thing again. He claimed to be a good zombie. Violet suggested that Dawn go talk to him. She asked if he was her friend. Dawn replied that he wasn't. He was way too scary. Still, Val insisted that she go anyway. With no choice, Dawn approached and asked Zombie if he was okay. She said they needed to leave the area soon. When he stood up and said he was hungry, she almost ran away. But Zombie merely commented that he really wanted a tear-resistant shirt, as he was tired of always ending up without clothes. Dawn was relieved to see that he had returned to his passive state and asked if he remembered what he had done. Zombie explained that he had a few flashes, but everything was a blur. He said he had lost track of time, but was sure he had fought similar zombies in the past. Since they were weak, he never bothered to remember them. Meanwhile, even though he was in custody, Professor Jaime began to laugh. He remarked that he never imagined he would encounter someone as powerful as Zombie. With a threatening tone, he said that one day he would obtain a sample of his genes and create an even stronger creature. And so, the zombie king created by Jaime was finally defeated by Zombie. The incident that had threatened the city had come to an end. Later, Zombie participated in a meeting with some mysterious figures. During the meeting, they asked if he had any problem becoming a president. Zombie replied that he didn't and would accept the position. However, the group warned him, being president was not just about power. He would have the responsibility of protecting the citizens, and there was a condition. If his city didn't surpass 10 million inhabitants by the deadline, the title of president would be revoked. They asked which city he would like to govern. Zombie chose City H, where he had captured Professor Jaime. However, they informed him that City H was uninhabited. They said that if he wanted to raise chickens, he would first need eggs to hatch. The city's population had to meet the requirements, or he would lose the position. Even so, Zombie reaffirmed his choice. He wanted to govern City H. That was how he became President Zombie. One of the people present asked where they had found such an idiot, since there were much better cities available. Even Violet seemed a bit disappointed with the choice. After the appointment, Zombie's small personal army was expanded. Now, 4 different regiments would help protect City H. This was a historic moment. For the first time ever, the entire zombie tribe moved into an official city. It was a unique sight. Human soldiers helped zombies carry their luggage and settle into their new homes. Blackie delivered the operation report. All zombies had been transported into the city according to the president's orders. Soldiers asked for the attention of all newcomers. Some zombies were scared, fearing they would be shot, but the soldiers assured them that President Zombie's orders were absolute. They said his people were just like any other and guaranteed everyone's safety until they reached their homes. Fur, moved, commented that it was wonderful to finally have a city of their own. Zombie said that sometimes, to achieve prosperity, there's no need to start a war. You can build something together. Go then asked what they would do with Verment, who had still been hanging there for months. Zombie replied to just leave him hanging. In the zombie city, Verment was still hanging from the municipal council building. He apologized, admitted his mistakes, and said he would be obedient now. Later, Violet was training with Dawn to test the effects of zombie cells present in her body. Violet commented that it wasn't just strength that changed, it seemed like a second personality emerged. The fight between the two was intense. Dawn fought in a bizarre way, twisting her neck 180 degrees like it was nothing. In the middle of the battle, Violet dodged her attacks and wondered if the girl was still human. At one point, she was almost hit by Dawn's minigun, but narrowly escaped. In the end, Violet counterattacked and struck Dawn hard, almost splitting her in two. Still, Dawn regenerated as if nothing had happened. Violet was shocked. She said it was way too much and questioned what zombie had done to her. Dawn then asked if she was now worthy of becoming president. In response, she delivered a punch so strong that it knocked Violet down, who admitted that was enough for today. When Dawn returned to normal, she asked if Violet was okay and said she didn't mean to do that. Violet, still recovering, asked if she truly wasn't a zombie, even after being bitten by zombie. Dawn explained that she hadn't gone through a full exam in the lab the previous day. According to the results, all the cells in her body were normal, but Violet, still suspicious, asked how that was possible considering she had twisted her neck 180 degrees and regenerated in seconds. Dawn admitted she didn't really understand it either. She said it felt like she could transform whenever she wanted, but when she was in that state, she didn't feel any different. And sometimes, when she was feeling down, just a small stimulus was enough to activate it. Violet, hearing that, was even more disturbed. Not wanting to hear anything else, she ran off like a jet, crossing cities, catching a plane, and heading straight to City H, arriving exhausted and out of breath. Meanwhile, Zombie was holding a meeting with his municipal council. He was assigning positions to his allies. Fur was put in charge of the Blue Flower District. Agan was appointed as the head of the police department. Lang took over civil administration, and Blackie was given responsibility for the city's finances, overseeing the local treasury. In the middle of the meeting, Violet arrived, interrupting everything. She was sweaty and exhausted, and Zombie asked what had brought her there. He commented that, coincidentally, he was just about to report to her on the city's progress. However, without saying a single word, Violet walked up to him, forced his mouth open, and made him bite her. Then she turned around and left. Zombie stood there, confused, not understanding any of it. He asked himself what that was supposed to mean. Later, one of Violet's subordinates questioned what she was doing. He said it was dangerous to let Zombie bite her, as there were rumors that he could control minds. But Violet replied that she wanted those powers for herself and didn't care what he might do to her. Meanwhile, Zombie continued renovating and developing the city he had inherited. With the positions already distributed, the city was coming to life. There were now clothing stores made for zombies, a zombie hair salon, zombie real estate agents, and even a driving school exclusively for zombies. One of the zombies, not understanding how a car worked, tried to take the driving test by sitting in the passenger seat. Still, Zombie carried on with his calm life as president. Elsewhere in the world, the woman with the eye patch was analyzing data on Zombie. According to her, he seemed like someone without any outstanding features. Just another ordinary person. She couldn't understand why the Academy had made that Zombie the president of a city. A subordinate commented that even the president of Steel had invited Zombie to join his academy as a leader. The woman replied that, although competition between academies was normal, she still didn't like him. She said he didn't seem to have the personality of a leader, zombie or not. Even so, she considered paying a visit to his city just to check things out personally. Meanwhile, at the North Pole, a research expedition was underway. Professor Strand, the team leader, received a report about an important discovery. They had found an ancient corpse belonging to an ancestral people, completely preserved inside a massive block of ice. It was 500 meters deep. They were using a crane to extract the block with the utmost care. Strand, who was also the president of the Academy's archaeological department, instructed the team to be extremely careful not to damage the body. It was the first time he had ever felt so nervous about a discovery. When the block finally surfaced, it was possible to clearly see the frozen human body, still with well-defined features. But then, suddenly, one of the doctors was bitten in the neck. Professor Strand himself was knocked down and used as a sacrifice. Vampires approached, shattered the ice block, and released the body. As soon as it thawed, the body came back to life, color, and motion. All the vampires around knelt before her, saluting the Queen of Blood. She opened her eyes in anger, asking if that damn zombie was still alive. One of the vampires confirmed that he was. Even after 1,000 years, Zombie was not only still alive, but seemed stronger than ever. They said that although he had once wiped out the entire human civilization, he was now living among humans and rebuilding his own clan. The Queen of Blood swore that this time, she would not lose to him. Back at the Academy's headquarters, Zombie, unaware of what was coming, was calmly drinking his tea. Other presidents in the room silently watched that strange and unexpected unexpected scene. It was indeed a transformation, but it didn't seem to be a zombie transformation. They had recovered the body of the researcher who had been bitten by a vampire. He was found wandering in the North Pole, but the head of the archaeological department who was with him had vanished. Given the situation, Violet said it was necessary to call in a professional to analyze the case. That's why Zombie showed up. Despite that, everyone present looked at the new visitor with suspicion. The first to introduce himself was Ying, the president of the Iron Bat Academy, but that sounded oddly specific, and they hadn't even mentioned the Stainless Steel Academy yet. Indeed, those academies were getting stranger and stranger. Ying asked if Zombie had participated in the mission that captured Professor Jaime. Zombie confirmed that yes, it was him, but Ying claimed he was probably just another assistant. Even so, Zombie was excited. Now he could shake hands with humans and felt that he was halfway toward achieving his true goal. Another president mocked him, saying he was weak, and asked who had allowed someone like him to become a president. The president of the Steel Academy simply watched, thinking that guy was asking to die. He even hid, regretting not staying home. Later, Zombie went to examine the person going through the strange transformation. He commented that he didn't even know what exactly that thing was and wondered why they expected him to know. However, upon seeing the bite marks on the victim's neck, everything became clearer. When the victim reacted, he showed fear toward Zombie, who analyzed the marks and mentioned the possibility that they belonged to the Blood Tribe. The discovery intrigued him. Suddenly, he blew up the room they were in, completely terrifying the vampire. Zombie muttered that he swore that tribe had already gone extinct. Curious, he asked where the little red-haired vampire girl was, the one who used to poison him in the past. The vampire, desperate, replied that he didn't know anything and begged for mercy, explaining that he had only become a vampire the day before and that he was a victim. Zombie returned to his normal form, and Ying, still confused, asked who the hell that guy was. The president of the Steel Academy once again regretted leaving his house. Violet wanted to know what was going on and asked what Zombie had discovered. He explained about the Blood Tribe and said everyone should be cautious. However, in the middle of the explanation, he completely forgot what he was going to say, causing general bewilderment. Violet asked if his brain worked normally outside of zombie mode, and Zombie just apologized, saying he would try to remember next time. Even though he seemed a little silly, everyone remained afraid of him. Meanwhile, in a distant alley, some vampires lived in hiding. Someone tossed a penny toward them, complaining about the presence of beggars, and questioning why the government hadn't dealt with the situation yet. One of the vampire women told Her Majesty not to worry about that kind of human, and another starving vampire grabbed the coin, mumbling, "Money, money." The Queen of Blood asked what they had done during the time she was frozen. She wanted to know why they had decided to revive her now, when they were in such a pitiful state. The female vampire explained that she had no idea how hard it had been to survive these last 1,000 years. After she had dried up because of Zombie, they were completely powerless against him. He had started a full extermination of the tribe. To survive, they had to fake their deaths. For 1,000 years, the tribe avoided contact with humans and zombies. They hid in alleys like that and never dared to come out. Even Laling had become an idiot over time. The queen said it was pointless, even with her alive. She admitted that she was no longer a worthy opponent to Zombie, not even capable of touching a hair on his head. But Ling disagreed. He said there was a reason they had revived the queen now. They had obtained crucial information. They had found someone who could help her become invincible. Then he showed a wanted poster with Professor Jaime's face on it. Seeing that the professor was still alive, Zombie wondered why they hadn't taken him out yet. Violet explained that first, they needed to locate the professor's other secret experiments, and second, he had planted several spies within the academy. That's why they were using him as bait to lure out the others. Zombie asked if there was any risk of escape. The president of the Steel Bat Academy guaranteed it was impossible. He said that since it was Zombie himself who captured him, he deserved to see the prison they had built for the prisoner. In the middle of nowhere, inside a gigantic crater, there was a high-tech prison built specifically to contain Professor Jaime. They dug a hole inside a mountain that was 3,000 meters deep. The prison had 100 floors and was guarded by 100,000 armed soldiers. Even using the elevator, it took 30 minutes to go from the top to the bottom. Each president had stationed a different platoon on each floor. Iron Taco reinforced that the security was absolute. Bombs were installed throughout the entire complex. Professor Jaime was tied to a detonator connected to a weapon of mass destruction, with power equivalent to over 10,000 tons of TNT. If anyone got close, everything would explode. Even if someone managed to free him, they would die in the explosion. Zombie was truly impressed by that level of security. He wished everyone good luck and left. Meanwhile, hidden in a distant alley, the vampires were listening to everything that had been said, and at that moment, they completely lost hope. The Blood Queen was furious. She said those humans were disgusting. Meanwhile, Iron Taco was talking to Violet and mentioned that he had forgotten to inform her about something important. Inspector Chin was already in the city to conduct an inspection. He asked if she would warn her little boyfriend. Violet was puzzled by the question and wanted to know why he was telling her that specifically. Iron Taco explained that Chief Gang had told the inspector that President Zombie was building a city exclusively for zombies. As for whether the president was a zombie or not, he said he didn't care. He only respected the strong. So, that was not his problem. It was hers. That's why he was telling her everything now. Meanwhile, Zombie was walking calmly, observing the city's movement and sarcastically commenting on how human cities were full of life, literally since he himself was a zombie. At the same time, Professor Jaime and his subordinates were imprisoned. Their meal was arriving. The doctor remarked that it was the end of the line, but Jaime disagreed. He said he would still obtain Zombie's genes. The doctor insisted that everyone there would soon be executed. Jaime wasn't intimidated. He claimed that as long as his research remained undiscovered, no one would dare to kill him. Before being captured, Jaime had instructed his allies to hide the research data in places even he didn't know. That way, not even mind control would be able to extract the information. He promised to make everyone regret leaving him alive. The doctor, however, warned that Zombie was extremely dangerous. Even if they had his genes, it would still be impossible to create something stronger than him. Jaime disagreed. He explained that all they needed was a body strong enough to serve as a vessel for Zombie's genome. In that case, it would be easy. The doctor asked him to stop talking like that, reminding him that the place was under maximum security. But one question remained. How would they escape from there? At that moment, a food delivery robot arrived. It approached Jaime, discreetly placed an object in his mouth, and revealed itself to be a listening device. It was a connection to the infiltrated spy. Jaime asked where the body of the former zombie king was. The spy replied that it was stored in Dr. Yino's laboratory on the 200th floor. Two bosses protected that location. Jaime gave direct orders and instructed that the body and the containers be protected with maximum priority. Elsewhere in the city, Zombie received a call from Violet. She warned that the chief had reported him to Inspector Chen, saying he was creating a city for zombies. The inspector was already on her way. Violet explained that Chen was an auditor from the province, responsible for monitoring the behavior and lifestyle of all the presidents. If she discovered that Zombie was a zombie, he would be immediately dismissed. Zombie tried to joke, asking if she would believe him if he said he was human. But Violet responded that she had already visited his city and saw many zombies walking around freely. She said he, more than anyone, knew what he really was. Zombie realized he was in trouble. He said he had just come from her city and then ran to a makeup store. Meanwhile, Inspector Chen was already at the academy and heading toward the city. Out of nowhere, trucks started falling from the sky in the area. Blackie appeared, asking what the problem was. Zombie responded that the chief inspector was coming for an inspection. Everyone needed to disguise themselves immediately with makeup. If they didn't want to be expelled back to the ruins, they would have to act cautiously, even controlling their facial expressions. Blackie organized the distribution of the makeup kits. Later, while applying makeup to his own face, Agu asked if that would really work. Blackie simply said that the king always had his reasons. The kits were delivered. A zombie who used the makeup looked so human that even her own son didn't recognize her. When Fur and Lang returned, they saw Blackie looking completely human, while Agu had only a lipstick mark over his hood. They were impressed by the disguises. Lang asked what they would do with them. Blackie said their disguise was special, and later the two of them were wearing collars and behaving like pets. Annoyed, they asked why they had to act like that. Blackie replied that when they were alive, they were nothing more than pets anyway. Meanwhile, Inspector Chen was approaching the zombie city. She commented that there were several presidents in that province, and they were probably all close to one another. She thought her visit had already been leaked, so she decided to investigate the citizens directly, avoiding the leaders. Some people wondered why Inspector Chen hated President Zombie so much. One of them commented it was because he was weak. Another said that, aside from the superintendent, she never had a good impression of anyone. Chen was known for being extremely strict. She herself said that ever since the superintendent had delegated his duties, anyone, even a stray dog or cat, could become president. To her, only someone with the same imposing and dignified aura as the former Lord Superintendent was fit to lead humanity. Zombie was calmly eating a fruit, appearing completely relaxed. Meanwhile, Chan announced that she would begin more serious work, inspecting civilians directly, instead of focusing only on the leaders. Blackie, however, found it strange that they had not yet passed through there since the scheduled time had already passed. The team of inspectors was gathered with civilians in another area of the city. One of the inspectors, curious, asked why all the available products seemed to be egg-based. The vendor didn't quite understand and asked if the customer could repeat that, saying he hadn't heard it properly. The inspector, impatient, implied that the vendor was deaf. Meanwhile, another citizen approached on the street and began praising the local leader, saying the president was great, that there were free houses for the population, and everyone received free eggs every month. Unexpectedly, the citizen's arm fell to the ground. The situation resembled the famous scene from the movie Barnyard, in which the character says his arm fell off. However, the man seemed calm, saying it was just a prosthetic and that he would soon receive another arm. Zombie, watching the scene, picked up the fallen arm and said it was no big deal. The citizen then ran off, saying his mother had called him for dinner. Inspector Chen, completely perplexed by the level of insanity in that city, commented that it was the first time she had seen so many strange humans gathered in one place. She ordered that everything be recorded, as they might use the footage as evidence to remove Zombie from office. However, something else caught the inspector's attention. Zombie started behaving differently. Agu noticed the change and asked what exactly had happened. A soldier explained that it began right after lunch. According to him, Zombie had requested food because he was hungry and they had prepared spicy scrambled eggs. Agu, alarmed, said that was a big problem because chili pepper acted as a powerful stimulant for the president. If he had eaten that, he would enter a berserker state for at least a month. As soon as Blackie was informed of the situation, he panicked. He admitted that in that state, Zombie was uncontrollable and that there wasn't much they could do. Agan asked if there was any chance of Zombie attacking the inspection team. Blackie replied that the possibility was quite high. Inspector Chen, seeing the situation worsen, decided to end the inspection and suggested they move on to another location. However, at that moment, a truck sank into the ground. From inside it, Zombie emerged, offering a special tour to the inspector. She, confused, asked who he was, and Zombie replied casually, saying he was indeed the president she was looking for. Without the mask, he looked unrecognizable, which further shocked the team. Zombie approached the inspector, saying that, since she had come from so far away, he had prepared a special gift, canned spicy eggs. He emphasized that nobody there ate humans and pulled the inspector by the suit, explaining that they were in a school zone and there wasn't much to see there. Then, he made a gigantic leap, carrying the inspector with him. The inspectors on the ground were in shock, unable to understand how he had jumped so high. Blackie then asked if Kelly was Inspector Chan, but Agan clarified that the king was with her and that they needed to stop him before he caused a disaster. Meanwhile, Zombie kept ascending higher and higher to give the inspector a panoramic view of the city. He said that this was his city, with over 2 million square meters, and they were still opening lots for new constructions. He commented on the many jobs available, including office workers, public companies, construction workers, and more. He claimed they were planning to generate billions in tax revenue for the city hall. The inspector, a bit calmer, simply asked to be put down, but Zombie refused. He said they would still talk about laws and rules. Descending to a pedestrian crossing, Zombie commented that everyone there strictly obeyed traffic laws. No one could break them. However, a zombie driver suddenly lost a leg, which prevented him from braking the vehicle. The out-of-control bus sped forward, and Zombie, reacting quickly, kicked the bus, which flew through a building. Luckily, Blackie managed to save the person inside the bus at the last second. The inspector, still shaken, asked if that man had died. Zombie firmly said no. He claimed that was impossible. According to him, all his subordinates were unmatched powerhouses and would never allow citizens to die that way. When Inspector Chen's group approached, Zombie handed her back and stated that he knew exactly why she was visiting. He said he would let her return alive, but would be direct from then on. That was his city, and no one had the power to stop him. However, if she happened to think she had lived long enough, she could try to remove him from the presidency. Inspector Chen remained silent. The other inspectors, still shocked by what they were witnessing, began to question the previous reports. They said that guy didn't even seem human, and wondered who the idiot was who had classified him as weak and cowardly. They said whoever wrote that report should be fired immediately. Zombie, unfazed, said they could leave, and that he would even provide more free food if they wanted. But Inspector Shen interrupted before they could leave. She admitted that he had done a decent job running the city, but pointed out that as a president, it wasn't enough to know how to govern. One also needed to have a certain level of combat power, because only with real strength could one protect an entire city. She confessed that she hadn't seen enough to assess that. However, before she could continue, all the zombies around her went silent in shock at that statement. One of them murmured, begging her to stay quiet for God's sake. Zombie raised an eyebrow, pretending to be offended. He said he would think of something. The people present realized at that moment that they were all screwed. Later, on a deserted beach with no buildings nearby, Agu expressed his concern. He had a terrible feeling about what was coming. Inspector Shen, suspicious, asked why they had been brought to such an isolated place. Agu replied that whatever was about to happen, it was all her fault. It had nothing to do with them. Before they could argue more, they felt a strong tremor and saw rocks flying. Zombie had reached his third form. With a single command, he made the sea stop completely. The waves froze in the air and he flew off toward an unknown location. The inspectors couldn't see where he had gone until Agu set up a telescope and showed what no one would believe. Zombie was on Saturn. The team was completely in shock. They said that guy was far from normal, that there was no way he could be human. In the next instant, Zombie threw a punch so powerful that the impact was felt across the entire planet. The tremor was so strong that the entire academy shook. The entire country, maybe even the continent, was shaken. Alert systems in Violet City detected a level 12 tsunami, something never before recorded in human history. It was a direct threat to civilization. The academy tried to activate its level 1 defense system, but it was completely destroyed. The tsunami surrounded the entire impact area. Observing the result of his own power, Zombie calmly asked Inspector Shen if she had seen enough. Sometime later, the group returned to the city. The inspector kept mumbling, saying he was a monster, a real monster. They left the area in a small transport cart. Agu asked if they hadn't overdone it, thinking it was possible the government would try to seize the entire city, but Blackie disagreed, saying he had a feeling that wouldn't happen. When Shen returned to the capital, she was visibly shaken. Even so, Zombie City received official approval. Meanwhile, in another part of the planet, inside a laboratory where the body of the former zombie king was kept, the doctor in charge admitted he didn't know how Zombie had managed to kill that man. He said it was truly a shame. If Professor Jane's project had been used for the good of humanity, it would have made a huge contribution. But unfortunately, everything had taken a different turn. Inside the same lab, there was an infiltrator, a spy sent by Jaime. He quietly mixed some components and prepared a syringe. According to Jaime, the zombie king had only lost consciousness. His physical body remained intact. The plan was to use that opportunity to bring him back. Without anyone noticing, the spy injected the substance into the body. One of the presidents present noticed the movement and asked what he had done, but it was already too late. An explosion shook the lab, and when the dust settled, the zombie king was standing once again. Following Jaime's orders, he began massacring everyone around, clearing the way to free his master. Jaime said he would make him just as powerful as Zombie. At the same time, chaos was spreading across the world. A commercial airplane was being hijacked by the Blood Queen, who had rerouted it directly to the prison where Jaime was being held. Vampires were also on their way. It was a full-scale invasion, a mass escape attempt. Soldiers tried shooting the vampires, but the creatures were not easy to hit. Despite the chaotic situation, the prison held 30 department presidents inside, meaning it still had considerable fighting power. The Blood Queen had already reached the first floor of the prison. Meanwhile, the zombie king was on the 2,999th floor, and Jaime waited on the 3,000th. But the zombie king, despite everything, made it clear that he hated Professor Jaime. He asked why Jaime thought he would be saved, especially considering someone like Zombie existed. The most important thing at that moment was ensuring Jaime died. However, the professor insisted that after fighting Zombie, he firmly believed that creature was unbeatable. He said with conviction that Zombie was his creation. Although just an ordinary human, the professor declared he had complete control over him. Zombie would live if he wished it, and die if he so decided. Even so, Jaime didn't seem concerned. He said that after helping him fulfill his dreams, he would personally end the professor's life. The zombie king in turn commented that humans were undoubtedly scarier than any other life form. He then asked if it was really possible to become as powerful as Zombie. Jaime assured him it was. He never went back on his word. Meanwhile, the other department presidents inside the prison were fighting off the invading vampires. The Blood Queen showed no interest in wasting time with them. She made it clear that everyone there had two choices: hand over Professor Jaime and live, or resist and die. Naturally, three leaders attempted to confront her directly: the Iron Club, the Steel President, and the General Chief. In the next moment, all three were on the ground. None of them had managed to even touch her. The Blood Queen was completely immune to bullets. She sneered that human technology was only average and kept advancing toward the floor she aimed to reach. At the same time, on floor number 3000, Jaime was already free. His doctor asked why they hadn't exploded, as they were supposed to have bombs stuck to their bodies. Jaime explained that no system was perfect. When the system was shut down, there was a 2-second window before the sensors came back online. That was the time needed to escape. The doctor, worried, asked if it was really wise to make that man stronger. Jaime replied that there was no better vessel. When they left the area, even the zombie king was shocked by what he saw. All the prison agents were on the ground, completely defeated. The only person still standing was a woman in a bikini. She stared at him and said she had finally found Professor J. She made it very clear that someone who couldn't even touch a single strand of Zombie's hair during his second form wasn't worthy of being a vessel for anything. She suggested they use her body instead. The zombie Zombie King, surprised, asked if that woman really believed she was stronger than him. She replied yes, but only slightly. She said that if he didn't believe it, he could test her. The Zombie King charged with extreme speed, but the woman retaliated with a direct blow to his face. The impact was so violent, it sent him flying through a concrete wall. The Zombie King compared that attack to Zombie's strength and wondered how she could be that powerful. In desperation, he decided that if things continued like this, everyone would die with him. He was about to detonate a nuclear bomb in the middle of the prison. Before that could happen, however, the Blood Queen used reversal magic. She restored the bomb to its original state, compacted its energy, and compressed it directly onto the Zombie King's body. Then she asked if he really considered himself a king with such miserable power. She also asked how Zombie had managed to kill him the first time. While being interrogated, the Zombie King realized that she too was a monster from the past civilization, just like him. Once again, his consciousness faded, and in such a pathetic way, the Zombie King died once more. The others present could barely believe what they had just witnessed. The Blood Queen then turned to the professor and asked if she was a strong enough vessel. He answered that of course she was. Meanwhile, at the Zombie City Hall, Verment was still hanging from the top of the building. Agu was warning Violet that the president couldn't meet with anyone at the moment. She insisted there was an emergency and demanded to see him immediately. Still, Agu said it was impossible. Zombie was in a state far too dangerous. Violet, impatient, said she didn't know what he was talking about and opened the office door. Upon entering, she saw Zombie completely transformed. Surprised, she asked since when he had been like that. Zombie, calm, replied that it was sometimes good to change things up a bit. Then he asked why she was looking for him. Violet explained that Professor Jaime had escaped. Zombie said he already expected that. He commented that that group of losers never stood a chance of stopping a strike from the little red one. Violet, still confused, asked how he knew that, since everything had happened only 10 minutes ago. Zombie explained that the little red one used an ancient bloodline power. For that reason, he could naturally sense her movements. Violet said she needed more information about that woman and had to report everything to her superiors immediately. However, Zombie suggested that since she was already there was no need to rush off. He said it had been a while since he could peacefully blend in with humans and proposed that they enjoy the moment. He suggested they eat something, have a drink together, or simply take a walk around the city. Violet, suspicious, warned him not to try anything funny. She said she knew very well what he had done to Inspector Chen and didn't have time for strolls. Even so, Zombie asked if she wasn't curious to know how his bloodline power worked. The surprise was immediate. Violet asked if he also had that kind of power. She figured that if it was true, that woman from before would soon come for him. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the presidents injured by the Blood Queen's attack were being rescued. The chief ordered them to call the department director immediately. At the same time, back at the old laboratory, the Queen and Jaime had already taken full control of the facility. The professor carefully observed his new partner and praised her physique, saying it was the first time he had seen such an extraordinary body. La Ling, attentive, wanted to confirm whether the experiments were being conducted properly. He wanted to know if the genes would truly enhance his queen and warned that she must not be harmed under any circumstances. The doctor replied that they should relax. Jaime's research was extremely serious and among the most advanced studies ever conducted by humanity. The professor explained that he had already achieved success in previous experiments, but all the cases involved enhancements based on Zombie's genes. Since the queen was also not human, he saw no problem in continuing with the process. All they needed now was genetic material from Zombie himself. La Ling, concerned, asked if that meant tearing off a piece of him. He considered that a serious problem. The professor assured him he wasn't foolish enough to send someone to their death for that. The Blood Queen asked how they planned to obtain the sample, since Zombie clearly wouldn't hand it over willingly. The doctor replied that it wouldn't be a problem. They already had what they needed. He explained that they possessed a genetic sample from Zombie thanks to Dawn, who had undergone a full body exam to determine whether she had turned into a zombie. During that exam, a genetic sample had been collected. With that, the experiments could begin. Meanwhile, Zombie was calmly having dinner with Violet. During the meal, she began to better understand how the bloodline power worked. She wanted to know if there were any side effects. But in the middle of the explanation, Zombie reverted to his normal form. Violet got annoyed and complained that he hadn't finished explaining before switching back. She said she had canceled an important commitment for that meeting, and he didn't even respect it. Zombie replied that he didn't want to remain in that form any longer, and hadn't forced her to see him like that. She was there of her own free will. Then Violet asked where the peppers were. The head chef informed her that all the peppers in the city had been confiscated by direct order of Department Leader Blackie. 2 months later, Zhang was visiting the hospital for the second time to meet with the chief. He wanted to know if she had sent the emergency message. Zhang replied that she had. She had used the satellites to ensure the fastest delivery possible and even classified the situation as red alert. Still, she was frustrated. She said everyone was useless and asked how they could have been defeated by a single woman. The chief explained that their opponent was different. She wasn't from their era. Zhang said she already knew that and confirmed that the message had been sent. The department chief had most likely already received it. Indeed, the messengers reached him shortly afterward with the emergency report. They said that Professor Jaime, who had recently been captured, had escaped. However, the department chief was standing in front of the remains of an ancient body belonging to someone from a forgotten era. La Ling was examining the corpse lying on the ground and stated that it had over 134 fractures, as if it had been crushed by some kind of monster. What was most frightening was that the remains had been burned to the limit, which explained why the body hadn't decayed even after hundreds of years. In the end, it was nothing more than a hollow shell with no research value. One of the subordinates noted that there were clear signs of a major battle there, and that with that level of technology, he didn't know what kind of creature could have caused such damage. The department chief agreed that there was nothing else of value to be found at that location and asked what the emergency was. The messenger reported that the Extraordinary Academy had recently recruited a new president who had managed to capture Professor Jaime, but for some reason, he had escaped again. Many presidents were injured during the process, and headquarters was now in a state of emergency. The available combat power was insufficient to deal with the current situation. Given that, the department chief decided they would depart for the site immediately. However, before that, one of the subordinates found a symbol marked on the ground. When pressed, the symbol revealed a hologram, an ancient message. Impressed, the subordinate wondered how it was still functioning after millennia. The department chief remained calm as he coldly analyzed the projection. A hooded man appeared in the message and said he could make a human more powerful, as long as that person made a life oath to protect human civilization. The chief found it fascinating, as it could help him better understand the ancient humans. Curious, he asked how that civilization had been wiped out. The answer came directly. The projection revealed Zombie's face. 1,000 years ago, Earth was completely different, divided into 7 great continents and 8 oceans. There were more than 200 countries, all highly advanced. In order to strengthen humanity, they had unified their resources and discovered the technology necessary to build spaceships. Science had reached an unprecedented level. They had even faced aliens, but human technology had surpassed that of even their space enemies. As for the monsters hidden deep beneath the Earth, those weren't even considered a threat. However, there was one enemy they couldn't defeat: Zombie. According to the hooded man, everything that happened was his fault. One of the soldiers, upon hearing all that, asked if the chief didn't think they were being deceived, since that zombie didn't even seem that powerful. But the department chief replied firmly, the ancients wouldn't joke about something so serious. There was a reason humans had fought zombies since the dawn of time. Perhaps that was the true reason behind the creation of the academy, and the reason why humanity evolved so much in combat, to completely eradicate the zombies. All of that was because of him. The chief then asked the elder how they should deal with that terrifying monster. The projection explained that its time was limited. It was only a shadow of the past, surviving through its memories, turned into artificial intelligence. In the past, they focused solely on technological advancement, but now they saw they had taken a different path. They never thought a human body could reach that level. But that body represented a new hope. With the combination of human physical strength and ancient technology, perhaps they could defeat him. Before them appeared a gauntlet, a powerful piece of equipment from the elders. The hooded figure stated that no matter what kind of race appeared on Earth, only zombies were his true enemies. The department chief thanked him for the trust, promising they wouldn't disappoint. It was time to go. First, they needed to deal with Professor Jaime. But finding a single zombie among so many powerful people wouldn't be easy. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, Violet was with him. Zombie himself, humanity's greatest enemy. And Zombie, unaware of anything, was wondering who this department chief Violet kept talking about was. At the laboratory, Professor Jaime was finally completing his experiment. The creature was going through the process of evolution. Elsewhere, La Ling commented that the Blood Tribe had only a single coin. As a leader, he couldn't feed his members even if they worked 10 different jobs a day. That coin had been obtained through begging. The vampire girl, trying to cheer him up, suggested that instead of complaining, they could make use of their abilities. They were vampires, after all. Why not do a little side work? She was suggesting a bank robbery. On her way there, she had passed by a bank and noticed how slow and clumsy the employees were, taking over 30 minutes just to hand out money. She had never seen such an inefficient bank. La Ling thought it was an excellent idea. Later at headquarters, the department chief was preparing a meeting with all the presidents who could still move after the battle against the queen. And of course, Zombie was also present. Meanwhile, La Ling and the other vampire were heading to the bank to carry out the robbery. Everyone was wearing animal masks, in payday style, but they ended up choosing the exact bank where Blackie was. He was calmly sipping tea while receiving the report from the Zombie People's Bank. The report stated that the bank's current assets totaled $435 billion. Blackie warned his subordinates to review all accounts extremely carefully. As representatives of His Majesty, they couldn't afford even a single mistake in the city's finances. The soldiers obeyed, but it was at that exact moment the robbery began. Blackie, watching through the window, could clearly see what was about to happen. La Ling, leaving the bank with bags of money in hand, shouted that they would never live in poverty again. But the joy didn't last. As soon as Blackie learned of the robbery, he went straight to the vampire. When La Ling saw the zombie approaching, he looked at his partner angrily and asked the name of the bank they had just robbed. The vampire replied that he didn't know. He couldn't read. Another vampire, who could, read the sign and said it was the Zombie People's Bank. That's when La Ling realized how deep in trouble they were. Blackie was already ready to wipe them out. Desperate, La Ling ordered the car to speed up immediately. He knew exactly who was coming. He called Blackie the most mysterious subordinate of Zombie and was sure the situation wouldn't end well. With a cold expression, Blackie said he didn't care what La Ling or the Queen thought, but if they wanted to stay alive, they'd better return the money. The impact of Blackie's first punch was so strong, it lifted every car in the city at once. One of the vampires driving the getaway car screamed that the money they stole wouldn't even cover the damage from that blow. Another vampire commented that Blackie had completely lost his mind. La Ling, still trying to stay calm, told everyone to prepare themselves. They needed to go back and inform the Queen that they had caused serious trouble. He decided to stay behind to hold off Blackie and said he wanted to see with his own eyes how strong he really was. However, Blackie had already made it clear that no one was allowed to leave. The next punch was even more brutal and sent La Ling flying, leaving him completely knocked out. Meanwhile, at the Guang District headquarters, the presidents were gathering for an emergency conference with the department chief. He had already been informed about Professor Jaime's escape, but he had something even more important to share. In silence, he presented everyone with a gleaming gauntlet. He explained that the artifact was a piece of technology left behind by the elders. Most of the presidents were impressed by the discovery, except for Zombie, who observed everything with keen eyes. The department chief revealed that he had found the equipment at the deepest part of the ravine. When he recovered it, all the useful information from the ancient civilization had already decomposed. Iron Bat, excited, commented that with that technology they could finally finish off that damned woman and Professor Jaime. But the leader was clear in saying that the weapon wouldn't be used against the professor. There was something much greater behind this. According to the data left by the Elder's projection, there was still a terrifying monster living on Earth. It was this being that had wiped out the ancient civilization and caused its disappearance. Violet questioned whether there truly existed, at present, any creature powerful enough to wipe out an entire civilization. The department chief confirmed it. Yes, it was true, and they needed to prepare. Meanwhile, Zombie was nearby, closely observing the gauntlet. He asked how it worked. The leader admitted that the Elder hadn't been very clear, but he himself had already activated the equipment before. You just had to place your hand inside and press the central button. It was urgent that they find that monster as quickly as possible. At that exact moment, he began to realize something. He looked at Zombie and finally understood. Zombie himself was the monster the Elders had spoken of. Without hesitation, he ran to grab the gauntlet and activate it. However, before he could, the building was invaded, not by any enemy, but by La Ling's body, which had been thrown directly by Blackie into headquarters. Violet, surprised, recognized the vampire and wondered if he wasn't one of Zombie's subordinates. One of headquarters' automatic sensors detected Blackie's presence and confirmed he was a zombie. In response, all the presidents charged at him at once, but it was useless. Blackie brought them down one by one with brutal force. In a short time, all the presidents were lying on the ground, along with La Ling. Blackie was already preparing to wipe everyone out in one go without hesitation. But before he completely lost control, Zombie intervened and gave him a lesson. The department chief, watching, finally understood the difference in power between them. Comparing a president to Zombie was like comparing an ant to a titan. The elders were right. He was far more powerful than they had imagined. Blackie then respectfully asked what His Majesty was doing there. Zombie simply asked him not to kill anyone. Even so, the department chief had no intention of backing down. He was already preparing a direct attack on Zombie, claiming that this was the seat of government and that they were the ones who had allowed the existence of the zombie city. At that moment, something even more unexpected occurred. An eclipse covered the sky. It was the signal of the awakening of the Blood Queen. The department chief immediately noticed and recognized that energy. It was her, the cursed woman they had been monitoring for so long. The queen appeared with grandeur, declaring that she was now invincible. All the remaining vampires gathered around her, trying to rescue La Ling, but the department chief wasn't willing to let them leave so easily. Seeing chaos quickly spread, the chief declared that the situation was getting out of control. He ordered the immediate evacuation of the entire city. The very next moment, he launched his next strike toward the Blood Queen, and the two began a fierce battle across the skies of the metropolis. Meanwhile, Blackie observed the clash above and commented that they were really fighting with everything they had. But Zombie, uninterested, said that it wasn't their problem. Let them burn. To him, that battle was irrelevant. The department chief, on the other hand, took responsibility. He told the queen that she was his opponent and that he would get rid of her with a single attack. He wielded the golden gauntlet, prepared to end the battle once and for all. The queen, confident, replied that it was a good idea, as she too planned to finish him with just one blow. At the moment their attacks clashed, the golden gauntlet was completely destroyed, crushed like a soda can. The leader, shocked, declared that the technology was a sham. Had he known, he would have handled it all himself from the start. But the queen admitted that, despite everything, he was the most powerful human she had encountered in centuries. She said that if this duel had happened 1,000 years ago, when the technology was still functional, the result might have been uncertain. However, now she regretted that he would die that day. Before that could happen, Violet intervened. Her attack was so powerful that it forced the queen to retreat and dodge toward buildings several blocks away. Violet stared at her firmly. She said the queen had chosen the wrong opponent. At that moment, Violet was using Zombie's mutated genes, acquired back when she had been bitten by him. She wasn't the only one. Dawn was also in battle, taking down enemy vampires one by one. Zhang, watching from afar, wondered when Violet had become so powerful. Iron Bat murmured that something very strange was happening. Even Dawn was fighting another vampire in an intense duel. Their battle was brutal. Dawn kicked, punched, and took her opponent down with clean and precise blows. The department chief was also surprised by Dawn's strength. He wondered when she had gotten so strong. The vampire tried to trick Dawn using blood clones, but it didn't work. On the first move, Dawn identified the original and struck with precision. The vampire was confused. She wondered whether that woman was even human. Back to the main battle, Violet's next strike was violent enough to cut multiple buildings in half with a single sweep. The department chief, increasingly bewildered, said the situation was completely out of control. He knew something was wrong. The queen, in turn, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. She had been enhanced in the past, but realized that Violet wasn't who she was looking for. Her goal was revenge, something that had humiliated her hundreds of years ago. Even so, she believed that with her current strength, she could easily torture that girl to death. Recognizing the difference in power, she declared that Violet wasn't her opponent and suggested that she step aside. Violet, however, agreed. She said that indeed, she wasn't a match for the queen in her current form, but she also stated that she didn't think the Blood Queen could defeat Zombie. She then revealed that she hadn't shown everything yet. She was about to unleash her second form, something similar to what Zombie himself did. After the transformation, Violet resembled a monster more than a human. The visual impact was so strong that even Zombie couldn't quite understand what was happening. The vampires watched in confusion. Some of them wondered if Violet was also capable of shape-shifting like the zombies. She, in turn, simply stared at the queen and said it was time to stop with the useless talk. The fight needed to resume. Now it was Bloodblade versus the head of the Department of Swordsmen. Violet's slash tore through the air, striking the queen's blood cells directly and causing a red rain to fall over the city. Upon witnessing this, the vampires lost all hope. One of the leader's soldiers stated that Violet had destroyed every cell in the queen's body with that attack. Meanwhile, Zhang watched everything with frustration. She hated being left behind by Violet, but there was nothing she could do. Violet, however, didn't see it as a victory. She knew the Blood Queen wasn't that fragile, and she was right. The queen began to regenerate from a single drop of blood. Some of those present commented that the whole scene was becoming completely absurd. Zombie, laughing at the situation, said the little red one was getting serious. He figured it would be better to move to a safer place to watch the fight. Violet then stared at the queen once more and said that Zombie himself had told her that the queen was an undead monster from centuries ago. Therefore, she couldn't be judged by human logic. The department chief, hearing this, was confused and asked what she meant by that. Suddenly, his ancient technology began reacting on its own, as if recognizing something. Meanwhile, Zombie, already distancing himself from the chaos, commented that it would be best for everyone to leave quickly because things were about to get very dangerous. The queen, on the other hand, declared that the battle wasn't over yet. Violet stood her ground. ground, ready for the next round. Zombie had stepped away at the exact right moment, as Violet's next attacks were destroying all the buildings around the city. A single slash from her was so powerful it cut nearly the entire academy capital in half, blinding everyone's view with the sheer destruction. Zhang, watching from afar, wondered whether that had been enough to kill the opponent. Meanwhile, the city leader was trying to control the Golden Gauntlet, which seemed to be out of control. Even though Violet was already in her second form, it still didn't seem enough to face the queen. The gauntlet continued to restrain the leader, as if trying to absorb his entire body. The elder figure that had appeared before began to temporarily take control of the leader's body. Violet at that moment got up with difficulty. She pulled the sword that was still embedded in her abdomen and admitted she couldn't defeat the queen. However, she also stated that the queen wouldn't be able to defeat her either. That was when Zhang approached Zombie, driven by ambition, and said she wanted that power too. She kept repeating over and over that she wanted it for herself, but Zombie refused, claiming things were getting way too violent. Suddenly, the creature from the gauntlet revived without any warning. It was so gigantic that a single blow from it almost destroyed the entire city. Seeing the danger, Zombie rushed to evacuate each of the presidents, trying to protect them from the imminent destruction caused by that colossal being. The elder who had taken over the leader's body silently apologized, saying they would have to deceive Zombie for a moment, as he was about to sacrifice himself for the good of humanity. The elder then revived in his original form. He was so enormous that even an airplane beside his body looked like a tiny ant. Even so, Zombie didn't hesitate and held the creature's fingers with his own hands. The battle between the two combatants, who had previously been fighting each other, now turned against the elder. He watched with disdain, asking if all they had to face him were such superficial stimulants. With no other options, Zombie surrendered to his second form to confront the threat. He climbed effortlessly onto the first giant robot's body and twisted its mechanical arm with brute force. The elder, facing Zombie, revealed that he had waited for this moment for a millennium. Finally, the day of his revenge had arrived. Zombie, now in his third form, had completely transformed. His appearance was darker, gothic, and colder, like a calculating boy who plays steel games and posts everything on Twitter. He no longer spoke a word. This change made the elder finally recognize him as a real threat. To face him, the elder summoned his army of ancient technology. The city chief was watching everything and wondered if the ancient people had always been that powerful. Iron Bat replied that, next to them, he felt like a mere caveman. But even with that army of ancient soldiers, they posed no threat to Zombie, who tore them apart with his bare hands. A single punch from him was enough to completely destroy the massive Megazord. The elder was outraged and asked why Zombie wasn't using all his power. He accused him of underestimating him. Then he summoned even more colossal robots. The academy presidents, the readers of the story, and even the people watching that over-the-top scene began to wonder how far this would go. It was all too surreal. The elder declared that, on that final night before the end, he would witness Zombie's true form. With a new blow, one of the robots hit Zombie so hard that it sent him flying all the way to the moon. Even so, he didn't change form or respond in any way. The leader, seeing all this, said the elder was going too far. That much wasn't necessary to defeat Zombie, but the elder insisted he needed to be eliminated at all costs. He then took his own robot to the moon, determined to defeat the enemy. While the fight took place in space, the leader, still inside the elder's consciousness, began reflecting on everything he had read in the reports. After Zombie became the city president, he had not turned cruel as the elder claimed. In fact, under his leadership, the city had prospered. It generated tax revenue, developed humanity, and there was no record of him harming humans. On the contrary, Zombie helped humans and showed that peaceful coexistence was possible. But the elder told him to shut up. He wouldn't accept that idea. He said that creature was never meant to live in peace with humans, that zombies should remain a meaningless race. But one day, Zombie appeared out of nowhere, and since then, the fate of civilization had been at the mercy of his mood. A being like that could not exist. He had to be erased from existence. It was then that the elder used divine punishment. A massive number of ancient soldiers pierced the earth with the goal of wiping out the zombie race entirely. But Zombie calmly replied that just because someone is big doesn't mean they're strong, and with a simple snap of his fingers, he completely destroyed the divine punishment. Zhang, observing all of it, recognized the danger. She knew they were dealing with something far beyond anyone's control. The entire city needed to be evacuated immediately. Zombie decided to face the elder personally, one-on-one, without using weapons or troops. Meanwhile, the academy presidents rushed to evacuate all civilians, trying to make sure no one died in the confrontation. But Zombie, with only the strength of his hands, began splitting the lands around him, causing an earthquake so intense it reached magnitude 20. He didn't just destroy part of the territory, he literally split the entire continent in two. He didn't do this out of cruelty, but to isolate the battlefield. He wanted to fight the elder away from everyone, ensuring no innocent person would get hurt. With the battlefield now separated separated from the world, Zombie finally reached his next form. The Blood Queen, watching from afar, admitted even she didn't know that transformation. But the Elder, upon seeing Zombie's new appearance, recognized it immediately. It was the same form he had seen in the past, before the end of the old humanity. Blackie, realizing the gravity of the situation, warned that His Majesty had lost control and needed to get out of there immediately. But the Elder was excited. Finally, after all this time, he would have the battle he had waited for. However, Zombie didn't even need to exert himself. Without touching the enemy, he simply crushed the Elder's body with the sheer force of his presence, as if squashing a soda can. The Elder was completely destroyed. The only body that remained was that of the department leader, now fallen and powerless. Blackie was alarmed at the possibility that if Zombie killed the human leader, it could trigger a diplomatic war between the races. But to his surprise, Zombie didn't kill the leader. Instead, he used his powers to fully restore his destroyed body. The leader himself, upon waking up, was confused, not understanding how he was still alive. That was the moment he realized why the ancient people had tried so hard to eliminate Zombie. They didn't hate him. They were just afraid. After restoring the leader's body, Zombie returned to his normal form. He asked if Violet could now also use the power of the bloodline. She confirmed she could, but made it clear that it was only thanks to him. However, also because of him, their house had been practically destroyed. She commented that he could have defeated the Elder with a single blow, but instead chose to split the earth in half. Zombie replied that he didn't want to scare people too much, so he decided to isolate the fight elsewhere. In truth, the ones who were truly frightened by it all were the vampires. The Blood Queen completely abandoned her plan to defeat Zombie. The impact of that event was so extreme that the southern continent was displaced 130 kilometers from the original one. This completely altered the planet's climate and created a deep rift unlike anything ever seen before. 2 months later, the cities were in the process of reconstruction. Thanks to the fast evacuation, there were not many human casualties. Zombie took full responsibility for rebuilding several destroyed provinces. Meanwhile, the human leader was reviewing his reports. After facing that overwhelming force firsthand, he was now reflecting on what he should do next. It was then that he sent Inspector Chen to buy a tray of high-quality eggs. He was preparing to visit Zombie. In the new city under construction, called Blood Tribe, Ling was leading the construction efforts. He said that this place would now be their new home. A suspicious vampire asked where he got so much money to start a project of that size. The answer came quickly. It was Blackie who funded everything. Surprised, everyone wanted to know why he would do that, since vampires were his mortal enemies. Blackie explained that it was the king himself who had established peace between them. Otherwise, the vampires would have kept trying to rob the bank. So, he preferred to lend the amount, but with a 20% interest rate. They would have to pay it all back slowly, working for the bank. By his calculations, it would take them at least 300 years to pay off the debt. The zombies who heard this thought that deep down, Blackie was actually quite a mean person. Ling then asked where the queen was. The vampire replied that she was probably still locked alone in her room. The Blood Queen had never imagined that Zombie possessed an even more powerful form than the one she had already faced. Not even in her worst nightmares did she consider that, when defeated, he had used only a small fraction of his true power. Now, after seeing him defeat an ancient god, she finally understood that she would never be able to reach him. She cried in silence, unable to accept that truth. Sometime later, Zombie woke up as usual. He was at home, smashed the alarm clock with a slap, and introduced himself the same way as always. Zom, from Zombie. Bae, from Zombie. His age? He didn't even know anymore. Zombie didn't remember exactly when he died. He only recalled that it was a summer day. He was just attending school when he ended up turning into a zombie. At first, he was like any other, slow and ordinary, but he decided to train on his own and eventually became invincible. After gaining strength and power, he grew tired of fighting just for peace, so he started helping humans directly. Through his efforts, he solved countless problems for humanity. Whether it was the zombie king or the ancient people, he kept helping humans, trying to change how they saw zombies, and he continued that way until he fully restored his city. However, even he thought he might have become too powerful. Maybe that was why humans feared him so much and wanted to destroy him. He discovered this only recently, the day before. Later, Violet showed up to visit him. She was visibly impatient because he was already 2 hours late. Even so, Zombie calmly said he would be ready soon. Then, all the Academy presidents gathered. It was the beginning of a new academic year, and the time had come to evaluate the Academy's growth. Zhang mentioned they had faced turbulent times that brought many problems and challenges. But from that moment on, with Zombie as the new head of the Academy, they were confident he would lead them toward prosperity. Taking up his new position, Zombie simply greeted everyone. With simplicity, he asked if they were hungry and revealed he had brought eggs. With that, he officially replaced the former leader. Meanwhile, the department head was having trouble, as Inspector Chen informed him that the president was trying to make contact. The leader apologized and explained that, due to recent emergencies, emergencies, he hadn't had time to submit the report. However, he promised to follow orders from now on. He knew the entire world was already aware of the incident involving the ancient people. After all, a creature of that size could never go unnoticed. Inspector Chen mentioned that, according to news from the north, the southern continent had experienced a devastating battle, and the suspected culprits were the ancient humans. The leader confirmed that there was still much to be addressed. The exchange conference was about to begin and many events were happening simultaneously. He then asked about the eggs he had requested. Inspector Chen handed him the tray, and he headed to Zombie's house. When he rang the doorbell, he was greeted by Violet, who was dressed as a maid. The leader was surprised to see her like that, and she replied it was just a misunderstanding. Then Zhang appeared, also dressed the same way, asking who had arrived. Still confused, the leader commented that even with Zombie being promoted, this was disrespectful. He said he would report the situation to the higher-ups. Zhang, nervous, tried to explain that it wasn't what it looked like. The leader then pretended to remember an appointment and tried to leave quickly, but the two stopped him. They said they would explain everything, as they had lost a bet, and that was why they were dressed like that. He wanted to know why. He found it odd, even for a party. He had never seen people wearing outfits like those. Violet said he wouldn't believe it, but that he could see for himself. Upon entering, he saw that Dawn was also dressed the same, and indeed, a party was taking place. All the presidents were present. The president of the steel department was even using his skills to cut sushi with precision. Seeing him there, the steel president asked the reason for the visit, and the leader said it was all a misunderstanding. He claimed Zombie had forced him to come. Since everyone was already gathered, he took the opportunity to announce something important. After a while, everyone was seated in a circle, paying attention. Zombie asked the leader if he wasn't the top representative of the humans. The leader said no. He explained that the region consisted of many provinces, spanning thousands of kilometers, and that his authority had limits. As he spoke, he partially removed his mask, sparking everyone's curiosity. However, he didn't fully reveal his face. He began to explain that the current planet was made up of only 2 continents and 2 countries. One was country A, the other country B. The place they were in belonged to country A. Long ago, in order to survive, the 2 countries joined forces to eliminate the zombies. But even while officially cooperating, they continued to fight in the shadows, trying to manipulate public opinion. It was in this context that the Academy exchange conferences emerged. Violet, now explaining more calmly, summarized the situation by saying the so-called exchange was actually a sports event between academies. It was promoted under the name of friendship and cooperation, but in practice, it worked as a display of military power and indirect competition between the 2 nations. That event could be compared to a global military exercise, something that happened every 4 years to showcase each nation's power. In the last edition, Country B had come out victorious. Upon hearing this, Zombie thought it all sounded a bit meaningless. Zhang explained that the final round of the competition involved eliminating the largest number of zombies. Someone from their province had even killed over 8 million. Zombie was confused and wondered if she really still thought he was human. Even so, Zhang said that this time he would have to carry that burden. The leader then declared that Country A would propose the event that year, but it wouldn't be like the last one. They intended to win in a different way. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Country B, more footage of the attack caused by the ancient people was being shown. An ancient civilization with extremely advanced technology. One of the men in the office commented that the intelligence department believed Country A had already begun to understand that forgotten technology. If they managed to master it completely, it would pose a major threat to Country B. During the meeting, one of the girls recalled that the sports competition between the 2 countries would take place the following month. The man confirmed it and ordered them to attend the event, but with a secret mission to thoroughly investigate Country A's involvement with that ancient technology. The girls accepted the order directly from the Prime Minister. At that point in the story, everyone seemed to have completely forgotten about Jaime, who had escaped and was now acting on his own. No one seemed to care about his existence anymore. He was free, doing whatever he pleased. The story's script didn't seem too concerned with coherence, with events happening too quickly, plot holes, and ignored characters. Still, everything was done with humor, and for that reason, the best thing to do was simply laugh. At that moment, Jaime was conducting experiments to revive the dried-up body of the Elder who had attacked Earth, or rather, who had attacked Zombie directly, triggering all the current chaos. The experiment was successful, but the result surprised everyone. The revived Elder was a bald, skinny, and apparently fragile man. The doctor was confused, wondering where the powerful warrior they had fought had gone. The Elder revealed that he was the one responsible for everything. The powerful armor everyone saw had been designed by him, but its function wasn't to fight. He was an engineer specialized in mecha suits. He just wanted to look impressive. Jaime was disappointed, as he had expected to face someone with actual combat skills. The elder then suggested that despite their different backgrounds, the two of them could work together. Jaime hesitated. He said he had already been defeated by Zombie and believed he was even stronger than the members of the Blood Clan. Thinking back, he admitted it was a mistake to face him and said he didn't want to be bothered anymore, as he had more important research to conduct. But the elder insisted. He said his civilization had been studying Zombie's genes for thousands of years and that Jaime's current method would not work. The real danger of Zombie was not just his strength, but his ability to grow continuously stronger. He was a monster that could evolve forever. The elder claimed that he and Jaime were, at that moment, the two most intelligent people in the world. Jaime mastered biology like no one else, and the elder was an unmatched engineer, fully knowledgeable about Zombie's genetic usage. Together, they could create a new type of zombie. When he heard that, Jaime accepted the proposal, and the two formed a partnership, hopeful about the results they could achieve together. Meanwhile, in a meeting at Zombie's house, everyone was shocked by the leader's decision to appoint him as the president's personal bodyguard. Violet thought it was absurd, saying he might end up killing the president. The leader, however, seemed helpless. The president would soon travel to Country B, and the tension between the two nations was evident. With the advancement of ancient people's technology, the risk was even greater. The president had requested a few specialists from the province as bodyguards, and Zombie, who had been trying to earn the humans' trust and have his race accepted, saw this as the perfect opportunity. His identity could not be revealed yet, so the advisors from the Guangdong province would be under his command. To ensure his safety, Zombie could choose two trusted people to accompany him. The leader wished him good luck, and later, at Zombie's city hall, where Verment was still oddly hanging up high for some reason nobody questioned, Zombie informed everyone that he had been summoned as the president's bodyguard and could take two assistants. Blackie said he unfortunately couldn't go, as the annual financial inspection was approaching. Agu also declined, explaining the same applied to the security department. Gan couldn't go either. That left Fur and Lang, who were available. Both were trustworthy, and Zombie, thrilled by their enthusiasm, took them with him as if they were two extremely strong guard dogs. When Zhang saw them next to Zombie, she commented that they were adorable and called them good boys, as if they were pets. Fur, bothered by that, warned that if she made that kind of joke again, he would bite her to death. The reaction was so unexpected that Zhang was startled to realize the dog had actually spoken. Violet then appeared and explained that he was just one of Zombie's underlings and asked them to follow her. The nation's president wanted to meet him. When they arrived, the president's guards treated them with contempt, underestimating them for being late and especially for Zombie's appearance. One of the bodyguards approached, saying he had already dealt with 10 weaklings just like him. However, upon taking the first offensive step, he was struck so quickly he fell to the ground immediately. Most were shocked, but Zhang loved the scene. Later, in the presidential office, Zombie introduced himself. The nation's president commented that the Guangdong department leader had informed him that he was very strong, ideal for acting as a bodyguard. He wanted to know directly how Zombie would protect a national authority in case of danger. Zombie replied that, honestly, there was no real danger for him. Faced with such confidence, the president was impressed. He thanked him for his honesty and stated that he believed in his ability. The mission could proceed. Meanwhile, in the ruins of an ancient city in Country B, Ashi appeared fully equipped for combat. She said the zombie army was ready. She thanked everyone for their effort, said she would take care of the rest, and reflected on the world. She thought everything was very beautiful, but couldn't understand why humans still insisted on fighting one another. Ashi replied that he didn't know the reason. After all, he wasn't human. The woman then said she believed the root of everything was selfishness. She gathered all her brothers and sisters, saying the president of Country A was on his way. Their mission was clear: eliminate that dog. She acknowledged it might sound absurd, and that many would wonder about the reason behind that order. She admitted that the zombie outbreak had caused major disruptions, but emphasized that zombies never truly posed a real threat to humanity. Compared to technology, they were never even worth mentioning. She claimed that humans had already developed control methods hundreds of years ago, yet armies still insisted on exterminating them. In her view, it was all a conspiracy. Both Country A and Country B hid the truth that zombies could also have consciousness. Wiping them out was just an excuse to fuel internal conflict. Families had been destroyed, and conscious zombies were slaughtered in cold blood. Therefore, the mission of that group was more than simple revenge. They intended to overthrow both countries and unify the world under the idea of coexistence. At that moment, the official delegation from Country A was arriving in Country B. A grand welcoming ceremony had been prepared. The media was present. The public was following everything through live broadcasts. It was a grand event, but behind the scenes, rumors suggested suggested that something dark was going on. In a plane approaching the ceremony site were the two girls sent by the Prime Minister. Their mission was simple, to protect the president. However, one of them suspected that their own sister might act impulsively. She believed that, knowing her sister's personality, she would try to bring the plane down before it even landed. At the same time, Ashi was moving through the streets, initiating the operation. But as the plane passed over her position, she felt something strange, a sensation both frightening and familiar. She felt unwell for a moment, but decided to continue with the plan. When the plane from Country A finally landed, everyone was anxious to see the president disembark. However, Ashi sensed that something was very wrong. The sniper canceled the shot, and the operations commander concluded that the man stepping off the plane was not the president. At the exact moment the scene was being broadcast live, people watching at home began to wonder who that man was. And so, Zombie was introduced to the world for the first time. The two sisters in charge of the president's security became suspicious. They checked the list and discovered that he was merely the official bodyguard. Even so, something felt off. Inside the plane, the department leader watched everything on a screen and said that was the effect he had hoped for. The plan worked. Zombie would serve as a human shield. If someone truly intended to attack, they would strike now. Violet, horrified by the situation, questioned the leader's ethics. She believed he had changed. Now he used his subordinates as bait to draw out enemies. But the leader replied that not even he could kill Zombie. How could he expect anyone else to do it? Zombie, overhearing the conversation, sarcastically remarked that he could even withstand a nuclear missile, so there was no reason to panic over a single shot. The leader simply told him to hold on, since the real president was just a regular person and did not have the same resilience. Eventually, when the real president of Country A finally appeared, he was received by the welcoming committee. Violet, still worried about the situation, urged everyone to stay alert. She knew this was only the beginning. The leader of the Coexistence Rebellion was also starting to feel uneasy about Zombie. The sisters found the direction things had taken very strange, but now it was their turn to act, since the best assassination opportunity had been wasted. When the committee offered a special car for the president, the operation leader ordered Zombie to place the president in a different vehicle and cut off all communications. As they prepared, one of the sisters asked whether they really needed to go through with the plan. The other responded with another question, wanting to know if she truly trusted the military strength of Country A, considering she had seen Violet and Zhang accompanying the president. In the last exchange meeting, they had been completely overwhelmed. They had not arranged a very robust security force, but one of the guards reported that the president had not entered the vehicle that was prepared. He and the others had boarded a different car. The woman asked exactly which car they had taken, and the guard explained that they seemed to have brought devices to block all communication. Everything had been cut. In other words, they already knew about the plan. The leader then ordered everyone to split into groups. Zombie would be responsible for taking the hidden route, tracking and guarding the president until he reached the hotel. It was also ordered that no one else should approach the president from that point onward. Meanwhile, Violet and Zhang would follow the original route, with the goal of drawing the enemy's attention. Elsewhere in the operation, the sniper communicated with the leader and asked what they should do next. He wanted to know the next order and whether they should proceed with the assassination. But at that moment, the signal was cut. He couldn't hear the response. Moreover, he realized even his weapon had stopped working. Annoyed, he muttered to himself that it was ridiculous to be using such bad equipment, despite having so many resources available. Out of patience, he decided to act directly and drew his knife to complete the mission. Meanwhile, the head of the operation informed the leader that the boarding had occurred safely. Still, he questioned why they were being so cautious to the point of cutting off all communications. The leader explained that everyone there had their own secrets and that it would be foolish to think they were 100% safe. Country B still maintained unresolved and clandestine organizations operating in the shadows. In the car with the president, Zombie was directly confronted. The president asked if he was really a zombie and if he was there to protect him. Zombie confirmed it, simply. The president said he was counting on him, but raised one final concern. He wanted to know if at any point Zombie might feel an urge to destroy the government or the world. Zombie replied that he had no interest in that whatsoever. Meanwhile, the revolutionary leader was trying to re-establish contact with her team. Ashi realized there was an active signal jammer in the area. The two agents sent by the Prime Minister also had a bad feeling. The car with Violet and Zhang finally reached the ambush point. A killer zombie appeared and attacked directly. The sisters arrived shortly after, warning that the enemy was extremely dangerous. The zombie declared that the outsiders from the other side of the world would finally witness the power of the zombies of Country B. He coated his blade with oil and set set it on fire with a lighter, launching a flaming attack that nearly struck them head-on. Violet, surprised, asked why Snow and Rain were there. Zhang barely escaped the explosion. Meanwhile, the leader was sending an urgent message to Shi, demanding that he bring Xiao back immediately. If the chaos continued, the president of Country B would have more than enough reason to launch an open crackdown against them. When Shi finally felt well enough to walk on his own, he faced Zombie and felt that same strange sensation from before. Zhang, still trying to escape the explosions, questioned whether Xiao was underestimating the enemy, but he was clearly very well prepared. Using a smoke grenade, he broke through Zhang's guard and managed to land a direct hit. Xiao smiled and asked who would be next. When Zhang fell seriously injured, the sisters finally descended to intervene. They used their abilities to surround Xiao, and one of them said they were just buying time for Violet to escape. Snow asked them to take Zhang to a hospital as soon as possible. In the end, she stated they would have to use force. Still, she made it clear that she did not want to kill Xiao and demanded that he leave immediately. Zombie replied that it was all nonsense. If it weren't for the fact that they were the leader's sisters, he would have dismembered them long ago. However, he decided that this would be a good opportunity to properly educate them in the name of their sister. He asked them not to blame him for it. Once again, he coated himself in oil, set himself on fire, and activated his special ability, the Fire Flower. Xiao, watching it all, questioned if they had never seen anything like that before. He said that just because they were now favored by the government, they thought they were invincible. Rain asked why Violet was still there. At that moment, as Rain began her transformation, Zhang also rose to her feet, determined to take the spotlight in that battle. She revealed that she had awakened her transformation too. Zhang declared that she wanted to test Zombie's genes, and Violet, though concerned, allowed it, as long as they didn't waste time since he was fast. One of the sisters questioned whether those two were even human anymore. Zhang then taunted the enemy, asking what he was waiting for since he had promised to kill her. Xiao replied that he was dying for a fight and launched a fire missile. Despite the speed of the attack, Zhang absorbed it completely. Then she moved so quickly that a single kick from her was enough to knock him down. Shi, surprised, said that it was impossible. As he tried to recover, he received an urgent message from his leader, demanding an immediate response. Xiao, still struggling to stay on his feet, replied that he was a little busy at the moment. Meanwhile, the president and Zombie had already arrived at their final destination. The mission leader informed him that Violet and Zhang were facing problems and asked if Zombie could check on the situation. Zombie agreed, but asked whether he could really abandon his post. The leader assured him that the territory was theirs and the president would be safe within that area. With that, Zombie departed. During the battle, Zhang recalled how she had gained her transformation. It happened right after the test conducted on Dawn. At that time, Zhang felt inferior and questioned how Violet, a fellow advisor, could be so much more powerful. She decided she would no longer accept that inequality and injected Zombie's genes into herself, gaining her own transformation. Violet, observing her companion's condition, asked her to control her emotions. Meanwhile, Xiao continued gathering firepower, but Zhang seemed not to hear the warnings. In response to the flaming attack, she returned all the flames, literally spitting fire back. Shi, confused, couldn't understand how he was being hurt by fire if his body was made of that very element. Unable to process the situation, he was knocked down by a punch from Zhang. And it wasn't just any strike. She slammed him into the ground so hard that he was buried beneath it. Feeling overtaken by a new energy, Zhang exclaimed that the feeling was simply fantastic. Yahello, watching everything, asked in fear what the hell was going on. Violet insisted that Zhang control her emotions. If she kept going like that, she would completely lose her reason. But her advice seemed to have no effect. Zhang was out of control, acting like a real zombie. The leader, realizing the seriousness of the situation, ordered Xiao to abort the mission immediately. Something extremely dangerous was coming his way. Then, as if it were a shooting star lighting up the skies, Zombie appeared. At the same time, another zombie from the Coexistence Rebellion appeared to rescue Yahello. But Zhang, in her unstable state, was not going to let that happen so easily. She fired an energy blast to stop them. However, the other zombie used a transposition technique, switching their position with that of an entire building. The building, now displaced, began to fall over the city, putting all 12 sisters in danger. That was when Zombie, in his third form, appeared to destroy the structure and save them all. Since Zhang was out of control, he was forced to intervene. With minimal effort, he completely destroyed her transformation. Even though she was weakened and visibly shaken, Zhang managed to return to normal. Violet, who had already warned about the emotional risks, emphasized that such behavior could not happen again. Zhang, remorseful, admitted that she had gotten carried away and too excited. Rain commented suspiciously, asking if that woman had always had that face, because just a moment ago, she had seen a very handsome man. Snow agreed, thinking it might have been some kind of illusion magic or something similar. Rain joked that it was probably just because they they had been single for too long, but then returned to the topic, wanting to know exactly who that person was. Snow replied that she had honestly never heard of him. Rain then suggested that he might have accessed ancient civilization technology and wondered how he could be so powerful in that transformed state he showed. While they were talking, Snow received information through her communicator. They said that the president of country A had arrived at the hotel. She then informed her sister that her mission was officially complete, but still requested that the Prime Minister's intelligence team investigate who that mysterious hooded boy was. Meanwhile, Ashin was upset for having been rescued by force. He complained that he was about to defeat the enemy, but the other zombie explained that he was only alive because of that rescue. The real problem, according to him, was that mysterious hooded man, who ended up ruining their best chance to complete the assassination. To make matters worse, he now sensed two foreign auras ahead. Two powerful zombie bosses had invaded their territory. In reality, it was the pet transport arriving, bringing Fur and Lang. When Zhang came to pick them up, Fur was furious, but she immediately threatened to tell everything to Zombie if he misbehaved. Afraid of ending up like Verment, who was still locked up at the time, Fur changed his attitude and promised to behave. He said he would behave, repeated it several times, and ended with a cheerful woof woof woof. Snow commented that those pets really did seem special. Violet confirmed, saying yes, they were different from the others. Since there were no urgent problems remaining, Snow announced that the official meeting would begin in 2 days and hoped they could cooperate pleasantly. As the group separated, Snow commented to her sister that those women seemed quite cunning. She then suggested they could try putting that other plan into action, the one they had discussed earlier. She also asked about the professional they had hired. Her sister responded that he was probably already at headquarters. 2 days later, the media was present to report and broadcast live the arrival of the president of Country A, who was visiting the largest commercial center of Country B. He was there to inspect the local business model, with the possibility of signing a major cooperation agreement between the two nations. At noon, he visited some of the main tech companies. Later, he met with the Majesty, and at night, he participated in a roundtable conference with the Prime Minister to discuss diplomatic and official matters. By the end of the day, Violet was exhausted. She commented that dealing with the media and so many people was much more tiring than any battle. While watching the events unfold, the sisters still wondered whether that mysterious hooded man was in fact the same handsome guy they had seen before. It was then that one of the advisors finally arrived at headquarters. He wore a bandana and was named Kui. Upon meeting the sisters, he asked what memories they wanted him to extract. Rain answered immediately, saying it was about that hooded man. Since the conference was already over, he needed to act quickly. Rain explained that the man was extremely mysterious. There was no record or data about him. No information had been discovered even after a complete investigation, but she was certain he was somehow related to the ancient civilization. Chui said everything was fine. He claimed that, with his profession and powers, there was nothing he couldn't do. Then, to complete his mission, he used his special ability and transformed into the figure of the country's president. Rain, observing the transformation, confirmed that the disguise was perfect. From that point on, she left the task entirely in his hands. While they were resting for a bit, Violet commented that sometimes she wonders how long the zombie has been alive. He replied that he truly did not know. He had forgotten. She started imagining whether it had been 800, 1,000, or even 2,000 years, but realized it was useless trying to extract an answer from him. Meanwhile, Ashi and his partner were watching the zombie from afar, full of fear, just trying to gather information. Ashi believed that man was not human. As he approached, even without being seen, he felt such a strong demonic aura that he fled immediately. At that moment, Snow and Rain put their plan into action. Using a modified voice to imitate Violet, they told the zombie that the president was calling for him. The message also reached Lanchi and Violet herself, but the real president was in his office, while a fake president had been sent to deceive the zombie. When Lanchi and Violet tried to contact him, they realized the listening device was not working. Snow explained that they were interfering with communications themselves, as they wanted to discover the origin of their own powers. The fake president, however, just wanted to be escorted to the bathroom. Lanchi and Violet accompanied him without suspicion, but inside the bathroom, Ashi and his partner were hiding. The president appeared urinating next to Ashi, made an obscene comment, and soon after there was an explosion. In reality, Ashi had kidnapped the president of Country A, believing it was the lucky break of his life. When Lanchi and Violet noticed the chaos, they panicked, triggered the alarms, and ordered that the president be found before the media found out. They also asked to notify City B and check the security footage, but they still could not contact the zombie, which increased the tension. Lanchi considered transforming, but Violet stopped her, reminding her that a few days ago she had lost control in that form. Without the zombie nearby to stabilize the genes, there was a risk of killing everyone. While discussing what to do, they found Fur and Lang trapped in a cage. With no other option, they decided to release them. As soon as they were free, Lang threw Fur out the window and declared that the mission would now be theirs. The two dashed off at high speed like missiles, leaving Lanchi impressed by the danger of that choice. In the middle of the chase, Fur warned Ashi that it would be better to abandon that man if he wanted to live, but soon realized that he too was a zombie. He discovered then that Country A was creating zombie bosses. Instead of freeing the president, the pair ran directly to the resistance headquarters. Violet and Lanchi followed close behind. In the ruins of the resistance, the president was also taken along. Soon after, Fur and Lang invaded the location and were recognized as zombie bosses from Country A. Fur demanded that they return the president to avoid a war, but Lang revealed that they were also zombies, united by a contract. He asked them to think carefully before making a decision. One of the resistance members stated that the two human nations had not even started fighting yet, but that they still needed to prevent a war. They questioned why a zombie leader would choose to support humans. Fur countered by saying that no one had proven the other was a leader, and that he also had no right to speak since he was aligning with humans. The zombie replied that he only did it for the survival of the zombie community, as it was a greater cause. This made Fur remember the past. He recalled that half of his life had been just as a common bird, a crow living among his own, cleaning leftovers, hunting pests, and helping reduce diseases among humans. Even so, they were hated, called the incarnation of plague and evil. Humans despised crows without reason, and that filled his heart with resentment. Fur wished to become human, envied the awareness and the feet they had, but ended up being eliminated by the humans themselves. That was when the zombie found him, asked how he managed to survive in such a chaotic land, and named him Fur, taking care of him ever since. The zombie always said that hatred and destruction were not the solution. Now, before the resistance, Fur argued that their plans were far greater than they seemed. The other zombie realized that they would not reach an agreement. At that moment, when Violet and Lanchi arrived at the scene, Ah Xiao interrupted the conversation, ordering everyone to leave immediately. If anyone underestimated the zombies of Country B, they would regret it. Fur focused his power and reached the second transformation. At that moment, the zombie said that if Fur truly wanted to become human or another creature, he could grant that wish. But in his transformed form, Fur made it clear that he had no intention of negotiating. The girls, upon seeing the scene, were confused and asked what was going on, since until then they believed he was just a dog. Ah Xiao explained that now that wingless little bird was trying to disguise himself as human, and that he would not show off in front of him. As he said this, he summoned a great tornado of flames. The attack did not hit Fur directly, but forced Violet and Lanchi to leave the battlefield, leaving only Fur and Ah Xiao. The fight was brutal. Fur was fast and agile, cutting through everything with his claws like a wild beast, and in no time Ah Xiao was already on the ground, unable to maintain his transformation. He acknowledged Fur's immense power and, desperate, ordered the zombies from Country B to advance together to capture him. But all attacks were easily repelled. Fur countered effortlessly. Meanwhile, the zombie ordered Violet and Lanchi to find the president. However, the pair was soon surrounded by zombies from the enemy community, and Long had to intervene, also assuming his transformation. Unlike Fur, his form did not resemble a human, but rather a gigantic creature. The enemies were impressed by the size and wondered if he too was an ancestral species. Lanchi, frightened, wanted to know why such powerful creatures had been kept in cages. Violet replied that there were probably restrictions to avoid hurting the president with such exaggerated transformations. Ashi, witnessing it all, questioned what legendary species stood before them and realized the danger. He decided to leave the president in the care of another ally, as he needed to assist in the battle. Ah Xiao wondered why a monster from the ancestral era was there. The size difference between Fur and Lang made it clear that the battle was on another level. The president ended up being taken to the leader of the rebellion, but she complained that the order was to kill him, not bring him alive. The person responsible simply replied that he would return to help in the fight. The resistance was fighting with all its strength against the two transformed zombies. Fur admitted he did not expect so much coordination among them and the level of human technology. Even so, he considered those missiles merely insignificant distractions. Lang, for his part, said none of it mattered. They obeyed only one person, and he recalled that with a single blow, he had once destroyed an entire city. The entire army had been wiped from existence. When Ah Xiao tried to approach Fur, he was violently counterattacked and thrown to the ground. As a last resort, they sent Ashi, who also belonged to an ancestral race. Lang became interested in him and initiated a clash of giants, while Fur Fur continued to massacre Ah Xiao, explaining that he did not fight just because he was a zombie, but because he had been ordered to retrieve the president. Ah Xiao, nearly defeated, asked if it was wrong to want to save his own kind. Ashi replied that the battle was not over yet, and said they were not welcome in Country B. Lang responded by stating that if they did not take the human president back soon, everyone would die there. During the battle, Ashi was grabbed by the neck and struck directly by an energy blast, leaving him gravely injured. Even weakened, he still questioned why someone as powerful as Lang had become a prisoner of the human race, comparing him to an obedient dog. But Lang explained that his goal was not to destroy the humans. He revealed that, in his origin, he was just a zombie among an alien family that had consciousness and a way of life. That race did not want war, only territory to live in peace. However, the humans arrived with their technology and destroyed their home, killing all his ancestors in battle. Lang's parents, before dying, hid him beneath the ruins so he could escape. The humans called them monsters, but they were the true killers. The loss of his parents gave birth to a deep hatred for humanity, but also a sense of shame for his own cowardice as a child. When he was finally found and nearly killed by humans, he was saved by the zombie, whom he came to recognize as his king. Lang realized the zombie was incredible. He saw with his own eyes the moment that being faced the entire human army alone and won. He watched as he blocked missiles with shockwaves, sank ships with brute strength, and even withstood nuclear explosions. That laser, which once vaporized zombie cells, instantly had no effect on him. Not even the most powerful mechanical warrior of humanity could withstand a single punch from the zombie. He had done everything Lang had always dreamed of doing. Lang remembered the look of terror on the faces of the humans. He had been lucky to survive that war. Other forms of life were not as fortunate. The zombie had wiped human civilization from the planet, but that also included all other forms of life. The battle dried the oceans. Many species were completely vaporized. The hundreds of continents that once existed were reduced to only 2. Lang knew that the zombie's hatred for humans was even greater than his own, and when he looked upon that destroyed world, that lifeless land, he felt no joy. Even after revenge, what remained was only endless loneliness. It was at that moment that the zombie rescued Fur, and Lang began to follow him in silence. Faced with all that, Lang asked if Ashi had finally understood, but he replied that it was a lie. He said that someone so powerful could never have existed in this world. At the same time, before the fake president, the zombie had already revealed himself. When they tried to read his mind, they were overwhelmed by an absurd amount of information. One of those present stated that the zombie was responsible for killing all his ancestors, but Snow replied that it did not make sense, and she headed toward the place where Kui was. The zombie, a bit confused, asked himself if he had been asleep. He wanted to know where the president had gone. He finally received a message from the department leader, informing him that the president had been kidnapped about 30 minutes earlier. Realizing he was late, he departed immediately for battle. In the emergency room, Rain asked about Kui's condition. The doctor said it was not good. He would stay alive, but in a vegetative state. There was a high chance he would never speak again. The news left the sisters in shock. Meanwhile, Ahizia claimed it was all a lie. If such a powerful zombie really existed, why were they still struggling so much to survive? If the zombie had destroyed human civilization, why did humans still exist? Lang replied that this question should be asked to the humans themselves. Ashi, on the other hand, declared that if anyone wanted the president back, they would have to step over his dead body. The zombie horde, upon hearing that, went wild. Lang, furious, said he would make all of them disappear from the face of the earth. As he focused his power to annihilate the enemies, despair overtook everyone. But the zombie appeared, interrupting the destruction. He ordered everyone to stop. Immediately, the zombie horde knelt before him. Lang stated that now Ashi was witnessing who he really was. He was beginning to understand that this was no ordinary zombie. He was the progenitor of all zombies. The zombie asked directly where the president was. Ashi replied that he was in the first basement, to the left after the command post. Even Ah Xiao could not resist the power of that majesty. Meanwhile, the leader of the rebellion was about to execute the president. He, trying to buy time, asked if she was really the leader of the rebel forces. He said she had built her own name, which made her a visionary. She was suspicious of that and thought it was just a cheap compliment to try to survive. The president explained that he had information about an ancient civilization. She, as a human, might not be interested, but he insisted that he needed to tell something important. He said that Country A had found traces of the ancient people. They had even made brief contact and obtained fragments of ancestral technology. And the reason Country B was acting so suspiciously was precisely because they wanted that information. The president said there was no reason for her to keep tormenting or punishing herself himself over it. He was willing to cooperate. He asked if she would not rather just let him go, but the moment she decided to shoot, she was interrupted by the zombie horde, which pushed her to the ground. Surprised, she questioned why they were turning against her. She said she had fed those zombies, had given them free will, but it was the zombie who controlled them. He was the one who forced them against her. Confused, she asked who the hell that man was. The zombie said he never imagined the leader of the zombies was a human. That was, at the very least, peculiar. He added that as long as he had no interest in leading Country B, she was not authorized to kill the president. The president then commented that it was fortunate Counselor Zom was there. The leader of the rebellion ordered the zombies to come back to their senses, saying they would not get another chance if they did not kill the president right there. But she noticed the zombies were completely still, unresponsive, no longer answering to their own will. They were being controlled. The zombie, commanding the horde, said they could release her as soon as everyone left. He said they were civilized zombies and did not commit random massacres. Later, the president was already back in safety. He commented, still in disbelief, that he never expected all that to happen while he was just in the bathroom. He apologized and suggested they treat the whole incident as if it were just a sightseeing trip. And so, the president's tour of Country B ended in just one day. After that, the zombie and the security escort took him back to the hotel. Fur told Ah Xiao he had been lucky this time, and Lang also left, returning to his normal form. With that incident, the president of Country A concluded the final stage of his visit to the zombie people of Country B. After speaking with some civilians, he returned to his country. The security team, however, could no longer relax. After everything that happened, there was no choice but to protect the president permanently, day and night. Meanwhile, the sisters were devastated because their mission had failed. 1 month later, Lan Chi was training with Violet. The goal was to better control the transformation. That battle was on another level, very different from anything they had ever experienced. Dawn observed and insisted that Lan Chi control her emotions. As expected, Violet handled the power much better than Lan Chi. Dawn was worried about the destruction caused by the training, but they continued anyway. Over time, Lan Chi became used to the transformation and eventually matched Violet in strength. The final blow exchanged between them was so intense that it shook the entire city. Dawn ordered the sedatives to be released, and even with the smoke trying to make them unconscious, the two kept fighting as if nothing had happened. In the end, both of them reverted to normal form, almost at the same time, finishing in a tie. Dawn explained that by calculation, the transformation multiplied their strength by 20 times over their normal bodies. This surpassed even Dawn's capabilities. However, he was puzzled because during the battle, both of them had pierced each other's hearts and still remained alive. He concluded they were no longer ordinary humans. Lan Chi asked if that was the price for obtaining such power. Dawn replied that it was not just that. He said their regeneration speed was far faster than any human standard, almost like a miracle. Violet countered by saying they had consciousness and living bodies, that they were still human, but Dawn disagreed, saying they no longer were. Violet, firmly, said she did not agree and that, even so, Dawn should focus on creating equipment to help them control their transformations. A meeting was about to start, but meanwhile, the zombie remained calm, sitting and eating a simple fried egg. Violet interrupted him to inform that the president was calling. Meanwhile, Jaime was working alongside an ancestral engineer in the lab. They were manipulating liquid metal capable of taking shape through thought. It represented the highest level of defense technology. The metal could move freely through space, and once the alloy was formed, only a small amount was needed for it to self-replicate infinitely. It was so resistant that crushing it would be as hard as destroying a planet. The doctor, impressed, asked why something like that existed on Earth. The engineer explained that after forming the alloy, it could multiply without limits. He added that the technology was extremely advanced for today's standards, and that in ancient times, the people who possessed it were arrogant. They lived like spoiled children, surrounded by machines that did everything for them. Another engineer commented that even with all that technology, they had not been able to defeat the zombie. The doctor asked whether it was even possible to defeat him, since he was so powerful, and wanted to know how a living being like him had been created. The engineer replied that they were not the ones who created him. The zombie had evolved from the ancient human eras. Surprised, the doctor asked if there had been previous civilizations. The engineer confirmed and began to explain. He said that, as with all history, everything started with an agrarian society, planting and harvesting. But one day, the first viral pandemic occurred. A common farmer was turned into a zombie. At that time, humans fought using only simple weapons. To get rid of these creatures, they followed a different path. Without bodies as strong as those of the zombies, they decided to invest everything in technology. After nearly 1,000 years of development, they achieved a gigantic leap. In this process, they discovered a terrible secret. The reason humans turned into zombies wasn't external. It was a virus hidden in their genes from the very beginning. And as they dug deeper into the the origins of humanity, they found something even more terrifying. The zombie had existed even before the invention of civilization, being a mutation that appeared during the earliest human generations. Understanding of him was still shallow, but during genetic tracking studies, they discovered that there had been 6 human civilizations before the current one. All went through rise, fall, and destruction, and somehow, the zombie was always connected to those events. The engineer explained that the number of civilizations destroyed by him was already more than 1. Jaime asked if the zombie was much older than anyone had expected, and the engineer replied that yes, the mere appearance of such a significant existence on Earth had deeply frightened humanity. To face him, they accelerated technological development, created surveillance to keep any human away from a 500-kilometer radius around him, and studied both his behavior and his genes, pushing science to its limits. They believed that even though he was powerful, the zombie was still a carbon-based life form and incapable of moving at the speed of light. However, in the end, humanity failed. In the final moments of that civilization, in order to ensure the continuation of the human race, embryos were buried and fertilized underground. That was the reason humans still existed in the present. Jaime asked if the entire current human generation was formed by synthetic embryos, but the engineer explained that it wasn't quite like that. It wasn't men and women who produced those embryos, and after 1,000 years, the human genotype had changed. As an example, he said they had never imagined that someone with Jaime's intelligence would appear. It was precisely that unpredictability that made the human race unique. Tired of the subject, the professor said he didn't want to hear any more of it, and showed the body he had created using zombie genes. The structure had no consciousness yet, but it was nearly complete. The engineer remarked that it was time to inject the nanometal, because that way they could obtain a mechanical version of the zombie. With the strongest nanometal in the universe combined with an immortal body, it would be no weaker than the original. The doctor questioned whether they were just creating a copy of the zombie, and warned that he had always tried to coexist with humans. If they replicated his current mindset, the result could turn against them. Jaime agreed, saying they couldn't give the creation the same mindset the zombie had now. The engineer asked how they could transmit the mindset of his own era, but the doctor replied that if this entity decided to cooperate with the real zombie, all efforts would be useless. The engineer admitted that no one really knew what he thought back then, since his reaction was simple: to see a human and begin a massacre. Jaime commented that there was no need to worry so much, as destiny would take care of the rest. While those discussions took place, the zombie was traveling by boat back to Country B. The president welcomed him enthusiastically, saying he was grateful for being saved earlier. He stated that having him in his country was a great fortune, and offered gifts, such as women or money, but knowing he wasn't interested in that, he gave him a naval fleet, composed of aircraft carriers and 60 warships. Thus, half the civilians of the country were now under the zombie's protection, and he was impressed by the gesture. Violet commented that even she didn't have access to a fleet of that size, since department leaders and advisors could only control territorial forces or major cities. The president declared the zombie the new official commander and began a military parade with confetti. Meanwhile, on another ship, the leader of the rebellion demanded respect and reminded everyone they weren't there by chance. The Blood Queen observed the situation with disapproval, but La Ling tried to calm everyone, suggesting they talk things through peacefully. He asked the rebel why he had been summoned, and she explained that the exchange between Country A and Country B was about to begin. On that occasion, she intended to provoke a clash between the naval forces, so they would attack each other. La Ling accepted the idea and asked about the payment. The rebel replied it would be 3 tons of gold and asked the queen not to maintain that hostile expression. La Ling reminded them that they were indebted to Blackie, who had imposed an interest rate of 40%, something that would take millennia to pay off. When the queen approached, Ah Xiao tried to block her, demanding she stay away from the boss, but the rebel herself allowed her to come closer. The queen stated that it didn't matter what method was used, no one but her would be able to stop the enemy, and therefore her actions should be paid for separately. The rebel agreed, as long as she caused a conflict between the two countries. While those negotiations happened, the exchange between the nations began. Although the tradition was over a century old, they decided to briefly explain that, since the dawn of civilization, humans had lived in hiding from zombies and still remained confined to the limits of their cities, investing massive resources into military development in an effort to survive. Even though the two countries were distant, they still belonged to the same race. That's why every 4 years there was an exchange. That year's event would be held in the open ocean. The goal was to capture strategic islands and showcase military power in front of civilians, as a promise that the military was ready to protect them and their families. The advisors and generals of each country arrived early at Gua Island, where the opening would be marked by a beach volleyball match. The public present wasn't just there to watch the sport, but also to observe the representatives. The zombie showed up, thin and with no volleyball skills whatsoever. Ironbat commented that there was nothing better than watching a match between women. Many wondered who that skinny guy dressed like a zombie was and and why he looked so weak, even though he was introduced as a bodyguard. When the chief appeared, the zombie asked if he had recovered his legs. The chief confirmed, explaining that the biologist had helped with the process. The match began in doubles format, with Violet and Lanchi facing the sisters Snow and Rain. With every jump from Violet, the crowd reacted with excitement, and soon the match became too intense to be just an opening performance. The referee considered that if they kept fighting that way, the match would have to be cancelled. At that moment, representatives from Country B were watching the zombie closely. Some commented that it had been centuries since they last fought him in battle, and believed he had probably already forgotten about the past. Others recalled that his first form was nothing more than a fool, but also noted that his presence brought painful memories to mind. The despair, the unbearable pressure, and the pain of being forced to abandon their home planet. Even so, they stated they were not there to challenge him. Acting rashly was not the solution. One of the women assigned Niai the task of monitoring the zombie, and stressed that the priority was to understand the limits of his power. Meanwhile, Jaime's engineer and doctors worked tirelessly. The doctor asked the engineer if he had said that civilizations even older than his had existed, and wanted to know what they were. The engineer admitted he wasn't sure. He considered it a shame, since at least his generation had left legacies, while the earlier ones had left no records, forcing their descendants to start over from scratch. Later, the fleet of ships began to depart, and everything was broadcast on television. The main event of the exchange was about to begin. The zombie, now in his fleet captain's uniform, was leading the formation. After months of training, he had already consolidated his own naval force, with subordinates well prepared to control aircraft carriers, coordinate air, land, and sea strikes, and operate state-of-the-art weapons. For the citizens of Country B, it was unthinkable that weapons originally created to fight zombies were now under their control. The commissioner brought Counselor Violet a letter of appointment, summoning her to join the fleet alongside Lanchi. Media helicopters flew over Country A's ships, reporting that the nation had sent 3 fleets in total, including the zombies' fleet. The competition would be a test to capture an island, demonstrating cooperation between the counselors and leaders of both countries. The rules required all fleets to disable satellite navigation and communication systems, allowing only basic radios for contact. From Country A's side, there were the 2nd Naval Fleet, the Zombies Fleet, the 1st Fleet led by the Department Chief, and the 3rd Fleet known as the Exploding Sausages. From Country B, the 1st Fleet was led by General Bangu and the Yao sisters, the 2nd Fleet by Lieutenant General Xinghua, and the 3rd by General Hu. A journalist commented, it was a shame not to be able to interview everyone, but noted that all participants were determined to win and bring the championship home. Military secrecy protections were in place, but it was guaranteed that the zombie would answer questions directly. When asked about the enemy fleets and who he thought would win, the zombie said he hoped to see less fighting and more peace, so that everyone could go home and eat. The crowd responded by calling him a fool, and Violet said it would already be a victory if he didn't sink a ship in the middle of a river. Lanchi admitted to having a bad feeling. Meanwhile, Country B's 1st Fleet was advancing. Snow questioned the point of capturing an island, saying it was easier when the challenge was eliminating zombies. Rain mentioned that the 3rd Fleet had recently received 2 women of high rank who had just been promoted, and asked if her sister knew them. Snow said no, she had only heard of them, but didn't understand what made them special. The sister's bodyguard interrupted the conversation, saying he sensed the approach of trouble. Niai asked if it was a specific person. The bodyguard replied that her origin was probably the same as his, so they should consider her the same species. He also commented that her aura seemed weak at the moment, which meant she was likely very far away. Meanwhile, on an Atlantic island, Lieutenant General Xinghua approached the target and opened fire without hesitation, hitting the Exploding Sausages fleet directly. Despite the strange name, the shots were just paint, since they didn't intend to destroy each other. Even so, Country A lost 3 points. The Steel Chief observed and said they had already started fighting, asking why they weren't fighting back. The leader responded that they were still too far for that. The journalist announced that Country B had taken the initiative, leaving no room for retreat. In addition to capturing the island, another victory condition was the accumulated score, and whoever scored the most points would win. Although the ammunition had been replaced with paint to avoid harming civilians, the public awaited an epic battle. The soldiers from Country B were confident they would win. The sausages retaliated with full force, and thus began an improvised war between them and the Lieutenant General's fleet. The Steel Counselor asked if it wasn't necessary to intervene, since the sausages were on the verge of defeat. The leader said to wait, as the first to reach the island would receive 40 points, and it was better to let the others tire themselves out. Meanwhile, the sausages counterattacked with projectiles that exposed the department counselor completely naked, showing off his muscles in an exaggerated way. The audience reacted with shock, and many were moved by the bizarre scene. The journalist expressed sympathy for the embarrassment of the people watching watching after so many years. Lieutenant General Xinghua herself ended up engaging in physical combat against that pervert, and the audience cheered. The Steel Counselor called attention to the left, where the sisters spotted Country A's fleet. Snow realized they were planning a stealth entry, and remembered that whoever reached the island first would earn 40 points. So they sent people to block each other's advance. On the contested island, the doctor informed Jaime that there was a problem. The human army was coming straight toward them. The professor, surprised, asked for an explanation. At the same time, a battle was unfolding between the department leader, the sisters' ship, and Jaime himself, who was furious. He said it was impossible for them to have been discovered, since he had chosen that island precisely because it was safe. The location was between countries A and B, just a few square meters in size, and considered neutral. Months earlier, the president of country A and the prime minister of country B had discussed the location of the exchange. The president didn't want anything in his territory, since the last time ended in chaos. The prime minister also refused and suggested that tiny island, the only piece of land unclaimed after the territorial division. Whoever won could claim it. The president agreed to the proposal. Back in the present, Jaime was growing impatient, asking if the experiments were finished. The engineer, exhausted after 20 days without sleep, said he just needed a bit more time, as he was still finishing the program and adjusting the creation's arm. The broadcast showed the approach of the major general's fleets from Country B, but the journalist noticed something strange. She couldn't locate Country A's fleet. At that moment, the zombies' fleet was stuck on an iceberg. Lan Chi asked where they were, and the commander said they were about to crash. Dawn stated that they must be near the North or South Pole. The counselor complained that she had already warned them not to let a zombie steer the ship. The zombie was completely lost, and the vessel indeed crashed. They discovered they were at the South Pole, and questioned how he had managed to bring them so far, without even knowing how to use a compass. The zombie himself suggested giving up on the competition. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the two armies continued to exchange blows in the middle of the ocean. Jaime watched everyone approaching, and realized that the battle between the sisters' fleet and the leader was about to begin as well. He ordered the program to be stopped immediately. The engineer asked if he didn't have several species, and suggested looking through the residue for some nanomaterial that might help. The doctor found what he was looking for, and the professor declared that the human army had treated him like a fool, but now he would show his true power. At that moment, the rebellion group and the queen were also paying attention to the battle between the humans. One of the shots hit the fleet where Niai and the others were, but the attack was stopped by a stone wall that emerged from the middle of the ocean. La Ling realized this was a bad sign, as it meant there was an extraordinary on the other side. The big guy ordered the boat to be steered, but the commander insisted he was in charge. The giant didn't hesitate and crushed his skull. The new commander was in shock, not understanding who those people were. La Ling explained that the next step would be to crash into another ship, but emphasized that they couldn't reveal themselves, as they were camouflaged among the fleets of the country. Both sides, however, seemed to care only about destroying each other. While all of this was broadcast on television and gaining more attention, the zombie was calmly fishing in the South Pole. Just as the ships were about to collide, the Queen and the giant Bodyguard jumped from their vessels. The impact of their powers created a whirlpool in the ocean. The extraordinary used his rock powers to trap the Queen's body, and the journalists cheered, saying that was a true display of strength. They commented that he seemed to be on the level of a general, but found it strange that there were no reports about that bikini-clad girl from Country A. The chief reported to the department leader that something was wrong on the island. Suddenly, a huge zombie appeared, walking toward the ships. It was Jaime's secret weapon. Meanwhile, the zombie finally managed to catch a fish. The Steel Counselor, watching from afar, asked what that thing on the island was and whether it was part of the exchange. The leader ordered everyone to return immediately. The sisters also tried to retreat, but the giant zombie threw a rock that exploded part of their ship. The counselors were left confused, and the Steel one stated that the intercom was not a joke, making the situation too serious even for the media, which hadn't expected such a violent scene. Jaime ordered everyone to be killed. The Prime Minister called the President of Country A, wanting to know if he was the one who had prepared that. The answer was no. He said he didn't have that kind of technology, and reminded him that it had been the President himself who had chosen the location. The leader then ordered his forces to prepare for a counterattack. It was clear that neither country would destroy their own military equipment, which meant there was a real enemy on that island. Only after catching several fish did the zombie realize that the two sisters had disappeared, taking the fleet's ships back to the battlefield. Violet was furious with the zombie, as she had trained for years for that event, which only happened once every 4 years. After finally gaining incredible power, she wanted to eliminate the sisters, but everything had been ruined. In the middle of the confusion, the captain realized they wouldn't have enough fuel. Violet replied that she didn't care and ordered them to find a solution immediately. Later, in an almost comical scene, everyone was rowing a warship in sync to the rhythm of 1, 2, 3, 4. The engineer then announced that he had completed the program and had already released something into the ocean. Meanwhile, at the Great Western Bay in Country B, the resistance zombies were relaxing and smoking cigarettes until a capsule emerged on the beach. From inside came a new enemy. The energy released was so intense that even the zombies group who were in Country A could feel it. Something was profoundly wrong. The nano-zombie was alive and standing. The people at James's lab were watching everything, surprised that it was actually active. The engineer could hardly wait to see the true strength of that creature. The zombies wondered who that being was, but the nano-zombie hugged Ah Xiao, saying he was happy to see him alive. The engineer was perplexed, and everyone was disappointed with that unexpected reaction. The nano-zombie explained that he had finally found a life form similar to his own, as he had always felt alone. Jaime questioned where the project had failed, but the engineer asked for calm, believing there must be a problem in the program. The nano-zombie apologized for being rude and introduced himself as Jiang, explaining that sometimes even he didn't know what form he would end up in. Augie confirmed that he was definitely a zombie, while Ah Xiao found his metallic body strange. Soon after, the group decided they had to leave, and Ah Xiao said goodbye to Jiang, saying they had other matters to deal with. Alone on the beach, Jiang seemed content and decided to explore other places. Meanwhile, Jaime was furious, cursing the engineer who had received so much research funding only to end up with that. Jiang, on the other hand, went to the human city and, upon encountering them, his mood completely changed. On the plane, Ah Xiao commented that he found that being interesting and perhaps should have recruited him for the rebellion, just hoping he wouldn't be killed by the humans. But at that moment, Jiang began a devastating attack against the human race. With a single strike, he split the city in half and sent everything flying through the air. Even the plane was hit, struck by a car thrown skyward. They witnessed the horizon, where the city looked like a scene straight out of Inception. The lab crew was stunned, and they weren't the only ones. Everyone watching the exchange test also saw from afar that absurd vision of the city tilted 90 degrees. The queen, still held captive by the enemy, asked who those people were. To her, apart from the zombie, no one could be her opponent, and it made no sense to think they could control her with such skills. As she spoke, she easily broke the rock hand restraining her. The large man observed and said she was as strong as he had imagined. Nai stated they had no intention of hurting her. They only wanted to know who her master was. Another girl added that perhaps the queen didn't know other vampires existed because she had been left behind back then. The big man commented that, based on the timeline, she should have disappeared long ago, and it was strange she still held so much power. The queen replied that he spoke as if he knew her. Nai then explained that her immortality came from a genetic factor, and revealed they were humans from an ancient civilization. They were only there to investigate the true strength of the zombie, and since the queen had lived on Earth for so long, they asked if she could reveal who created her and where her master was. Full of hatred, the queen responded that she hated humans more with each passing day. However, the presence of the big man ignited a fire within her, and the bodyguard ordered everyone to stand behind him because things had just gotten serious. The fight, however, was interrupted when half of Country B tilted 90 degrees. The journalist covering it almost lost his breath at the sight, and everyone was speechless. Meanwhile, the rebellion crew tried to fly the plane through the buildings and spotted Jiang rising higher and higher, reaching close to the stars. At the top, he assumed his second form and prepared for his next strike against human civilization, splitting the ground again. At that moment, the plane was destroyed, and the zombies fought to save the rebellion leader, unable even to put into words what they were witnessing. Alone, Jiang blew up half an entire country. The fighters didn't understand anything. The big man wondered if that wasn't the real zombie, while journalists reported that at least 30 million people had been vaporized. The media said that even an island had simply vanished, leaving only empty land behind. The rebels who fell there were shocked by the sight. Ah Xiao asked what Jiang was doing. Jiang Si replied that humans deserved to die and asked if there were still any survivors. Ah Shi tried to hide the rebellion leader since she was human. Ah Xiao insisted that there were no humans there because if there were, they would have sensed them too. Another Ah Xiao ordered them to protect the leader. At that moment, Jiang used only his mind to pull Ah Xiao close to him and asked why they were wasting time with humans. Ah Xiao asked if they weren't brothers. Jiang said that if he killed him, he could create zombies zombies however he wanted. Xiao noticed his personality had suddenly changed and wanted to know why. Xiao replied that he was just overthinking things since they hadn't been contaminated by the humans. He then passed along the location of a city in the southwest with 70 million people, and Jiang immediately headed there. The pressure of his presence was described by the zombies as overwhelming. A journalist spotted the movement from above, and the helicopter descended to try to make contact. The rebellion leader said they had to stop him because their goal was coexistence between zombies and humans, and they couldn't allow such large-scale destruction. Xiao replied that it was impossible to stop that creature, estimating that within half an hour, humans would be wiped off the face of the earth. When the journalist got closer, the rebellion leader used the broadcast to inform TV viewers that a terrifying being was massacring humans on a large scale. She asked everyone to seek shelter immediately, but among the viewers, some doubted it, wondering why they always seemed like idiots on television. At the same time, on a cliff above the city, a commercial shoot was happening with a model. That's where Jiang appeared. Since it was being broadcast live, the cameras captured the moment he disintegrated the model just by raising his hand. Then, in front of everyone, he summoned his power to annihilate the city. The zombies group watched the display in shock. Gu asked if that wasn't the power of the king. The transmission then switched to the scene of Jiang building up energy. He raised his hands and disintegrated those around him. Then, clenching his fists, he destroyed the entire city with a single attack. The neighboring province's city finally went on alert and started evacuations. Ashi commented that hiding wouldn't help much. At the same moment, the vampire fight was interrupted by the massacre of the human cities. The queen asked if they should go together, but the big vampire said that with the current state of the zombie, once he finished killing the humans, it wouldn't be long before it was their turn. All the exchange participants then heard an emergency announcement. A terrifying psychopath was annihilating humans uncontrollably in Country B. Given this, after the president's decision, the exchange was cancelled and both countries declared war on this common enemy. Everyone was called to go immediately to the lands of Country B. Frontline investigations revealed that the disappearance of cities and ships was also related to the same mysterious individual. In just 3 minutes, he had massacred approximately 100 million people. The vampires, shocked, asked the ancient human Niai why Jiang hated humans so much. She replied that they had killed his family and his subordinates, and that was why his hatred was so great. Meanwhile, Jiang left after destroying another city. In Jaime's lab, everyone celebrated as if it were a success. The doctor, confused, asked why the engineer had helped, since that wasn't his purpose with humanity. The engineer simply replied that he wouldn't understand. He then appeared on the broadcast, introducing himself as an ancient human, an elder. He showed a recording of the zombie in his final form, explaining that this being represented the zombies who had destroyed entire civilizations in the past. Because of him, human development had been interrupted repeatedly, generation after generation. Even so, the zombie remained alive on Earth, always observing humanity. According to the engineer, that was why they created creatures capable of facing him. He concluded by saying there was nothing to worry about, because after thousands of years, humans were still human. The destruction of civilizations, inevitable until now, only made them stronger, and his recording was his contribution to humanity. Meanwhile, the zombie remained calmly fishing in the South Pole, while the extraordinaries gathered to confront Jiang, who was sitting on a pile of bodies. The global population rooted for the extraordinaries to eliminate the threat. Many began to wonder if that being was the real zombie, but La Ling stated that something was off. Suddenly, Jiang's speed was so great that he created a tornado. However, it wasn't just strength, it was a transformation, his third form. The extraordinaries thought it was a bluff and advanced to kill him, but Jiang revealed the real danger. As they all attacked him at once, they were pulled into a void and disintegrated into dust. The audience watching was in shock. The queen shouted for them to flee immediately, as he couldn't be defeated there. But before she could finish speaking, she was pierced through the heart. Violet tried to fight back, using her transformation to break through that empty space, but she too was defeated. Jiang continued destroying city after city, effortlessly. Gu declared that this was the king's fourth form. Blackie commented that his aura felt very similar and wondered if it could be the king himself. Gu suggested that, since the king wasn't present, Blackie should decide whether they would approach him. Blackie replied that if it truly was the king, he would follow his decisions, recalling that he had already wiped out humanity in the past. Despite that, Fur disagreed. He questioned whether they truly believed that being was the king, stating that they had only used his genes to modify verify the appearance. Fur reminded them that the real king always fought for peace and would never involve himself in massacres. Their king was seeking the truth, something far nobler than that iron-skinned monster. Lang supported Fur, saying they were right. Later, everyone gathered before Jiangxi, who seemed disappointed. He even transformed again, but in his primordial state, he displayed enough power to wipe them all out like children. Bored, he said he would come back to play after exterminating all of humanity, and then headed to the next city. Violet, still in disbelief, said it was impossible to fight him since they hadn't even survived a single strike. The queen, though very weak, began regenerating. Meanwhile, the zombie continued fishing at the South Pole. Around the world, it was announced that they were facing an unprecedented crisis. In just half an hour, thousands of cities had been destroyed, and the mysterious individual showed no signs of stopping. The next target was precisely the city where the zombies were gathered. As Jiang approached, Fur asked if they would just stand by and watch the destruction of the king's city. Blackie said they were still too young, but Lang had already transformed to protect the city. The survivors were in shelters, as it was confirmed that more than half of the global population had been exterminated. This was the most severe disaster humanity had ever faced. Jiang began to wonder if humans and zombies could live together, finding the idea amusing. Fur, on the other hand, reminded them that this was their city, and they couldn't forget that. Jiang stated that he didn't know who Fur was, and had no idea who he was. At that moment, the president of country A made an announcement, saying that as long as the light remained, they would not be exterminated. Meanwhile, Fur tried to confront Jiang, but was defeated with a single blow. The zombie returned and saved Fur from the fall, asking him to evacuate everyone from the city immediately. Lang was also taken down with a single hit. Jen commented that things like this happen, but Blackie was desperate in the face of the situation. The real zombie appeared and ordered the immediate evacuation of the population. Suicidal journalists followed every movement and tracked the robot to the outskirts of the city, not understanding why the president was so interested in that specific place. Jiang's next strike, which would devastate City H, was stopped by the zombie. Not only did he interrupt the attack, but he also hurled Jiang so far that he crossed the city. Mid-punch, the zombie entered his second transformation, indicating that the real fight had just begun. After launching Jiang into space, the zombie prepared to continue, and the robot watching said it looked like he was fighting himself. The people in the shelter looked on in fear, wondering who that man in military uniform was. Soon after, zombies appeared to evacuate the survivors and take them far away. Many recognized the zombie as the president's bodyguard. Journalists reported that a warrior from the country was engaged in a hand-to-hand battle with a monster. When Jiang came down, he looked like a flaming meteor, initiating a brutal fight with the zombie. His punches destroyed parts of the city's structure. At this point, Verment was finally released, though not completely. The Steel Advisor asked what they should do, but the leader replied that he suspected a nearby island and decided to investigate. Meanwhile, some doctors were rooting for Jiang to win. The people recognized that he was the president's bodyguard, but wondered why his appearance had changed. The zombie was now in his third form and easily opened a hole in Jiang's chest. People in both regions cheered as the monster was defeated. The zombie commented that Jiang was still too inexperienced to compare to him. However, the enemy's next attack, which the zombie dodged, caused a nuclear explosion in the atmosphere. Jiang had simply launched a nuclear bomb with ease. Even after the impact, Jiang fully regenerated and entered his third form. Both were now evenly matched in power. Soon after, an energy strike tore off the zombie's head and vaporized his body out of Earth. Many believed he had been disintegrated and that the battle was over. The doctors celebrated, saying the zombie had finally been defeated, and human hope began to crumble. However, in mid-air, particles and cells began to merge. The zombie regenerated completely from a single atom of his body. The audience could not believe what they were seeing, especially when he came back to life completely naked. Some recognized his familiar appearance and said he was the figure recorded in videos of the ancient civilization, the same one who had destroyed humanity in the past. This sparked the idea that both sides were actually monsters. Violet remarked that the zombie was now exposed. Lan Chi said that Jaime was probably responsible and was hiding on that island. The zombie's next strike was so powerful that Jiang's nanotechnology armor began to give way. The explosion of the impact pierced the enemy and hurled him through the moon, Mars, Jupiter, and even Saturn. The zombie didn't wait for his return. He followed immediately, determined, to the edges of the solar system. Meanwhile, Niai observed and said it would be better to return to the shelter because, if the battle continued, human civilization could be destroyed again. On Saturn, the zombie devised a plan and used his power to reverse the planet's rings. He then realized that Jiang had disappeared. He returned to Earth, closely followed by the zombie. At that moment, Jiang used his power to create a horde of nanotechnology zombies from the bodies of the fallen extraordinaries. The zombie did the same, same, using the cells of people from the destroyed cities. The dead came back to life, and those witnessing the scene were horrified to realize that distant relatives had turned into zombies. The zombie even granted his army the same transformation that Violet and Lanchi possessed. They all entered their second form and advanced mercilessly, annihilating Jiang's army, who acknowledged the overwhelming strength of that power. The mere clash of their fists was enough to hurl entire cities into the air. Violet realized that if no victor was decided, that world would cease to exist. Earth was not suited to withstand two individuals of such a level. The team then moved to a remote island, while supporters cheered for Jiangxi. Meanwhile, Professor Jaime warned that they needed to escape. First, they burned everything, and then collected the most important research documents. As the helicopter was preparing to take off, Lanchi held it back with one arm, revealing that the enemy's front line had already reached the site. Once again, they were captured. Violet noticed the engineer present and asked if he was an elder. She had imagined someone grand like a mecha, but in front of her stood only a frail man. She wanted to know how to end the battle, but he claimed to know nothing. The young woman insisted until Lanchi decided to force him to talk. He used the same trick as the zombie and infected him with zombie cells, controlling his mind briefly. Under this effect, the engineer revealed that inside a box there was a terminal button capable of disintegrating the nanomaterial with Jiang's genes. Without those machines, his physical form would vanish. Violet pressed the button, but nothing happened. The engineer regained consciousness and could not understand why the device had failed, since without a mechanical body, Jiang should not be able to survive. That was when Jiang revealed his fifth transformation, creating a flesh body and showing that he no longer depended on mechanical structures. He declared that even without a body he could still exist, making everyone question what kind of creature the ancestors had once fought against. Violet stated that all of this was excessive, and Jiang explained that this was his true form. He taunted by asking why the zombie wasn't joining the fight. The zombie's army charged against Jiangxi but evaporated on impact, their particles scattering. The zombie was forced into a new form. His power resembled that of the Blood Queen, and turned not only the Earth but the entire solar system red. Jiang admitted he had never witnessed anything like it. Everyone was terrified while Niai seemed to recognize that energy. Jiang demanded an explanation, wanting a reason for being destroyed. The zombie explained that after eliminating human civilization, he had continued researching alone until he reached that true form. Jiang replied that he wasn't surprised, but he still believed he had a chance to fight. The zombie denied it. Jiang rushed in furiously, but with a simple snap of his fingers, the zombie gathered the universe into the palm of his hand and compressed everything back to normal. The spectators felt dizzy and disoriented. When they looked again at the battle, the zombie was already holding Jiangxi by the neck, nearly disintegrating him completely. Jiang acknowledged the strength of his opponent. Violet concluded that the zombie had controlled space. Lanchi felt as though she had been touched by death, and Jiang admitted he still sensed that effect. He asked whether the zombie held no hatred for humans in his heart. The zombie replied that he had never been under anyone's control. Jiang lamented, saying he had wished to live a good life within that body, and did not understand why his genes had been given to another like Dawn. The zombie confirmed that he had allowed weak humans to obtain unimaginable powers, including Violet and Lanchi. Jiang then claimed he knew the true nature of humans, that they would wage bloody wars for power. Without the zombie's permission, no one would ever have had a chance to control him. He himself was nothing more than a fragment of the genetic information of the original Zombie King's body. When Jiangxi gained independence, his first action was to fulfill his role and turn his attention toward the zombie, questioning whether he had done a good job. Deep down, he had always believed that the one truly desiring the destruction of civilization was the zombie, who hid a deep hatred for humanity within himself. Jiang claimed he was merely following that instinct and carrying out his function. Many wondered whether he was speaking directly to the zombie's own genes. Jiang declared that he had already killed billions of humans and wiped out half of civilization, questioning whether the zombie really believed he was saving anyone. He said humans would come to fear him as a monster and would continue to turn against him behind his back. Then he asked why the zombie did not simply wipe out humanity once and for all. The zombie replied that he would not. Jiang wanted to know what he would do with the dead, since all he could do was turn them into zombies. At that moment, the zombie stated that he would bring them back to life. With a cut to his own chest, he tore out his heart and spread his blood across the world. This act caused all the people who had died in the conflict to fully regenerate and return to existence. The engineer was incredulous before the impossible, while the zombie turned the question back on Jiang, asking what he would do now. At that moment, the enemy surrendered, and the zombie retrieved his gene, telling him he could rest. The next priority was to capture Professor Jaime, as they suspected that this mechanical version of Jiangxi was a conspiracy organized by the elders. Still, the zombie admitted that he did harbor a small resentment against humanity, confirming that the genetic entity had been right in accusing him of wanting to destroy everything just to escape loneliness. However, to erase that shadow once and for all, he activated a sixth, unknown form, sacrificing his heart and eliminating the last trace of hatred toward humans. Thus, he completed his redemption. 2 hours later, the zombie appeared again in his first form. He remained still until minutes later, his body began to convulse. Lanchi observed and remarked that without a heart, he might have become nothing more than an ordinary zombie. The zombie replied that this was not the case, as the organ would grow back. Lanchi showed anger, saying she wanted to strangle him, while Violet concluded that he was invincible. Both questioned why he had not ended the battle sooner, and how the president would explain his actions to the world. At that moment, the zombie gazed at the dust that remained of Jiangxi, reflecting that, in a way, he truly did resemble himself. He also wondered what interesting events the future might bring. The world entered a brief period of peace, though uncertain about humanity's fate. During Reconstruction, Verment was once again placed atop City Hall, still serving his punishment. Later, Violet and Lanchi met with the president, who asked where the zombie was. They replied that he had not returned since the last event, and the president warned that new unrest was about to begin, with the risk of society collapsing once more. At that moment, public opinion claimed that Professor Jaime was innocent, and that he was, in fact, the true hero of humanity. Even though the zombie had saved the world, people did not feel grateful. On the contrary, they began to fear him. The planet was shrouded in a black cloud of fear. Some harbored anger but didn't have the courage to express it. Still, there were exceptions. Part of the population began to worship the zombie, believing he was the ultimate evolution of the human species. The situation was contradictory. Innocents worshipped the villain, while criminals revered the hero, a chaotic scenario on the verge of exploding. Outside, the world grew more agitated, but the zombie remained calm, playing video games. Blackie showed up to say that 2 young men wanted to see him. They were Ah Gui and Ah Xiao, who were waiting while drinking tea. When the zombie arrived, he asked why they had come, and the 2 soldiers saluted their king. They wanted the blessing of the king of the zombies. That same day, at 2:20 a.m., a joint law was formalized between countries A and B to manage the zombie. According to the law, the moon was transformed into a prison using nanometal technology, intended to imprison the supreme being to ensure the survival of civilization. To enforce the law, both countries created a special service with full authority to apply such measures. Meanwhile, the rebellion was reorganizing. Agui reported that the number of humans outside the city was growing, and that they were bringing more forces. Ah Xiao commented that, due to fear and discrimination, all conscious zombies had been forced to move to City H. He said that this was actually a good thing, since it meant they could find the king sooner. The group, unconcerned with the gravity of the situation, was having a barbecue using the zombies' own fire. Ah Xiao commented that, with the high housing prices, they couldn't afford a home any other way. Leaving their boss under the bridge like the vampires would be shameful. She, relaxed, lying in a hammock with her feet up, said that humans feared the zombie but could do nothing against him. That's why they didn't repress the common zombies. According to her, they should have listened to the rebellion from the beginning. Ah Gui realized something very strange was going on, because it was humans who were attacking. One of the extraordinaries announced that the law had been passed, and their mission was to capture the zombie. The leader of the rebellion thought it was idiotic, as capturing the zombie would only hasten the end of human civilization. Meanwhile, the people from the Extraordinary Academy were also taking action. Violet charged forward at high speed but was blocked by Dawn, who sprayed bullets across the path. During the confrontation, Violet reminded her opponent who had saved the planet and insisted there was no time for internal conflict, as she was fighting for humanity's survival. The opening created by Violet allowed Agu to slam her into the ground. The chief ordered her to stop fighting since they didn't want any more unnecessary casualties. In the meantime, the sisters managed to capture Fur and Lang. Fur was outraged, calling them traitors for abandoning the king. Blackie replied that the world was always on the brink of war, and only by cooperating with the law could they fulfill the king's wish. That's precisely why Fur ended up imprisoned when the situation got out of control. Months before the zombie management law was enacted, everyone involved was just memorizing scripts. The lines and attacks had all been rehearsed, all planned. Shortly after, the zombie himself tested the prison's resistance. With a single strike, he not only destroyed the entire structure but also opened a trail that split half the earth. The zombie remarked how impressive that was, and concluded they had mastered the ancients' nanotechnology. He said that with such techniques, Humans no longer needed to fear him. People were disappointed, and Violet complained that those walls held nothing back. The leader stated there was no point trying to ease humanity's fear, because if the footage was released, people would be even more terrified. However, the zombie explained that everything would be fine if the material were at least 1,000 kilometers thick, the size of the moon. He also said that his brothers were working with him, as the zombies were fighting for peace and love. On the day of the operation to enforce the zombie management law, Violet reported to the Special Task Force that the mission had been a success. The equipment to be used against him was a special containment unit, created through the joint effort of 2 countries and the technology of the ancients. This unit was located in City H and had been proven to be effective and indestructible. This law would be the first step toward coexistence between zombies and humans. The zombie commented that he didn't know Blackie was such a good actor because his expressions of satisfaction seemed genuine. In truth, Blackie was enjoying himself, taking pictures of the others who had been captured. The zombie, meanwhile, was reading self-help books with titles like Zombie, Travel Guide, and To Avoid Killing Humans, Become an Idol. He said that once he was detained, he would begin changing his image and his plans. The master prepared for the trip, gathered a few essential items, and was actually happy about finally going to prison. He was the first person in history to seem happy about such a thing. Meanwhile, some clueless individuals were still trying to destroy the zombie, calling him a weakling. Even some of his subordinates betrayed him. Verm mocked him, saying he'd turn into jerky and wanted to know when the king would be released, but he was quickly attacked, allowing Verment to escape. Blackie appeared in front of the cameras asking for calm and assuring that the zombies would stay with the humans, taking the zombie to prison as planned. Verment asked how they could betray the king, while Violet wanted to know who had fired at them since they had agreed not to fight. She said the people from Country B had worm brains. Adam reminded her that the cameras were still on, and Violet stated that hum was a word of peace between the 2 nations. That's when a bazooka shot was stopped by the zombie himself, who praised Violet's work, recognizing that her mission was not easy. She explained that the zombie had never been an enemy of humanity. He was merely using his strength to show his determination to protect human civilization. The zombie said he hoped the setback wouldn't derail the plan, but Verment, who didn't know anything, blew up the plane in retaliation against Country B, launching the enemy extraordinaries into the sky. Gu was confused and asked if he was really attacking for real. Maybe the king had spoken with him, and Blackie said that for now, they would just observe. Maybe the king had his own ideas. The zombie commented that he had forgotten to tell Verment about the plan. He explained that they had agreed to bring the zombie race to prosperity together, and asked if they had betrayed the king, blaming the humans and declaring he would kill them all. At that moment, everyone realized that Verment was out of control, and now really was destroying everything. The zombie appeared and dropped the containment unit on Verment's head, crushing him like a nail. He asked why everyone was staring at him since the plan was just to take the enemy to prison. And so, later, Zombie was indeed successfully captured. At the CAI Special Forces headquarters, Blackie declared that that day would go down in history. They supported humanity, and from that moment on, the zombie would also be governed by law. The right to monitor him would be granted to all beings on Earth. Peace meant sharing dreams between zombies and humans. After these words, Blackie left without answering any more questions. When they stood before the zombie, the others knelt and begged for forgiveness. Blackie explained that there were many people watching, and that's why he had to say those things. The zombie broke the handcuffs and asked if his performance had been convincing, if he seemed harmless and friendly. Dawn answered sarcastically that yes, except for the part where he crushed Verment like a nail, while showing off his second form. She added that he did seem friendly, but everyone was lucky he hadn't killed anyone. The zombie claimed it had only been a minor setback, and asked if that would be a problem. Violet explained that everyone knew how strong he was, and that the pressure he placed on others was immense. She said his small actions only served to give the people a false sense of control. What had happened didn't matter, because Phase 1 was complete. The rest of the show would take place on the moon. The plan was to use the moon to film the zombies on a large scale, like a reality show broadcast to all beings on Earth. Blackie assured that they would mobilize everyone to help him. They would assemble the best human resources team, and there would be no haters. Zombie laughed and said that was impossible, as there was no such thing as a society without opposition. Blackie asked him not to worry, stating he had his own methods and that his team was professional. Gu asked if he wasn't thinking of killing anyone, and Violet stated that her job was to stay by Zombie's side, keeping a close watch on him. For that, she had to put on an oxygen mask. At that moment, Zombie took her to the moon with him, not in a rocket, but with a giant leap. That was where his prison was located, and they had finally arrived. Zombie commented that it made him feel nostalgic. Violet called out to him, and he remembered there was no sound in space. So, she put headphones on him, and asked why he had pulled her from Earth to the moon without warning, since they had prepared a rocket. Zombie replied that this method was more convenient and saved fuel, but said he could take her back if she wanted. She refused, calling him an idiot, and said they were almost there. She explained that the prison companions were friendly and skilled communicators, so there was no need to worry. It was then announced that Zombie had entered the lunar prison, and all defense systems had been activated. The detention was complete. Presidents gathered to observe, and the elder engineer questioned whether they believed they could stop him just by mastering nanomachine technology. He reminded them that 9 minutes and 17 seconds was how long a wall 1,000 kilometers thick made of nanometal could hold him based on when he had destroyed ancient civilization. But now he was even stronger. The president replied that they didn't intend to control him, since even the lunar prison was his own idea. The true objective was to test the mastery of the Elder's technology. With these tests, they confirmed that advancements could be made in areas like space travel and terraforming. The Prime Minister added that if Zombie lost control, the lunar prison would buy enough time for them to board ships and leave Earth, taking the last humans to the stars and abandoning the monster in the past. The engineer, however, reminded them that his own civilization had also fled to other planets, but even then, they didn't escape. At the time, they believed they had finally left Earth behind. Their ships reached the edge of the Milky Way, and everyone celebrated, thinking they had escaped Zombie. But they were wrong. He destroyed all the ships effortlessly, wiping them out without any effort. Zombie was more powerful than the sun itself. The engineer commented that an entire fleet had been lost in an instant. The last message received from command came from that creature, stating that the perimeter of the celestial prison was secure, and that Zombie had no way to escape. However, all those who tried to flee were eliminated. The truth was that the one responsible wasn't Zombie, but rather the divine messenger who was with another group. Nye reported that, according to the report, Zombie had left the planet, and even some of his companions had been accidentally left behind. At that moment, the vampire Tai Shan captured the remaining ones. The queen asked if they were calling her one of Zombie's companions, but quickly freed herself, saying she had no time for such nonsense. The divine messenger, however, said she was just an inferior being, and needed to be reminded of that. The vampire queen became so weak in his presence that she fell to her knees, acknowledging she had to show respect. Later, the messenger took her to the Academy of the Extraordinaries, saying it was the perfect place. The queen asked if they were looking for information about Zombie, and said it was right ahead and could be obtained. She warned, however, that the humans there were strong and held great combat power from modern civilization, and that he should plan better. The messenger told her to shut up, saying he didn't need advice from someone who had been defeated. Meanwhile, elsewhere, people celebrated Zombie's departure from Earth. The chief reminded everyone that, despite being a zombie, he had helped defeat the unbeatable doctor, Jaime, who had caused problems for years. Thanks to him, cities no longer needed to build huge walls to protect themselves from zombies. Zombie had helped a lot, but some questioned whether it was right to celebrate his imprisonment. Iron Bat said yes, because everyone knew he had no bad intentions. But now, with his departure from Earth, they felt great relief. No more missiles would fall on their heads, no more nuclear bombs would be launched at them, and no more nanotech zombies would try to exterminate humanity. The chief concluded that all they could do now was hope the plan would succeed. But they were mistaken, because a new threat emerged. The divine messenger appeared, completely destroying the chief's equipment and mocking the place, saying that the Academy of the Extraordinaries, considered the place with the greatest combat power in humanity, was full of weaklings. The Steel Advisor tried to attack him with his sword, but the blade broke, and he was sent flying. Iron Bat was in disbelief, and then the ground filled with blood as the balloons turned into flaming skulls. The chief replied that those were just boring tricks, and said that humans should not be underestimated. He then fully regenerated using nanotechnology, and activated the Iron Heart, a transformation called Nano 1. Iron Bat wanted to know if they had mastered that technology, and the chief asked how long he planned to stay on the ground. The Steel Advisor also stood up, transformed into Nano 1, saying this would be the perfect opportunity to test their new forms. Iron Bat complained about being the only one without that technology, but still joined the two. Their combined attacks were about to disintegrate the Divine Messenger. The Messenger, however, stated that more than 1,000 years had passed, and humans remained the same. He summoned a demonic claw, grabbed the Steel Advisor, and forced him to de-transform. Then, he counterattacked the chief using his own move. He remarked that 1,000 years ago, humans needed an entire starship to deliver an attack of that magnitude, and that in a way, this was even progress. One of the elder humans responded that this wasn't the same civilization he had destroyed in the past. The current one focused mainly on developing combat strength. The messenger simply said it didn't matter, as they were all just dust dirtying the planet. Iron Bat asked who he was and if he knew Zombie, to which the messenger replied that, in a way, Yes, they were the ones who exiled and sealed Zombie, and now they had returned from the stars to finish off that demon once and for all, and to wipe out humanity while they were at it. The Elder tried to warn that a human had escaped, but the messenger retorted that it was useless. There was no escape from death. He grabbed the chief and slammed him to the ground using gravitational force. Then he turned to the queen, questioning whether she was inferior, and commented that the academy claimed to have information about Zombie. He explained that if the queen could find those records, her suggestion to attack wouldn't be seen as ill-intentioned, but rather as a warning to humanity. The queen thought she already knew they were weak, but she hadn't imagined they were so useless, as she had planned to use the chaos to escape, yet they didn't even put up a fight. That's when the elder woman appeared with the information, and the queen confirmed she knew something was hidden. Among the documents was a recording about Zombie, belonging to a variety show with the highest global audience, boasting over 10 trillion likes. The show was broadcast live to the entire planet, and supported by SABE and Maximum Force. At that time, 8,000 extremely dangerous supercriminals had been transferred to the lunar prison, turning the broadcast into a true spectacle of wickedness. Since those criminals had been isolated for years without external information, it was likely they would clash with Zombie without even realizing it. The spokesperson from SABE declared that, even in extreme conditions, Zombie managed to live peacefully with humans. In reality, he was just using the prison as a means of relaxation and exercise. The elder woman commented that they had already sent thousands of defamation messages against Zombie, showing that they were still trying to eliminate the enemies of the divine race. The divine messenger ordered everyone to be silent, declaring that Zombie was thinking. Meanwhile, Violet, who was backstage, activated a set of lights and asked what they were doing, saying they hadn't even shown Zombie's makeup yet. The camera changed focus, and in a rush, the team retouched his makeup. The divine messenger reflected that Zombie, despite having the power to destroy the whole world, now remained in confinement. He concluded that the enemy's true goal was to explore the mystery of the human soul, and at the same time, challenge the authority of divine civilization. The final plan was to break the barrier created by the gods, even if it meant sacrificing generations of destroyed civilizations. With that understanding, the divine messenger declared that Zombie was the most cunning and dangerous enemy of the divine bloodline. He decided to act first, using his power to possess the mind of one of the prisoners and communicate directly with Zombie. When the enemy's crew heard the news, they threw a party in celebration. As the broadcast had been live for days and Zombie hadn't attacked anyone, the public reacted positively, embracing the program. Meanwhile, Violet tried to keep the problematic prisoners under control and said that if they didn't cause trouble, Zombie would stay calm. But a guard appeared, announcing an emergency. The divine messenger decided to test the enemy's strength, striking with the full energy of the possessed human body. However, Zombie blocked the attack using only his hashi. Instantly, the prison triggered a high-level alert, declaring that the target showed violent tendencies. The system went into total lockdown, and a self-destruction countdown was initiated, with only 3 minutes remaining to deactivate the threat. The prisoners, terrified, asked how that was possible, and quickly pointed weapons and lasers at Zombie. But the enemy didn't initiate any massacre, which surprised everyone. Many began trying to calm him down, saying that patience was a virtue, and that harmony could bring benefits. The divine messenger wondered whether this was truly the result of living in peace with humans, but concluded that fear still existed, always linked to repeating the mistakes of the mechanical civilization and to the cyclical destruction of humanity. Zombie, in turn, understood that this was just another struggle for survival within the prison. Violet explained that he needed to stay calm and handle the situation rationally. The enemy considered how to react. First form, foolish. Second, irritated. And third, calm. He chose the third option. His team, desperate, believed he would kill everyone, while the elder asked them to urgently check the self-destruct system. The divine messenger, annoyed, declared that Zombie was still a destructive demon and ordered the possessed prisoner to reveal his true power. But when the puppet tried to attack, Zombie, just using his intimidating aura, placed a hand on his shoulder and completely broke the mental control. The divine messenger was shocked, asking how it was possible that mere fear had broken his control. Zombie expelled the divine messenger's soul with such force that it didn't just affect the messenger, it impacted everyone in the room. The pressure was so intense that even the resistant bodies of the others began to weaken. Shortly after, Zombie returned to his original form. The loudspeaker then announced that the target's aggressiveness had disappeared and the alert was cancelled. Zombie declared that everything was resolved, ending the incident as if nothing had happened. Still, those present were completely drained, devastated by by the force of that pressure. Even the divine messenger had been wounded, despite not receiving a direct blow. This had not been part of his plans. He questioned why Zombie refused to attack him. He suspected Zombie was trying to turn the humans into pawns in order to seize the authority of the substitutes of the gods. He stated that he would never allow that. Even if humanity's trust in Zombie was shaken, he would not retreat. He ordered everyone to wait for the arrival of the main troops, while he would head to the moon before reinforcements arrived, determined to stop Zombie's advance at all costs. The queen asked if he had just left. Nyai responded that the messenger's target was Zombie, so wasting time on Earth was pointless. The queen remarked that the Academy of the Extraordinaries had been attacked, and that humans would soon realize it. If Zombie's followers joined the Extraordinaries, they would be unstoppable. She then asked if the three before her wouldn't rather kneel. She would offer them a chance to survive. Nyai thought that Lunatic would surely be eliminated by Zombie, and concluded it was time to take advantage of the situation and recruit some followers. Nyai said she doubted the humans would realize what was really happening. She suggested the queen go to the battle site and see it for herself. When the queen arrived, she saw the walls had been completely restored. Nyai explained that no matter the destruction or lives lost, everything could be restored by divine power. That power could transform projections of the imagination into reality. That was the authority of their civilization. As long as that civilization wasn't completely destroyed, humans would never realize they had even been attacked. In their view, disappearing in ignorance was a form of mercy. Another version of Nyai explained that the enemies also fought using gods born from imagination, and asked if the queen herself hadn't been born the same way, a being molded by imagination, a vampire. The queen was offended, asking if they were saying she was the product of fool's imagination. Nyai answered that she could believe whatever she wanted, but the divine messenger had already decided. That meant she wouldn't be allowed to leave. Meanwhile, that same model who had been one of the first to die because of G was alive, now doing new photo shoots. Suddenly, someone grabbed the photographer's foot. It was the chief, desperately begging to be taken to the department. Near the moon, another divine messenger declared that the most powerful force in the vast sea of stars was hidden at the heart of that place. Imagination was the spark that ignited everything. With this power, they had created countless gods and became a divine civilization. With that same force, they imprisoned the primordial demon in his ancient homeland. Over the ages, they traveled through the universe, conquered stars, but never lowered their guard against the demon. That evil being pretended to want to live in harmony with mortals, but that would never be allowed. Using his powers, the messenger stirred the fury of another prisoner. Zombie, who had entered the bathroom line, was attacked, but he simply slapped the opponent and told him to wait his turn. The blow was so impactful that the prisoner immediately calmed down. The messenger declared that soon, Zombie's true nature would be revealed. That was certain. The week went on. Zombie's routine was very irregular. He woke up early, washed his face, retouched his makeup, trained with dedication, and headed to the race challenge. Before the start, everyone around him had been controlled by the divine messenger. However, they were discarded like trash as soon as Zombie began to run. Later, he went to the gym, where he did his daily workouts. Zombie commented that the gym facilities were excellent. The messenger ordered the attacks to continue, but everyone lost mental control after being terrified by what they saw. Zombie was bench pressing 40 tons as a warm-up. The messenger yelled at them not to freeze up, but the prisoners began to wonder if he really wanted them to attack such an absurd creature. Was he crazy? After warming up, Zombie decided to play tennis. On the first serve, he launched the ball out of the moon. Those under the messenger's control literally peed themselves. The messenger got furious, asking if they couldn't even defend themselves. He called them all idiots, saying that wasn't how you fight. Meanwhile, Dawn asked Violet if there were any new reports or anomalies. Violet replied no, everything was calm. The number of troublesome prisoners had even decreased. However, Dawn reported receiving news that someone was causing trouble for Zombie. That caught Violet's attention. She wanted to know who the lunatic was, who was getting involved where they shouldn't. Dawn said there had been talk that there was no reason to worry about Zombie's side, but the leader disagreed, claiming the attack was extremely powerful. The reason was that the chief was currently undergoing repairs. Lan Shi asked about the results of the investigation, and the leader explained that the president himself had gone there with some subordinates, but so far, no abnormalities had been detected. Since all targets had been restored as if nothing had happened, the Sausage Squad was called in to investigate and confirmed that everything was indeed normal. Iron Bat questioned whether something was wrong, but Commander Sausage examined the site and concluded there was no evidence of an attack at the academy. Maybe everyone was just overreacting. Meanwhile, a battle was taking place between the Vampire Queen and Nyai, but the others couldn't see it. It was as if the Queen were a spirit. Nyai explained that there was no use in the Queen trying to make herself noticed. noticed, she had merged her mental energy with the illusionary world, so no one outside could see her. She also said that any master of the queen should be of the same divine race, but the queen replied that she had no master and was not a product of anyone's imagination. Tai Shan, who accompanied his master, stated that the mind of such a simple creature would understand nothing and suggested that he should just break her bones and end it quickly. The queen acknowledged that he was indeed strong, since last time she had been careless and was hit, but now she was determined to eliminate him. While the president returned, having found nothing abnormal, the fight between the two vampires finally began. The impact of their blows was so intense it caused explosions all around. Nai warned they had already wasted too much time there. The illusionary world was about to disappear, but she managed to temporarily reinforce it, while Tai Shan handled the situation. The queen seemed to be easily overpowering Tai Shan and mocked him, saying he was too full of himself. Tai Shan's master found it odd and stated they would make him remember who he really was. Then, Tai Shan activated his final transformation and used the power of the stone to become the immortal mountain. He had turned into a true wall of combat. His master explained that the strength of mind and soul was born from the imagination of those who act in the name of the gods. Tai Shan declared that the queen would never be able to destroy Mount Tha, but she replied that he talked too much. The mountain strike was so powerful that the queen didn't anticipate it and lost her arm. As she tried to regenerate the lost limb, she was forced to dodge the next attack. Tai Shan's master then activated his blooming, causing spikes to emerge and pierce the queen's entire body. It was as if she were trapped inside a cocoon of jagged mountains. The master warned that the queen shouldn't think too highly of herself just because she could regenerate. Those spikes would drain all her divine energy until nothing was left but a puddle of blood. She ordered the queen to beg for mercy, but suddenly the queen's body began to melt. Tai Shan's master thought it was too fast, but Niai realized the plan. The queen landed a direct hit on the master's neck, and Niai had to intervene to save her, saying she had gone too far. The queen then stated that even divine beings could be hurt like any other creature. Ne remarked that had she arrived a moment later, the master would have died, but fortunately, the wound was quickly healed. The two decided to fight together to defeat the vampire queen. That's when Ne used her most powerful technique, the invocation of eternal serenity. Now, both were at full strength to face the enemy. Everyone on the plane could see what was happening, but Niai renewed the illusionary world and made sure no one could see anything again. The queen was also affected by the illusion, which allowed the strike from Mount Dai to hit directly. She couldn't see for a second and was struck. The other master was impressed by the girl's resilience and wondered how she was still able to fight. She also wanted to understand how powerful she must have been in the past. Anai commented that the last time she had seen that girl, her aura was almost non-existent. She also remembered that she had spent about 1,000 years on Earth and should have disappeared long ago. But the invocation of serenity noticed a mysterious force inside the girl. That was what kept her alive. In fact, what was inside her were the zombie genes that Jaime had implanted. Serenity said it was a good thing. The queen still couldn't fully control that mysterious power within her, because if she could, they would have already lost that battle. The queen then summoned her bloodstorm and declared that if they liked hiding in illusions so much, she would send them straight to death. Each raindrop turned into a sharp needle, a deadly weapon. Serenity and Tai Shan, in his mountain form, tried to protect the two, but even with their efforts, the needles struck everyone. Even Serenity herself was wounded. Tai Shan reverted his transformation afterward, and when the illusionary world came to an end, a meteor shower fell upon the land. The mountain was completely destroyed. Nai tried to use her restoration power, but she couldn't anymore. She was too weak, and her mental energy had run out. It was Serenity who saved them at that moment, otherwise, they would have died. The master looked at her, trying to understand how someone could be so strong. Nai explained that Serenity was fighting with everything she had, and without a host, she had burned all her energy in that last attack. The queen declared victory and left the illusionary world. At that moment, Commander Salshicha appeared and asked if they were behind all of it. Before he could attack them, Tai Shan stood up. Nai commented that the illusionary world had vanished, and the master asked Tai Shan to retreat, as they couldn't fight in that state without energy. It was then that the commander immobilized Tai Shan and ordered the others to act. Dawn fired his laser and hit Tai Shan directly, leaving him collapsed on the ground, powerless. The two were about to be captured, but the queen reappeared, standing and pulling herself together. Niai said that it was impossible she didn't even have a host. She had regenerated even after completely vanishing. The queen responded with contempt, reminding them that she had already explained she didn't need a host. She was the queen queen of the vampires. She had fought against the zombie for thousands of years. She found it pathetic that someone would use the genes of that damned zombie as if it were something impressive. Meanwhile, on the lunar prison, the capital's criminal variety show was about to begin. After half a month of selections, the show finally aired live for the entire world. The audience eagerly awaited the return of their favorite contestants, especially the dancing prisoners. That's when the zombie stepped onto the center stage doing breakdancing. The divine messenger was furious. He couldn't stand that the zombie continued ignoring his presence. The prisoners were ordered to attack the zombie day and night, without rest, but he never showed any anger and continued insisting on this game of living in harmony with humans. The messenger then decided to act himself. After the dance, the zombie asked about his performance. Violet replied that the audience had loved it, and he was currently in first place on the rankings. More importantly, the humans' perception of him had improved significantly. The zombie commented that all the rehearsal time had been worth it. If it continued like this, his dream would soon come true. He was planning to enjoy his future retirement. Then he got ready for the next round of the program, the lunch challenge. Before leaving, he sensed something strange. Violet said she would handle whatever was going on outside. He then proceeded to the next challenge. Outside, the divine messenger began his attack, but was intercepted by Violet, who realized the earlier call must have been about him. The messenger was surprised and asked if a human like her dared to raise a knife against a representative of the gods. Violet threw the blade with force and cut part of his hair, making it clear she didn't care who he was, god or creature. She wouldn't let a worm ruin her plan. She said that Violet needed this to ensure her generation's survival. The messenger replied that it didn't matter, everyone would die in the end anyway. He promised to show her the divine civilization's way of combat. The blood moon rose in the sky like a mirror, reflecting fear in everyone's heart. The messenger transformed into a massive creature. This was the form of Vero, the god of legends. Meanwhile, at the SAEB Special Justice Agency, Tai Shan's master was imprisoned. Blackie asked if she had been part of the attack on the academy, but the leader replied they shouldn't underestimate her. They had to send elite forces to deal with the brute who was with her. The other white-haired warrior had fled, but was seriously injured. Lin Chi was still helping the vampire queen in her pursuit. Blackie commented that, to avoid panic among humans, zombies could not directly intervene in battles. However, in cases of interrogation or torture, he was authorized to act. Even so, the elder declared he would never yield. Later, Dawn appeared and explained that the prisoner had actually been quite cooperative. She revealed her origin, number of allies, combat methods, and objectives, all without the need for torture. The information was handed over without resistance. Blackie then asked where that firm stance from before had gone. Dawn explained that to gather information, that civilization studied many books from humanity, and after being captured, accepted humiliation as part of the process. Dawn wondered what kind of books those could be. In any case, the prisoner revealed all critical data. That's when Blackie realized she was part of the divine civilization. That civilization invoked gods through imagination, and had come to this solar system with the goal of purifying it. The divine master explained that there was no longer any reason to hide anything. They only kept mortals in ignorance out of kindness, but she claimed none of them could resist the destruction imposed by the gods. Dawn asked if she was so sure that those gods were stronger than the zombie. She replied that the messenger of the gods had already gone personally to the moon to defeat him. According to her, all they had to do was look, but the zombie was there peacefully, in the middle of the lunar show, cooking. He was already on his 7th egg dish. He only cooked eggs. He only ate eggs. The leader assured there was nothing unusual. On the contrary, the lunar program was going perfectly. Dawn asked if that contestant hadn't already been eliminated. The master replied that was impossible. Blackie stated that the battle had already begun. They just had to look at the sky. Meanwhile, Violet was slicing through the countless tentacles of the gigantic creature. The divine messenger grotesquely emerged from within it and asked if the zombie had infected his subordinates with his virus. According to him, that shouldn't have any effect on an inferior human like her. Violet wondered who that being was, since not even the most advanced nanotechnological equipment could completely cut through those creatures. Dawn warned Violet not to get involved with that monster, but she replied that it was easy for him to say. Dawn informed her that the satellite had already locked onto the target's position. All that was left was for her to move away, so the defense system could activate. He then ordered Vet to get out of there immediately. Violet answered that she had no choice, and the only option left was to try that strategy. She once again used the zombie's genes, forcing them to proliferate inside her body. It could kill her, but it would also increase her power. The messenger said he had intended to let all the impure die without pain, but since they had caused trouble, they would now die right there. He then used solar energy to reinforce his invocation. The power of Vero, the god of legends, nearly destroyed the entire moon. Even with Violet's efforts to contain the blast, a massive explosion occurred. One of the subordinates warned that the lunar prison's defense system had been completely destroyed. The leader leader was shocked and questioned what kind of power that was. The man was using the sun as a weapon. At that moment, Agu arrived, asking what was going on, since an attack had pierced 1,000 kilometers of metal and struck the prison's core. But Blackie explained that the moon hadn't been completely destroyed. The prison was still standing because the zombie himself had responded. He appeared in his third form and rescued Violet, telling her to rest. Then, upon reaching his fourth form, he declared that he would take care of the situation now. It was revealed that, thousands of years ago, because of the zombie, the divine civilization was forced to abandon its homeland and begin a long journey across the vast stellar ocean. During this journey, the God-era civilization witnessed countless wonders in the universe. Their understanding expanded, their perception grew, and their imagination strengthened, becoming their main source of power. The messenger explained that the God-era civilization was too powerful to be understood by the zombie, and warned that if he really wanted to lock himself in that prison, he should stay there until he burned and turned to ashes. On Earth, an alert was issued, confirming a strange phenomenon, an attack from an extremely advanced alien civilization. The moon had been partially destroyed by solar power, and a huge explosion had occurred in space. Inside the prison, everyone was in despair. Violet said the broadcast was still going, and that this time, she would make sure the whole world saw the zombie protecting humanity. The fight was being broadcast to the entire planet. Without any effort, the zombie pierced through the solar ray, passed through the creature, and impaled the messenger, tearing a huge hole in his chest and striking his heart. While holding the heart in his hands, the messenger stated that a demon would always remain a demon. According to him, time didn't change the zombie's bloodthirsty nature, but the zombie used the heart as a weapon and struck the creature again, piercing it once more. Right after, he grabbed the messenger's face and hurled him violently toward the moon. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, at the secret base dedicated to humanity's escape plan, the peak of human technology was concentrated in a spacecraft capable of housing 30,000 people living in space. An elderly engineer was there, saying that even though he found all of it meaningless, he would still do his best to help humans improve their severely outdated technology. Jaime was also working on a drug that allowed humans to enter deep sleep and maintain vital functions during space travel. For humanity, time was the greatest challenge, and even if they couldn't achieve immortality, that alone was already a huge advancement. The Prime Minister stated that as long as they managed to escape, he didn't care about freeing the lunatics who had almost destroyed the world. The president commented that they were no longer in conflict with the zombie, and that humanity was now safe. The Prime Minister agreed, saying the zombie had been quiet and not causing problems. But just then, the sisters arrived, bringing urgent news. The astronomical station had detected a neutrogen flash, something that only occurred when a star died, and it had been caused by the zombie himself. The Prime Minister wanted to run away immediately upon hearing that. The death power of the star was enough to completely destroy the creature summoned by the divine messenger. The zombie returned to his original form and apologized for getting carried away. He left the messenger there with a hole in his chest and said he needed to get back to the show. The messenger, even gravely wounded, stated that he had studied the zombie for millennia, analyzing his strength, form, character, and combat methods. But only after facing him directly did he realize the zombie was even more terrifying than any legend. The messenger then fully regenerated his heart, and the zombie asked if he still wasn't ready to flee, using the power and corpse of that legendary god. The messenger invoked Varro's power, saying he had come to end all of this once and for all. After this attack by the substitute of God, the world fell into chaos. The divine human remarked that the messenger had ordered them to cause destruction. But now they didn't even have to try. The fear of the god's arrival had caused civilizations to collapse in mere seconds. But soon the news reported that the aliens had been completely annihilated by the zombie with a single punch. The battle lasted 2 minutes and 37 seconds. The world returned to peace. Some looters who had been stealing in panic wondered if it was all over. Routine returned to normal, and everyone went back to work. The divine human asked what kind of civilization that was. Dawn replied that with the zombie around, destroying the world was just another Tuesday. Those humans had seen it all. No threat seemed truly big anymore. Then she asked if that creature had really died from just one strike. Fur didn't quite understand what was going on, but commented that the moon's cameras only showed a giant red stain. Gu said maybe the cameras had broken, but Blackie knew that the fight wasn't over yet. He felt a terrible premonition and realized that there was something even more dangerous than the usual aura of his king. That was when Varro summoned the power of the solar sword forge. Using the moon's reflected light, he forged a blade with the heat of the sun's surface, reaching a temperature of 6,000 degrees. He claimed it didn't matter how strong the zombies' genes were, not even they could withstand the sun's heat. With that, Varro attacked using his whip-shaped solar blade. Even when hit in his second form, the zombie found it interesting and shifted to his third form. His body was split into pieces, but he completely regenerated despite the heat. In the fourth form, not only did he strike Varro, but he also tore off many of his arms. The battle grew even more intense, and the two began exchanging extremely fast blows across the moon's surface. At one point, Varro was launched back to Earth like a meteor. His fall caused a massive tsunami. News reports announced that the alien invasion was not over. Varro used the calamity caused by his own fall to absorb more energy. The zombie said he was finally remembering who they were. Varro responded by attacking directly from Earth, hitting the moon so hard that it split in half. He called it the Moon of a Thousand Faces, a false and distorted version of the real moon. The scene resembled an old movie where a character sliced the moon with the power of a legendary creature. The false moon began falling toward Earth, and the zombie tried to stop it, but Varro blocked his path, saying he wanted to witness the zombie's true strength. He claimed that all his skills had been trained over millennia with the sole purpose of killing the zombie. Up until that moment, the zombie had only dodged the attacks, never retaliating. But then he was caught by the Moon of a Thousand Faces, which was ready to devour everything. Inside it, Varro greeted him, saying that this was the reflection of his mind built over ages wandering through space. He used the desires and greed of an entire population to create that place, giving him the power to dominate. Anyone who fell in couldn't escape. Varro said, the zombie didn't look like this in the past, when he destroyed his civilization, and now he wanted to see the true power, one that represented death and hatred. Meanwhile, the Moon of a Thousand Faces began consuming the real moon. On Earth, everyone was in shock. The news broadcast another alert, stating that the new weather forecast was a meteor shower. Still, humanity fought back. The Extraordinary Academy launched missiles to destroy the meteors before they hit the cities. Agu managed to stop several with his own hands to protect civilians. The prison was also hit by Varro's attacks, causing panic. Violet needed to use the zombie's power again, at least, to recover her mobility, but she couldn't activate the genes. The Moon of a Thousand Faces approached, ready to devour the prison and everyone inside. At the last moment, the zombie himself appeared to save them, even though he was still wounded by the solar attacks. Varro asked why the zombie still cared about others in the middle of such an important battle, and warned him that he'd pay dearly for that arrogance. The zombie replied that all Varro wanted was to see his true power, so he would let him see it up close. Then the zombie transformed into Jiangxi, and everyone who saw the transformation was horrified, for they knew it was that being who had almost destroyed the planet in the past. Long before that, in the era of the gods, when the divine messenger received the mission to confront the zombie, Varro sought an audience with the divine headquarters. One of the elders explained that Varro had destroyed an entire planet in the past. He devoured the souls of that primitive civilization to feed his divine mind. Varro confirmed it, saying he absorbed the fear and despair of 10 billion lives and spent hundreds of years digesting it, which allowed the god of the mind, the Moon of a Thousand Faces, to complete its transformation. Before that, he had spent more than 1,000 years studying the records about the zombie and perfecting his combat techniques just to face him. Now, he claimed to have enough power to match the zombie's strongest form. The elder said that if Varro was that confident, then he was authorized to act as the vanguard of his people's revenge. Varro promised to defeat the zombie, but at that moment, he was already being grabbed like trash. The zombie asked why he looked so surprised. He had always been his nightmare. It was Varro who had run away in fear like a dog thousands of years ago. Still, Varro claimed he was a genius who had studied for ages for that moment, so he wouldn't lose. He then made the sea of blood of the Moon of a Thousand Faces begin to boil. The zombie asked if that was all, then crushed the enemy's disgusting flesh body and hurled him into the Moon of a Thousand Faces. Even without a head, Varro declared he hadn't lost, for he had merged his life force with his mind god. As long as the moon existed, he would exist too. He said he could revive endlessly. The zombie recalled that those beings killed his subordinates, fled, and now dared to return. He believed they were now begging to be annihilated. Varro replied that he was right. What mattered most to the zombies was their subordinates. Even in that current form, the same one used to exterminate human civilization, his deep hatred came from the moment humans executed his allies. Varro revealed that a woman who once tried to defy him had fallen into the Moon of a Thousand Faces, and that now her consciousness was connected to the divine mind. He could sense that she possessed the zombie's gene. The zombie replied that she was his friend, and concluded that for Varro, destroying his civilization once hadn't been enough. Even when when the zombie destroyed one of Varro's forms, another emerged within Mufa's moon, asking if they were friends. That seemed even more interesting to him. Varro realized that the zombie now cared about lesser beings. The moon of 1,000 faces headed toward Earth, warning the people that it would collide with the entire world, exterminating that pitiful ant-like civilization. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister tried to escape in a rocket, even leaving the princess behind. He no longer cared about anyone. Varro told the zombie to go ahead and kill him, to save the civilization he cherished. But he added that if the moon of 1,000 faces were destroyed, his friend's consciousness would be drowned in despair, and not even the genes could save her. Varro concluded by saying he had placed the zombie in a dilemma, and that he needed to stop pretending to be all-powerful. That's when the zombie, with enormous speed, punched the moon away from Earth. The impact of the blow destroyed the dilemma completely. He struck everyone all at once. Even as he regenerated, Varro said that the zombie had killed his own friend, and now, he wondered, who would he take revenge on? But the zombie commented that his destructive form was meant for battles, so maybe it was time to try something different. He assumed his blood form and effortlessly revived all the dead. Varro, surprised, said he had never witnessed anything like it, and at that moment, he finally disintegrated into dust. With the end of the battle between the zombie and Varro, the disaster that threatened the world was contained. Violet was resurrected by him, and even the moon in the sky was restored. Once again, the zombie demonstrated his terrifying power before humanity. A few days later, everything was being rebuilt. This time, there wasn't such a severe impact. In fact, people quickly returned to their routines, and the live stream, which lasted 3 weeks, ended successfully. The zombie achieved a complete and overwhelming victory. He won all the challenges against the prisoners and was recognized as the true national idol. Meanwhile, everyone was celebrating the absolute success of the zombie idol project. The atmosphere was festive. Agan commented that humanity had finally accepted its king. Dawn said that in the end, the plan only worked because Varro participated. And even receiving just a piece of cake, the divine human chose to remain silent. At that moment, the leader received an official document from Nation B through diplomatic channels. The country was in total chaos because the Prime Minister had fled, taking all the money and elite members with him. The Queen now wanted to turn Nation B into an empire again. Blackie questioned whether that country wasn't supposed to be trying to eliminate the zombies, which was news to everyone. The commander, known as Salsicha, explained that the president had said that if the zombie was interested, he was willing to resign from office. Gu replied that this was impossible, because humans had accepted the zombie far more completely than before. The leader explained that the power he demonstrated was so overwhelming that it made all of humanity abandon any opposition. He not only completely restored the moon, but also mentally dominated people all around the world. Faced with this, Agan gathered the group and said maybe this was the same as living in peace with humans. Maybe the king's wish had been fulfilled, but the leader asked where he was at that moment. Dawn replied that Violet was suffering some side effects since being resurrected by the zombie, and he was taking care of her. Violet was in the ocean, training her speed. The zombie, now in his third form, explained that she needed to strengthen her body as much as possible during combat to balance the psychic power she had received. This power was as great as the consciousness of 10 billion people fused inside her. Violet even reached a new transformation and charged at the zombie with great speed. However, he said it still wasn't enough. She needed to unlock an even deeper power within her own genes. When trying to do that, Violet lost control for a moment and attacked the zombie directly. But her strike had no effect, and he said her psychic power was out of control. She was already attacking without thinking, so he broke her sword and slapped her to calm her down. After that, the zombie took her back, saying training was over for today. Later, Violet was in the infirmary and was asked by Dawn if she had failed again. She said yes. It was like before. Every time she started spreading the zombie's genes, her body weakened. She couldn't suppress that psychic power. The zombie explained that the problem was the pure psychic power that came from the 10 billion consciousnesses left by Varro. This had merged with her mind during resurrection and couldn't be separated anymore. If she couldn't strengthen her body to the level of a zombie chief, she would eventually explode. And when that happened, the explosion would create a giant hole in the earth, like being hit by an interplanetary bomb. The leader and the chief begged her to train harder and avoid such a tragedy. But Violet replied that it wasn't so easy for her. After all, they weren't the ones getting beaten up. The zombie then said he had another idea. Since strengthening the body wasn't working, maybe it was better to try the method used by the civilization of the gods to control psychic power. He then removed his own brain from his skull and explained that he could use it to create a dream world, so he could take her back to the past and train together from that time. The group was shocked to see him removing his brain like it was completely normal. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Divine Civilization era, Niai managed to send a message. She reported that Dai Dai had been captured and was still on Earth, constantly being hunted. She begged the elder to save them, but he simply asked why she was reporting this. Many still wanted to know where Vero was, but the truth had already been recorded by Nei. She explained that the divine messenger Vero had died. He was martyred during the battle against the zombie. This was the information she gathered after analyzing the combat records, and it was what she reported directly to the elder, seated in the second divine seat. This elder's name was Wang Zikai, and he showed no surprise upon hearing about Varo's death. He said that Varo had been arrogant. He read a few sacred documents, trained a bit, and thought that was enough to defeat the zombie. Ilia, who held the third divine seat, said that Varo had always been like that. Whenever pressured, he sought increasingly powerful forms to manifest. But even that wasn't enough. Nai took that moment to report her most recent observations as well. During all the time she spent analyzing the zombie's behavior, she noticed that he truly wished to coexist peacefully with humans. That's why she decided to question the Divine Lord directly. She wanted to know if it still made sense to consider him a threat. The Divine Lord reflected on the question. He seemed skeptical. He wanted to understand how anyone could still talk about peaceful coexistence after everything that had happened. In his thoughts, there was something deeper. He wondered about all those who had been left behind by the zombie, those who trusted him and were then abandoned. What did that make them? Just forgotten worms? Were they truly disposable? Meanwhile, the third divine seat, considered the most important among all of them, had yet to appear. Meanwhile, the group was enjoying their free time at a bar with muscular, shirtless bartenders. Instead of drinking beer the usual way, Zombie poured the liquid directly onto his own brain, trying to get drunk more efficiently. The sensation of being intoxicated directly in the mind had never felt so real. He commented that it had been a long time since he last drank, and he remembered that when he drank a lot, his dreams became clearer. The group leader questioned how he could access that kind of memory if it had never shown up on the reality show. But Zombie explained that he avoided alcohol and used to drink milk before bed, specifically to avoid dreaming. That didn't always work, as once he woke up, confused and accidentally destroyed a volcano. Dawn began to realize things were getting dangerous and asked if there was still time to escape, but the leader said no. They were there precisely to obtain valuable information. Zombie kept pouring more beer over his own head while remembering a birthday with his little brothers, and the day Verment got so drunk he had to be taken down. In another memory, he recalled a battle where he accidentally sank an entire continent. The surrounding group wondered how that was even possible. It was at that moment that Zombie claimed to have found memories of the ancient civilization. At that time, the world was destroyed and overrun by zombies. Humans lived isolated in shelters, and unlike today where they have enhanced bodies and advanced technology back then, they relied mainly on their psychic powers. Some humans were born with extremely powerful mental abilities, but their misfortune was that many zombie kings existed, and every time a clash occurred, regardless of who won, the entire area was destroyed. Because of this, humans formed a special elite force to fight these zombie kings. Zombie's memories started to become clearer once he encountered one of these groups. One of the members was incredibly fast, dodging the attacks of a giant dinosaur-shaped zombie, specifically a Tyrannosaurus. Before fleeing, the group's mage asked if there was any treasure inside that place, and another member replied that one might exist if the destinies were intertwined. A third girl wanted to know if that was a yes or a no, and the speedster confirmed there was, but it was just a zombie with mental issues. Zombie himself was running alongside the group, asking where the dangerous zombie they were supposed to avoid was. The mage wondered why there was a zombie running with them too, while Zombie kept insisting he didn't know where the one they should avoid was. Then the speedster realized the next attack from the Tyrannosaurus was heading straight toward the mage, named Gan Ling, and she didn't have time to react. The blow was devastating and destroyed everything around them, but in the end, she was unharmed because Zombie had protected her. He said that memory made him feel good, even though he burned his hands that day. Violet wondered if Zombie also had human friends in other eras, and he confirmed, remembering how strong that Tyrannosaurus was at the time. The zombies from that era were more powerful than him, as he was just another zombie king among many. The group asked if there was anyone stronger than him, and Zombie said yes. Humanity was completely lost back then. He confirmed that from that point on, it was safe to begin reviving the dreams. Dawn wanted to know exactly what the plan was, and Zombie explained that the goal was to teach Violet the ancient method for controlling psychic power. Just watching a recording wouldn't be enough. Dreams provided a more immersive experience. He then focused his power and brought both himself and Violet into the dream. Now they were inside Zombie's dream world. He warned Violet not to stand still or look suspicious. Inside that dream, her role was to be an ordinary person who had decided to help in the fight. Zombie explained that the Tyrannosaurus was about to attack. At that time, he had cooperated with that squad, and they had barely managed to defeat the creature, suffering serious injuries. Violet couldn't lower her guard. The plan was to attack when the enemy blocked a strike. As soon as that happened, they would take advantage of the opening. The speedster still found Zombie's behavior odd, but decided to ignore it for now, and focused on the Tyrannosaurus. Everyone got ready. Zombie was the first to attack, and when the dinosaur defended itself, he found the perfect opening. The blow was so powerful it killed the Tyrannosaurus with a single punch. No one expected that. Zombie wondered where the formidable enemy from his dreams had gone, as now only the shattered rib of the Tyrannosaurus remained. The group of humans observed the scene in disbelief, trying to understand how he had destroyed a zombie king with just one punch. He looked like a monster out of reality. Zombie began to suspect something was wrong. He remembered that enemy and recalled the fight being difficult. Violet commented that it happened thousands of years ago and that he should be stronger by now, but Zombie explained that it wasn't exactly like that. Even with continuous training and a balanced diet, his full power could only be released in a different form. Each form also altered his personality. In his current state, which was his first form, his power level wasn't that different from what he had back then. That's why he didn't understand how he had managed to defeat the Tyrannosaurus with a single blow. Still, it was after that battle that he met his first companions from that era. Meanwhile, the group's mage wanted to flee the area. Zombie stated that those people were incredibly powerful espers, and that Violet should join them in their adventures. That way, she would surely learn how to use psychic power. However, Violet replied that the truth was, the companions were actually trying to escape from him. After a long time running, the group reached a forest and was gasping for air, exhausted. Everyone seemed to be looking for safety, especially after the scene they had just witnessed. The bespectacled Esper questioned what had happened, still in shock that an S-class zombie king Tyrannosaurus had been destroyed with a single punch. Zombie's power surpassed that of any zombie king they had ever faced. Gan Ling noted that he didn't seem hostile, as he had even saved her. Another clever girl had already thrown herself on the ground and decided to rest right there. She said they could continue the mission the next day, and the others agreed. They decided to set up camp in that forest, but the girl was already asleep, completely ignoring her duty to help with the camp setup. The bespectacled Esper mentioned he still needed to upload the battle footage. Gan Ling was also so tired she could barely stand. As the group tried to rest, Zombet watched them from hiding. She thought they looked like interesting people. Zombie said he couldn't just join the group without fighting alongside them, but that wouldn't be a problem, since the group's mission was to recover Fortress Number 9 and defeat the Blazing Flame Zombie King, who had already destroyed 3 cities. Zombie thought he just needed to gain some experience with them until the time came. The old lady had advised him to take it slow, because if he used his full strength too early, they'd be scared again. But the bespectacled Esper soon sensed something odd nearby. Violet commented that his perception ability was impressive. Zombie also noticed movement. Suddenly, flames began burning the surrounding leaves. The bespectacled Esper said it could only be the work of the Blazing Flame Zombie King. And sure enough, it was him ready to set the forest ablaze and eliminate the Espers. The Lancer managed to deflect one of the fireballs, and the Zombie King even showed a bit of respect for the technique, calling the performance acceptable. Then came the next attack, this time from multiple directions at once, led by the speedster of the Z-Piers. But the Blazing Flame Zombie King blocked everything with ease. Gan Ling recognized that he was much more resilient than they had expected. The Zombie King declared that it was all pointless, the Espers were too weak. The group began to panic in the face of the enemy's power, but the speedster showed no fear. He landed a direct kick to the Zombie King's chest, and asked if he really thought they'd be defeated by such weak attacks. However, the Zombie King wasn't even scratched. He mocked their strength and vowed to reduce them all to ashes. At that moment, Zombie stepped in right in front of the next attack, thinking it was the ideal moment to act. But he thought he needed to control his strength so as not to cause a massive impact. He began punching the Zombie King in the stomach, just to test the effects, and the girl recognized that it was the same strange zombie from before. Diocles asked if he had been following them this whole time. The Zombie King ordered him to get out of the way, or be killed too. Zombie remembered he had to act gently and kindly with the group, and remarked that the Blazing Flame Zombie King was indeed powerful. He asked for permission to fight alongside them, but the Zombie King refused and tried to incinerate him, intending to erase him from existence. Even so, shortly after, the entire group of Espers was kneeling, revering Zombie, begging for him to spare their lives. Zombie replied that he only wanted to be friends with them. On another day, their next enemy was the Fanged Zombie King, which resembled a giant undead boar. The group's plan was to surround the creature and launch so many attacks that it would be immobilized and distracted. It was enough for Asper, the sprinter, to land a direct hit. However, what was holding the enemy wasn't strong enough. Thus, the Zombie King ended up heading straight into Violette, who, in her second transformation, told them to leave it to her. Despite her attack being very powerful, she couldn't pierce through the fangs of that zombie. She had already imagined that the Zombie Kings of that era would be strong, but not this strong. It seemed that all of them had the same strength as zombies' subordinates. In the end, the group joined forces. The lancer and the swordsman struck a precise blow to the creature's skull, finally killing it. The swordsman remarked that the mission was at last completed. The lancer praised Violette, saying she had done very well. After all, she had faced a zombie king in direct combat. Still, the lancer found it strange. Why had she never heard of Violette, even though she was so powerful? Vet replied that maybe she just wasn't very well known. But at that moment, the boy with glasses, using his ability, detected another enemy coming from the right, another Fang King, in perfect condition. The group managed to hide in time, but the creature was already tracking them by scent. While they tried to come up with a plan to escape alive, the swordsman told everyone to run. "I'll stay here as bait." If it were only him, he could escape thanks to his speed. But the zombie was already preparing a punch, and the lancer warned, "You'd better look behind you." It was too late. Zombie had already killed the creature with a single strike. Violet couldn't tell if the group felt relieved or worried about having such a powerful being following them so closely. Later, Hero Squad number 23 returned, with their mission completed. They were introduced as Wang Zikai, an S-rank Esper, Ilea, also S-rank, an A-rank Prophet, and Gan Ling, ranked B. They were accompanied by 2 other members who remained with the group. A robot thanked them all for protecting human civilization and welcomed them to the Esper Association. Ilea said they were finally back home, and Wang Zikai commented that soon he would take Zombie to a meeting with the leader. Zombie thought that sounded great and said this had been an amazing adventure. Violet noted that although she had been fighting alongside them for some time, she still hadn't learned how to unleash psychic abilities like the others. Throughout the journey, she still relied solely on her physical strength. Zombie said that wasn't a problem since her power was related to brute force. That was precisely why he had asked her to visit the association, considered humanity's largest shelter during the apocalypse. It was there that research and evaluation of Esper's mental power were conducted. As Violet observed the environment and the people, she thought the place even resembled the Extraordinary Academy a bit. Even so, she asked if Zombie was sure it was safe to walk around there. The last time he visited an academy, he had to wear a zombie mask as a disguise. Zombie explained that during the era of the divine human civilization, he had no experience interacting with humans. That caused a lot of problems. There was even a time when he was nearly burned at the stake. Fortunately, Wang Zikai and the others protected his life, and he ended up gaining humanity's acceptance in that era, being recognized as a true Esper. They then embarked on a journey to defeat the source of the zombie horde. In the end, they defeated the primordial demon responsible for the apocalypse, and became celebrated heroes who saved the world. Zombie said he could trust those companions, and that he could now deal with humans of this era just fine. But later, he was imprisoned. Ilea apologized, saying the power he had displayed was so terrifying that they needed to report the incident with great accuracy. The old elders decided to detain Zombie as soon as they found out he had been roaming the city. The prophet explained that even his proactive help against the zombie kings had been included in the report. Gan Ling also apologized for not being able to stop the decision. Violet commented that apparently killing a zombie king instantly didn't help make a good impression. Zombie said he hadn't wanted it to turn out that way either. But for some strange reason, zombie kings just collapsed every time he touched them. Zombie didn't remember being that strong. He became convinced that there was something broken in that dream. He decided the best course of action was to start everything over and create a new memory so Violet could learn properly. He tried to focus and wake up from the dream, but it didn't work. He tried again, and then again, but nothing happened. Violet asked what exactly he was doing, and Zombie replied that he was facing some technical difficulties. It seemed they were stuck in the dream and couldn't leave. Violet didn't believe it. That was definitely not a small problem after all. The two of them were now trapped in the past. Meanwhile, in the present, the group was still at the bar, drinking a bit more. The leader remarked that ever since Zombie started dreaming, he and Violet had simply vanished, and wanted to know if that was normal. Dawn replied that when it came to Zombie, anything could be considered normal, but the leader was still puzzled by the strange patterns that had started appearing in his brain. Dawn admitted she wasn't so sure about that part. Then, suddenly, a massive rift opened in the sky above the current human civilization, like a giant black hole beginning to suck in everything around it. The leader commented that he had a slight suspicion this wasn't exactly normal. At the same time, a journalist was reporting on how Zombie's presence was positively influencing the city's development. She showed footage of harmonious coexistence between humans and zombies, and said it had already been a few days since the last catastrophic event. But the moment she said that, the black hole began to pull in the entire city. Strange creatures started appearing in the sky, and the reporters were caught in the chaos. The path to the city was blocked, and monstrous zombies began attacking them. That was when Agu appeared to protect them. He reassured the journalists, saying that the king had ordered the protection of humanity. Then he tore up the entire road and threw it at the head of one of the creatures, creating a safe path back. The reporters thanked him. Gu informed them that he had surrounded the entire city to prevent the creatures from getting closer. In the sky, the flying creatures were being eliminated by Dawn's machine gun, who was still wondering why so many hostile zombies were appearing and why a portal was ripping through the skies. Gun explained that maybe it was the zombie's brain's fault, he had gotten too drunk. The rift that formed seemed to be sucking everything into his memories. Where the center of City H used to be, there was now only a gigantic crater, as if something essential had vanished. Even in the middle of the chaos, Dawn kept fighting the creatures while relaying information. She dodged and eliminated enemies with precision. Gun said that the only thing they could do now was find the king and ask him to fix the situation. Dawn asked how they would do that, and the leader replied that they were facing a very serious problem. He remembered that the zombie had said the age of the divine humans was ruled by a zombie apocalypse, and now it seemed that all the past zombie apocalypses were hitting City H at the same time. The battle began with humans and zombies trying to hide together. The zombies themselves were afraid of being bitten. As the leader fought, he wondered whether the zombies' companions could try to talk to the apocalyptic horde. In the city, zombies were running and screaming for help, saying they were being devoured by other zombies. A human even claimed that one of the screams was his own. Gon said that wouldn't work. The zombies of that world had a point: they weren't so different from humans. That outcome was thanks to the king, who had educated them all. But it wasn't always that way. Naturally, zombies weren't born with consciousness. Before the order was established by the great king, both zombie kings and the common ones were just mindless creatures. The leader wondered what to do. There were too many zombies and too few people capable of protecting the whole city of Ag. Gu said it was fine. He and Agon were from the civilization of the era of the gods and were very familiar with that kind of situation. Activating his power, Agu reached his second form and prepared to deal with those unruly beasts. In the background, the one commanding that horde was the mutant zombie king. Agon said. He had expected that. Behind every powerful horde, there was always a zombie king. If Agu could defeat him in direct combat, he would become the new lord and controller of that horde. Dawn wondered if he could really fight alone against a creature of that level, since the zombies from that era were incredibly strong, according to the zombies' descriptions. But Agu claimed there was no reason to worry. It was just another zombie king. Back when he worked for the association, he faced that kind of enemy quite often. Meanwhile, the zombie was starting to panic. They were trapped, and the humans around them were so terrifying that they might torture him. The zombie thought that maybe the best solution was to blow up the whole world, but quickly realized he wouldn't be able to wake up afterward. That would be an even bigger problem. Violet commented that none of the options looked good. That's when a woman approached, introduced herself as Greta, a security officer, and said she was there to take him for evaluation. The zombie got excited because he recognized that presence. It was the Greta from that era. He banged on the glass and begged to be let out, saying that back then he held an important position within the association. He pleaded with Greta, now someone he knew, to fix everything. But she didn't understand any of it and replied coldly, asking why he was acting like they were close and who had given him permission to call her by a nickname. She was clearly irritated. Violet was surprised to realize that this beautiful and imposing woman was actually Greta before she became the zombie known as Agu. Later, a major event was about to happen. All the espers of the association had been gathered that day. They were different from each other but united in purpose. Without their efforts, humanity wouldn't have reached the peace it was enjoying at that moment. The summons was for something very important. The man giving the speech introduced himself as Zolai, the supreme president of the association. He declared that the one responsible for destroying 3 shelters, displacing thousands of citizens, and murdering 17 espers, the 6-armed zombie king, had finally been successfully captured. The execution would be carried out by his own son, Zos, who was preparing to showcase his special abilities. When he drew his sword using his family's secret technique, the audience held its breath. But Zos's strikes were weak. They barely scratched the enemy, who didn't even react to the pain. Wang Zikai criticized the council, saying it was just another useless spectacle. Aaliyah commented that half of the espers killed on that mission had died just to capture a living creature and turn it into theater. Ganling explained that the official justification was to boost public morale. The prophet, resigned, said there was nothing they could do. As part of the hero squad, their duty was to keep fighting and make up for the failures of those who only served to pose at events. Suddenly, the 6-armed zombie king broke free and was about to kill Zos. That's when a true esper appeared. Greta faced the creature with swift strikes. When the enemy tried to crush her, she used her psychic ability to make it float and then pierced it with an energy blade. The execution was successfully completed, and everyone saluted the association. The victory was celebrated with the chant, "Long live the espers." Violet was puzzled that such a beautiful woman had turned into the zombie Agu and asked the zombie what he had done to her. He explained that it was Greta herself who chose her current appearance after being executed by humans. She wanted something that looked cuter. Violet thought her aesthetic sense was awful. Meanwhile, Zos, frustrated by his failure, blamed everyone else. He said no one could contain a simple creature and that he had almost been hurt. Annoyed, he demanded a new execution target immediately and pointed at the zombie, declaring that, on behalf of the association, he sentenced him to death, effective immediately. The zombie, confused, asked what was going on. Wang Zikai commented that a proper review should be conducted before anything. Ganling stated that the whole group had witnessed that the zombie didn't deserve execution. Greta reinforced that she had conducted the evaluation herself. Despite some odd behavior, he wasn't aggressive. Zos mocked the situation, saying it was cute to see a zombie helping humans, and that if the zombie obediently accepted his execution, maybe then he would believe he was peaceful. Zolai finally said he agreed with that. If the zombie dared resist the execution, the security officer himself would enforce the sentence. The prophet said this was a huge problem, and that they couldn't allow the execution to happen. Wang Zikai said they needed to come up with a plan quickly. But before anyone could act, Zos charged at the zombie, and ended up being slapped unconscious. The zombie realized he was in trouble. He hadn't controlled his strength well. Wang Zikai, surprised, wondered how that boy was still alive, considering the zombie had defeated a zombie king with a single punch. All the espers launched themselves at the zombie, trying to get revenge. He pleaded with them not to come any closer. Later, the city was being washed by rain. The zombie, now in his second form, reflected that the memories of the old world were actually quite fun. The espers of that time were resilient and interesting. He could finally relax a bit and use his strength without causing instant destruction. Wang Zikai and Ilia stepped in to protect him. That's when Greta ordered everyone to stop immediately. She stated that even after being attacked, the zombie hadn't killed anyone, and that was enough proof that he wasn't hostile. To her, this was a clear demonstration of friendship with humans. As the security officer of the association, Greta demanded that the president reconsider the sentence. Zolai replied that if the security officer vouched for him, then he would allow the zombie to temporarily join Wang Zikai's squad. Violet was surprised that her defense had worked. Zolai confirmed that from that moment on, the zombie was officially a member of the hero squad. The next step would be to begin his studies at the Special Esper Academy. At the same time, Zolai issued a new order. Wang Zikai's squad was to immediately head north and begin a mission to subdue an area known as the Death Zone. Wang Zikai was outraged and asked if that was a joke. Aliyah said they were being sent to die. The zombie recognized the mission. He said the origin of that world's zombies was located in the north, protected by 12 powerful zombie kings known as the Lords. It was a forbidden land where no human could even set foot. That legendary mission was originally scheduled to take place 2 years from now, but due to temporal distortions, it had been moved forward. One of the 12 lords was the mutant king. Meanwhile, in the present, Agu was facing that same abomination in battle. Agan observed that his fighting style was still incredibly strong, but he soon sensed the approach of other enemies and warned Agu. At that moment, a crack in the sky began speaking to Agu, telling him that by defeating that lord, he was now the new master of the Death Zone. The rift invited him for an audience. At the same time, the hero squad led by Wang Zikai was already marching toward the northernmost border fortress. Part of the base was practically inside zombie territory. The Death Zone was a place where humans had never managed to secure a stable position. The association had already organized several campaigns to conquer the region, but all had ended in failure, with heavy losses and forced retreats. At that moment, Greta was leading the new expedition, defeating numerous zombies along the way. The group's morale was high, and the prophet commented that the attack was powerful but still not enough to fully clear the area. In the Death Zone, even common zombies were as strong as zombie kings from other regions, and the kings in that region were even more powerful. The group was clearly desperate about the mission ahead, but Greta explained that while the team explored the Death Zone, she would remain at the border fortress. Her ability had a range of 30 kilometers, and within that range, she would provide as much support as possible in the fights. Everyone sincerely thanked her. She was truly a good person. Zos reminded them that his father's orders were to cooperate with Greta's escort, but he criticized the presence of what he called useless baggage. He believed that group of so-called heroes would soon be devoured by some random horde. Tension rose between them, and soon they were throwing punches with Zos's own bones being used as weapons. Before departing, Greta warned them not to overdo it, asking that at the very least, they keep the boy alive to avoid further trouble. After the beating, Zos was dragged back to the infirmary. Wang Zikai was visibly shaken by the situation. situation. He apologized, saying it had been his decision to bring the zombie into the association, and now it was causing trouble for everyone. The prophet said it wasn't the zombie's fault. Even if it weren't for him, sooner or later the association would have found another reason to send the squad to the death zone. The director had already shown he never liked them. Aaliyah agreed. Any hero squad that frequently defeated zombie kings and displayed too much power ended up being dispatched on that deadly mission. There were rumors that the upper ranks did this on purpose, to prevent highly esteemed heroes from threatening the association's control over humanity. Gan Ling asked if they could really be that cruel, but Wang Zikai said there was no point in overthinking it. He stated that if they eliminated all the zombies and preserved enough energy, they would surely make it out alive and solve their problems. Meanwhile, the zombie had bought a house inside the fortress. The seller, suspicious, was clearly afraid, but the zombie reassured him by saying it was just a zombie mask. The man pretended to believe it, confirmed the sale, and said the property was ready for move-in. However, the zombie didn't move in. Instead, he ripped the entire house from the ground and took it with him. Later, he threw the house over a building like a toy. He commented that the expedition's funding was generous and that he could live comfortably there. Violet asked why he decided to settle in that place. The zombie explained that in large missions like this one, it was necessary to establish a base for gathering information and preparing materials. The preparation phase was usually long. At that time, they had spent nearly 3 months doing secondary missions from that fortress before actually heading into the death zone. It was a tiring period, full of tasks. Besides, the Esper Academy textbooks could help Violet further develop her psychic powers. She commented that she had been spending so much time in that world that she was almost forgetting why she had come in the first place. The zombie told her not to worry, that he would go for a walk and do some shopping while she studied. Violet asked him to buy something other than eggs for once. But as soon as he arrived in town, the zombie was greeted with a kick from Wang Zikai. To dodge the speed of the blow, he had to activate his third form. He questioned why he was being attacked like that. Wang Zikai wanted to know if that transformation was to boost combat power. If so, he wanted to see if the zombie was really strong. But Wang Zikai's attacks, even though he was an S-rank specialist with absurd speed, didn't even tickle the zombie. Each strike was blocked as if hitting an impenetrable wall. The zombie tried to convince him to stop before they ended up breaking something in the residential zone, but Wang Zikai demanded answers. He couldn't accept that, even with all his power, he wasn't able to cause any damage. The zombie still didn't quite understand who that determined boy was, but he sensed that he wanted to ask for something important. When he saw the look on Wang Zikai's face, he remembered that this fight wasn't serious. It was almost friendly. In fact, back then, they only recognized each other as allies after exchanging a few blows. That's why the zombie decided to switch into his J form and suggested they go somewhere quieter. He took Wang Zikai into the forest inside the death zone, where they could finally fight more freely. The zombie was ready for a good fight and told Wang Zikai he didn't need to hold back, but Zikai asked him to wait. He didn't want a real fight, he just wanted to confirm his strength. What he truly wanted was to ask for advice on how to become as strong as the zombie. The zombie had to dodge his punch so he wouldn't accidentally kill the boy. Wang Zikai then asked to be trained by him. It was unexpected. Even before reaching his mental limit, Wang Zikai had already been considered the strongest Esper in the association. His power could rival high-level zombie kings. He had always been incredibly proud. It didn't make sense for him to be asking for help like that. The zombie wondered if, inside that memory world, all the adventures and experiences Zikai had lived through had been erased. Perhaps he hadn't undergone the same growth and development as in the original timeline. When Wang Zikai pleaded to learn his techniques, saying he needed more power, the zombie said it was easy. Since he had nothing important to do at the moment, he could help. It would serve as compensation for the experience Zikai had lost. The zombie pointed at a zombie ahead and said that if he wanted to get stronger, he just had to defeat it. The enemy in question was one of the lords of the death zone, known as the Devourer Zombie King. Upon seeing it, Wang Zikai was terrified. He couldn't understand how a lord like that was so close, wandering in the death zone's forests. Meanwhile, in the city, Violet was much calmer. She was spending time studying her books on psychic power. She was reading about mental fluctuations and ripples, and was thinking about using water for training. Even so, she found everything very hard to understand. It was a complicated power. She muttered to herself that it would be easier to just slice everything with a sword. Still, she decided to try with water first. She got into a nice bath, saying it had been a while since she'd relaxed ever since arriving in that world. During the bath, she focused as the book instructed, and managed to make a single drop vibrate with her mental power. It was the first clear sign that she really had psychic abilities. But suddenly, Ilea appeared, saying that vibration wasn't hers. Violet was startled and asked how long they'd been there. Ganling also appeared and commented that the books Violet was using were introductory material meant for children who had just joined the association. She found it strange that Violet was still studying that kind of thing. Ilea said she had been suspicious for a while. The incredible performance Violet had shown so far didn't seem to be based on psychic powers. That story about her ability being purely physical seemed like a lie. It was far too suspicious. They began to question whether Violet was planning something by getting close to the group. She replied no, she just wanted to find out if she had any talent for abilities. Ganling, visibly shaken, reminded her that they had known each other for a long time, and she had never mentioned this before. Suddenly, Ganling noticed Violet's legs. She explained that they were adapted prosthetics. She had removed a protective layer for the bath, and revealed that her real legs had been bitten off by her own parents when they turned into zombies. That's why she had to cut them off. She said it had happened a long time ago and that she was okay with it. It was the kind of thing that happens when you fight real zombies. Ilea commented that, if Violet really wanted to learn ZP abilities, she would have to meet two conditions. The first was mental power. The second was to recognize her own imagination. The abilities, at their core, were about imagining a stronger version of oneself and making it manifest in the real world. She asked what was in Violet's heart that was still preventing her from becoming stronger. Violet replied that maybe she was rejecting herself, but at that moment, a sudden attack interrupted the conversation. Someone had used an ice-based elemental power against them. Ilea had to activate her fire transformation to defend herself, and quickly realized they were facing a real threat. The pressure was immense. They were likely being attacked by a zombie king. The zombie analyzed that the opponent's reaction speed was impressive, but concluded that it would only prolong her suffering. She was one of the lords of the death zone, known as the Frozen Zombie Queen. The next to challenge her was Violet, and the queen seemed thrilled as she created a new ice pillar in the middle of the battle. Meanwhile, the entire city was being invaded by other zombie lords. The prophet was seriously injured and lamented not having sensed the approach of such power, which reinforced how dangerous the death zone truly was. Three extremely powerful zombies had appeared at the same time, and one of them seemed to be on a mission, clearing the path for the horde. At the same time, the Devourer Lord was being immobilized by the zombie, who held him firmly and warned that if he resisted, he might end up crushing him by accident. The zombie told Zekai that he had the enemy under control and that he could keep attacking. Zekai questioned whether this was actually considered training. The zombie explained that fighting stronger enemies was a more efficient method of getting stronger than doing daily exercises. He even suggested breaking the Lord's arms and legs so Zekai could hit him as much as he wanted. Terrified, the Devourer Lord broke free from the zombie and asked how they dared treat him like a dog. With no other choice, he turned belly up and begged them to stop hitting him. He didn't want to be beaten anymore. Zekai, confused, asked if he was really acting like a dog. The Devourer Lord then explained that the source had ordered all the lords to gather and actively attack the humans. Zekai predicted that this would become a total catastrophe. The zombie, in turn, remembered that these kinds of zombie sieges always happened, but according to his memories, it was supposed to occur several years later. Zekai asked if the lords didn't have the mission of protecting the death zone rather than attacking humans. The Devourer replied that the source had mentioned a consciousness that should not exist, had descended into the world and ordered them to eliminate an entity named Zombie, which made the zombie wonder if they were referring to him. Inside the fortress, the situation was desperate. Civilization was being destroyed, and chaos was spreading everywhere, with zombies invading every corner. It was in this scenario that Greta appeared. Her power was so immense that she used rubble and zombie corpses to form a meteor belt, creating a dense and powerful mass capable of wiping out multiple enemies at once. One of the lords who had already infiltrated the fortress declared that humans were futile, and that their resistance wouldn't make a difference, as his mission was nearly complete. But he hadn't expected Greta's intervention, who completely paralyzed his body and sent several blades against him, shredding him entirely. Still, the only fragment left of that lord was his heart, and that single organ was enough to gather power for one more attack against the fortress. At that moment, Greta was hit by the zombie toxin. The lord questioned whether she was still alive. Even injured, Greta knew she couldn't fall there and tried to remain calm. She stood her ground and declared she would face the lord until the end. She ordered all espers from the association to return to the fortress. However, someone over the communicator reported that the fortress was about to collapse. Meanwhile, Zos, the director's son, was fleeing the scene. Greta thought he had always been a miserable coward. She felt like she might be the only one left alive on the front lines, but she refused to retreat or give up. During the battle, Greta began to feel her body paralyzing. The zombie toxin was spreading through her muscles and nerves. The Lord said she wouldn't be able to escape anymore, as his toxin was already melting her tissues. He told her that if she ran, he wouldn't pursue her, but he would continue to exterminate the humans in the fortress. Still, Greta didn't give in. She wouldn't abandon her people. The Lord, surprised, asked how she was still able to move. Her persistence was extremely annoying. Even in unbearable pain, Greta endured. She spat out the toxin and, even while undergoing a transformation, managed to regain control of her own body. Greta remained determined in the fight and told herself she would take down all those damn zombies and kill every last one of them. The zombie lord found it extremely irritating and couldn't understand why she insisted on getting back up, since everything seemed futile. He hated extra work and found her stubbornness unbearable. Greta mentally replied that the annoying one was him and that he talked too much. Her next attack finally managed to wound the enemy, even though the lord was still in better physical condition than her. Then, Greta used her telekinetic power to hurl an entire building at him, but the enemy remained standing and commented that she was a human who fought in a brute and graceless manner. In the middle of the battle, three figures suddenly arrived. Zombie, Zakai, and the Devourer entered the scene. Without hesitation, Zombie landed a flying kick straight at Lord Murin, knocking him down hard. Greta, confused, recognized the newcomers and wondered if she was really seeing Zombie, Zakai, and even a zombie lord together. When Zombie noticed her presence, he realized that Greta had been infected with zombie poison and was about to sacrifice herself in that battle to protect the city. He clearly remembered that fight and thought it had been spectacular. But Greta, not understanding what he meant, interrupted and pointed out that she was no longer fighting. Murin he had just been crushed by Zombie's own foot. Besides, the fortress she had been trying to protect no longer existed. Zombie realized what he had done and apologized, saying it was unintentional. Since Murin, the main threat to the fortress, had been eliminated, reinforcements were finally able to arrive to assist the wounded and clear the rubble. Zakai took the opportunity to search for the prophet, who was found alive and in good condition. He said he hadn't been hit in any vital spot and wouldn't die, but asked what had happened to the others. Zakai was relieved to find him alive, but confessed he didn't know where the others were. The situation was dire. Zombie, by accident, had practically destroyed the entire fortress. They would now have to deal with the consequences. The prophet, in disbelief, asked the rescue team to bury him again. Meanwhile, the Devourer continued behaving like a frightened puppy. Greta felt guilty for failing to protect the fortress. She said she deserved to be strangled. Zombie tried to ease the situation, saying it wasn't that serious, only half the fortress had been destroyed and they could still fix it. In the background, however, the battle against the Frozen Queen was still ongoing. Zombie recognized the moment as something familiar. He remembered when he had been frozen by her and had to be rescued by the group. He considered that troublesome and immediately called for reinforcements, but Greta claimed she was already dead. The prophet also showed no signs of hope. Zakai was completely exhausted. Faced with that, Zombie concluded that everyone was injured and decided to take responsibility. However, at that moment, three figures appeared and said he didn't need to do anything. Zombie asked if they were sure, and they confirmed he really didn't need to get involved. Meanwhile, in the completely frozen area, the three girls were running and trying to escape the Frozen Queen. Violet questioned why they were fleeing if they were heroines, specialized in eliminating zombies. AA explained that her power was fire-based and that she had taken a shower just before, so she was wet and at a disadvantage. Gan said she was feeling extremely cold and was nearly frozen. Suddenly, their path was blocked by another ice pillar created by the Queen. At that moment, Violet appeared to block the enemy's direct attack. Upon seeing her, the Queen noticed that Violet was clearly human, but sensed something strangely familiar within her. She dissolved the ice clone she was using, and considered that Violet might be connected to some special existence. So, she decided not to kill her yet. She needed to interrogate her. Violet, determined, stood her ground. Gan then took advantage of the distraction and struck the Queen directly with a fire tornado. However, once again, it was just another ice clone. The Queen warned that she was still nearby and that the group shouldn't lower their guard. Gan remarked that the ice was harder than steel and that the Queen could pass through it as if it were part of her. When she entered the ice, she became untouchable. Elle acknowledged this was the biggest problem. She said they needed to melt all the ice to prevent her escape, but feared that, at the rate they were going, they'd end up frozen before achieving that. Violet noticed that her vision was heavily impaired during the fight, but she could still hear a strange sound coming from somewhere. The battles continued across different fronts, and Violet was certain that Zombie and the others would arrive with reinforcements at any moment. Gan, however, thought it wouldn't help much since the enemies were lords of the Death Zone, bearers of fragments of power from the zombie horde's source, superior beings capable of controlling other undead. From her perspective, no matter how strong Zombie was, not even he could face a lord alone. Violet, on the other hand, believed it might be simple for him to just reach the core and destroy it. She didn't fully understand what Gan meant by domination or ranking, but she was sure those limitations didn't apply to Zombie. She imagined he probably hadn't even been hit up to that point. Aaliyah sensed the Frozen Queen approaching, and suddenly, Gan was captured, lifted into the air by an ice pillar. Violet appeared and slashed the structure to free her, but the Queen was amused by the scene, finding it funny to watch her try to save her companion. Aaliyah seized the opportunity and landed a direct flaming strike on the Queen, managing to rescue Gan, but she was seriously injured by ice fragments in the process. Violet realized how severe Aaliyah's injuries were and concluded that they needed to get her medical support immediately. Aaliyah explained that she had probably been hit at the moment she caught Gan in the air, as the Queen had already prepared the attack. Gan apologized, feeling useless and blaming her capture for the other's injury. Aaliyah silently rejected that guilt, thinking that Gan had done nothing wrong and shouldn't blame herself. The Queen reappeared and mentally mocked the moment, calling it cute and regretting not having managed to kill her opponents. She then created a dome around them and began attacking with hail and ice needles. Violet, determined, entered her second form and charged forward, slicing through all the ice fragments. The Queen mentally acknowledged that Violet's power was impressive and thought her head must be worth a lot. Then, a new pillar threw Violet back to the ground. Violet realized she couldn't even get close to the enemy anymore. Even so, she told herself she was fine, but that she needed to be careful and protect the others. She reflected on her options: risk pushing toward her next form, possibly losing control, or go all out and become vulnerable to more attacks from the Queen. She decided to send the other two away immediately to fetch reinforcements and find Zombie. Aaliyah noticed how much Violet trusted Zombie and thought he must truly be someone extraordinary to inspire such confidence. She herself began to believe that Zekai would show up to help them, but for that to happen, they needed to fight with everything they had, because trust only works when it's mutual. Violet realized she had started relying on Zombie at certain moments and trusting him, questioning whether she was still the same person who once hated zombies. She remembered the time she was in the hospital after that terrible incident, without her legs, hearing people murmur and gossip that she had cut off her own limbs with a kitchen knife after being attacked by her parents. Everyone said it had been a tragic situation. At that time, Professor Jaime still worked at the Extraordinary Academy and considered her case dreadful, asking if she was the girl who wanted to use mechanical prosthetics. He explained that she would have to connect to each nerve and that electricity would pass through all of them, causing extreme pain. Violet, however, accepted the procedure because she needed power to annihilate zombies. Thus, she found herself facing a memory of her past self, the former Violet who had dedicated her life to killing all the undead. All the strength she had gained was for that purpose. Perhaps that was why she couldn't use Zombie's power or fully activate her Esper ability. An older version of herself, in her mind, said that was exactly the reason, because her heart was still full of hatred for zombies, and you can't deceive your own heart. While those memories resurfaced, Aaliyah managed to hit another ice clone, but once again the Queen escaped. The enemy continued manipulating clones to confuse and surround the group, keeping the deadly game at her pace. Gan commented that the enemy was extremely slippery, and that it would be much better if they could track her at all times. Aaliyah decided to find a way to force her out of hiding, but when she looked to the side, she saw Violet standing still, and realized the next attack was aimed directly at her. Without reacting, Violet was pierced by an ice spike. The Frozen Queen took her heart and said she already knew it would be easy, because fear would paralyze her. Seizing the opportunity, Aaliyah counterattacked with a powerful blow. Even though the Queen escaped with her clone, she suffered real damage for the first time. While they tried to wake Violet, she was lost in her own mind. Her other self said there was no more hope. She knew her own feelings, and knew she could no longer use the power derived from Zombie. She said no one could save her. At that moment, the 10 billion souls of the collective consciousness of the Moon of 1,000 Faces began taking over Violet's body, promising that she would never suffer again. She would become part of that unified mind. But Violet realized it was all a trap. The consciousness admitted they were trying to take advantage of a weak moment because they couldn't defeat Zombie. They had decided joining the strong was the only way. It asked if Violet hadn't already done that once before, trusting Zombie to gain power. Meanwhile, Aaliyah was completely furious and channeled all her firepower against the frozen queen. The ice around them began to melt, not because of the flames, but because the queen's mental power was collapsing. That happened because Violet had finally mastered the power of the consciousness. The collective mind no longer had control over her. Violet was even able to stop time, observing the flow of the 10 billion consciousnesses trying to imprison her. She grabbed that worm-shaped entity in her hands, hearing it say that this was impossible. She shouldn't have been able to regain control. But Violet thanked it. She said that thanks to that interference, she had been able to look directly into her soul and her memories. She remembered the original reason she fought. It wasn't for revenge against zombies. It was because she didn't want anyone else to go through what she had. She and Zombie were now companions. They shared the same dreams. She trusted him not because of his strength, but because of the kindness he showed toward humans. To her, it didn't matter if he was human or zombie. She accepted his power. At that moment, Violet finally fully mastered her second form. She completely regenerated and gained full control of her psychic abilities. The Frozen Queen, upon seeing this, was in shock. She sensed something different and wondered if she should run away, but before she could finish the thought, her arm had already been torn off. She didn't even see the attack. Gan thought to herself that it was way too fast and wondered if Violet had unlocked the same ability as Zekai. Aaliyah believed it was probably an even higher ranked ability. However, the queen didn't back down. She said that speed was useless within her domain. She activated her Arctic Storm, but Violet, recognizing how futile the resistance was, simply stopped time again. She walked between the frozen fragments and sliced the queen into several pieces. The enemy wondered at what moment she had been cut, but it was already too late. Violet told her to kneel, calling her weak. In the next moment, the queen's entire domain and ice dome were destroyed, sliced like butter. Violet felt that Zombie was watching from a distance and thought she had finally mastered her psychic power. From above, Zombie concluded that there really was no need for him to interfere. Lifting the building that had nearly collapsed on the group, he asked if everyone agreed with him. Greta, under the structure, begged him to lower the building quickly, pleading not to be crushed. Later, Greta used her telekinesis to help rebuild the fortress. Zekai informed them that reinforcements were about to arrive, and that everyone could finally rest a bit. Violet, watching the reconstruction, asked Zombie if that was the true story of how Greta had become a zombie. She commented that even now, Greta was still very beautiful. She didn't understand why that no longer seemed like the same Agu she once knew. Zombie explained that she was still human and alive, but had been infected with the zombie gene. Her current state was similar to Violet's transformation form. Depending on who looked at her, she was already seen as a zombie, which made it difficult for others to accept her. This was clear when Greta saved some survivors from the rubble, and even so, they reacted with fear, seeing her as a monster, despite the help she gave. Violet didn't care what others thought. For her, that never mattered. Her companions would remain trustworthy no matter what. Zombie asked why she had brought that up out of nowhere, and she explained that during her second phase of zombification, she felt a very intense change in her personality, something that had also happened to Zombie himself. Even though it was embarrassing to remember the things she had said at the time, what mattered to her was that her essence hadn't changed. She still felt like herself on the inside. That's when Violet asked if that's how he felt every time he transformed, because even when he changed form, he was still the zombie she knew. Suddenly, Zombie went silent as he thought of something. They had gone to the dream world precisely so she could learn new skills, since it wouldn't be safe to keep going through more phases of zombification. However, in the end, she managed to gain control of a psychic power, exactly through zombification, and it worked incredibly well. So, Zombie asked if maybe it was time for a training match, since the entire area around them was already destroyed anyway. Violet replied that it might be better to deal with the main problem before starting another fight. Meanwhile, the Devourer Lord stood beside the Frozen Queen and wanted to know if she was still alive, even though she was just a talking head. The Queen called him a traitor for surrendering to the humans. The Devourer grew irritated because she was speaking of things she didn't understand. If he dared to resist, he would be completely destroyed. He didn't want to end up like Murin. The Queen asked what he was talking about and who had the power to do that to him. The Devourer asked if she didn't recognize who stood before her in that form. It was the Supreme Sovereign of the Zombies, the zombie himself. The Queen was confused and wanted to understand if the same Lord who had sent them there was now fighting against them. The Devourer replied that it was better if she didn't ask questions, as the Lord always had a plan in mind. Meanwhile, the zombie told Violet that, since there was nothing more to be done there, he would prepare for their return. This time, for sure, he would be able to sleep. She asked if they shouldn't worry about the rest of the group, and wondered what had happened to them afterward. The zombie recalled that, after the battle at the border fortress, the entire group launched a coordinated counterattack. They fought throughout the death zone and successfully subdued the source of the zombie horde. However, he realized that he couldn't remember what happened afterward. It was as if his mind were blocking out that part of his memory. That was when he began to lose control of the dream world. The zombie remembered they had defeated the source, but now he understood that the source couldn't be destroyed. He wondered what exactly he had done at that moment. Gradually, he realized that he had devoured the source and sealed it within his own memories through amnesia. That had worked until now, but perhaps the seal was beginning to break. The core of the death zone was a place completely inaccessible to humans. Not only was there a massive zombie horde capable of wiping out entire cities, but it was also the territory of the zombie lords. Any creature daring to cross those borders would pay a steep price. Even so, Agan was guiding his group through that region, as if it were a field trip. He explained they were observing the forbidden death zone from thousands of years ago, and told everyone to form a line behind him so no one would get lost. The zombies were excited, even commenting on the impressive size of a zombie bird they had seen. But Dawn was a bit nervous. That horde of zombies ahead didn't look friendly at all. Still, the zombies in the group were too calm, as if they were on a safari in a jungle full of lions. Dawn asked if that was really safe. Agan didn't see any problem with the situation. To him, there was nothing wrong. However, Dawn observed that, although they were all zombies, those ones were very different. Moreover, there were many humans mixed in with that crowd. Agan said there was no need to worry. In that era, what really mattered was strength. Battles between zombie kings and lords were resolved through individual duels, with no outside help. He was sure Agu would win without trouble. The other lords didn't even dare question him. At that moment, Agu already had his foot on the head of a fallen lord, declaring that from now on they were all comrades. He told them to listen carefully. From that moment on, all of that lord's subordinates belonged to him, and they were all part of one big family. When the lord stayed silent, Agu stepped on his head again until he finally responded that he understood. Agan explained that this was the iron rule established by the origin of the zombie horde, and no zombie would dare disobey. The leader watched everything and commented that only the zombie could establish rules like that among zombies. To him, that source must be incredibly powerful. Agan agreed. He clearly remembered that it was the time his king came closest to death. Back then, the zombie and his group of companions had entered the horde's core. They faced one lord after another until they reached the source. When the battle began, the king was completely overwhelmed by the power of the core. None of his allies could keep up. The fight became increasingly devastating. The king had to evolve multiple combat forms and revived several times. The entire battle lasted days. The death zone, which served as the battlefield, was completely wiped from the map. In the end, the zombie barely had the strength to regenerate. It had been a narrow victory. The leader said all of it sounded even more terrifying than the mechanical zombie, and Dawn wanted to know if he had managed to put an end to the core. Agan replied, no, the source could not be destroyed. The great king had explained that he locked it away somewhere but had forgotten exactly where, as it had been a very long time. That's what the king always said. Dawn found it strange that he could forget something so important. That was when the source itself answered. It said the zombie could never remember it because she was imprisoned within his memories. Suddenly, the source's power broke free once again. She declared that the zombie would never be able to destroy her. That's why he locked her in his own brain, using his mind as a prison, sealing her in the world of his memories. But now that he finally remembered, the source was preparing to be reborn. In that timeline, the zombie recognized the gravity of the situation. That was exactly why he had locked the source inside his mind. Now, this was a very serious problem. Violet wanted to understand what was happening, and the zombie responded that it was just a vessel. The real thing hadn't appeared yet. Slowly, the source began to materialize, and the zombie told Violet to run away as fast as she could. He didn't have time to explain she needed to go. The source no longer wanted to waste time. She said she would get straight to the point, as it had been a long time since she had used that physical body. The zombie shouted again for her to leave. When he blocked the first attack to protect Violet, one of his arms was torn off. He had to activate his third form to regenerate. In a matter of seconds, the battle had already reached a completely different level of speed. Violet was confused, wondering if this was still just a memory. She realized that the zombie had placed the true source inside his own head. Zekai immediately recognized the power coming from it. The zombie noticed that the rest of the group was still nearby, and that was far too dangerous. The source taunted him, asking if he really had time to worry about such things. She said that now she perfectly understood the zombie's mind, and would take full control of it. The zombie tried to resist and rid himself of the source's power, but ended up being possessed. He said that, in the end, she had won. AA noticed that the source's power had disappeared, and wondered if the zombie had actually won. Zekai commented that this was a form of the zombie he had never seen before, but still, something felt off. If the battle was really over, why was he still in combat form? Violet had never seen that form either. His aura was different, even from his destruction form. It felt more like pure death. Then the source, now fully awakened, greeted everyone. She said it was good to see so many familiar faces gathered there, and remarked how hard it was to bring everyone together in one place. And he hadn't even really started yet. The zombies still had a vivid memory of that moment, and the prophet quickly realized that wasn't the real zombie. Thanks to that, they managed to dodge the source's finger flick just in time, a blow that caused such a deep, straight-line destruction that it looked like a cliff had suddenly formed. The prophet remarked that it nearly destroyed the entire fortress. The source then understood that the real zombie was trying to take back control of his body and acknowledged his strength but told him not to resist so much. She said she wouldn't do anything bad, only destroy the world built inside that mind and all the memories contained within, and then move on to his reality. Violet tried to stop her, but even in her third form, she wasn't fast enough to reach the source. The source commented that with a lot of training, maybe in a billion years, she might be able to touch him. Zekai was shocked to be facing an enemy not even the zombie could defeat. Aliyah declared that this was exactly why they had to defeat him right there. The source recognized he was surrounded by the zombie's old companions from that era. He easily dodged Zekai's blow and said he would celebrate the great reunion. With another flick, he dismantled Aliyah's attack. She would have been destroyed if Greta hadn't saved her at the last moment. He commented that they both truly survived, so they would get one more chance. As Zekai approached from behind, the source said those little ones loved sneak attacks and asked why they didn't fight like true espers face to face. Zekai only cared about the outcome, not the method, and the source realized he had almost been hit that time. He noticed Zekai's speed seemed faster, but then understood that what made the difference was teamwork with the prophet, who was predicting his moves and telepathically relaying the information. The source praised the joint effort and said they deserved a good reward. He then hurled Zekai into a mountain rock and stomped on him even while he was unconscious. Afterward, he commented that it was a shame they were just ghosts formed from the zombies' memories. It made everything less interesting. But Violet was different. He knew exactly where she came from. The illusion hiding Violet was broken, and the source grabbed her by the neck. Few opponents remained. The prophet asked if this was what it meant to face the true power of the zombie, and admitted he couldn't see a single timeline where they came out victorious. Gon shouted for the creature to let go of Violet. The source recognized Gan and said he had given her enough time to prepare. He said she had the most destructive potential of the entire group, and that in the past, they had all just tried to create an opening so her attack could work. Now that he himself was giving her the chance, he wanted to see if she would take it. Maybe she was even capable of killing him. Gan remembered that it was he who had asked for the attack that destroyed the fortress. She was capable of that. When she concentrated her power, the source became genuinely interested. He admitted she didn't disappoint. Gan truly believed that attack could kill him and save everyone around her. The source acknowledged that her aura was imposing, but even so, he blocked all her energy with just one finger. He told her she could add more power if she wanted. And that was when Gon remembered her past. Because she was an Esper, during the apocalypse, she was treated like a monster. They said it was her mother's fault that even after being bitten by a zombie, she insisted on giving birth. In the end, she supposedly gave birth to an abomination. Since childhood, Gan was accused of destroying everything around her. They said she would share her mother's fate and be executed by the association. One day, Gan apologized, said she was wrong, asked to leave, begged for forgiveness, but no one allowed it. They asked if she had the guts to answer. They threw garbage at her, told her to die, told her to disappear forever. By reflex, and without conscious intent, Gan ended up releasing her power. The children around her asked if she retaliated because the force inside her was simply uncontrollable and destructive. Since she was little, she had always been called a monster. Many times, she wished she had never been born or that this power had never existed. But in that moment, for the first time, she wished her power were even greater. Without hesitation, she released all her psychic energy at once and told the others that it was okay. There was only one important thing now to defeat that enemy. She kept pushing her ability to the limit, and Ilea wondered if she had managed to suppress the source. Greta asked if they still had a chance of winning there, and the source admitted that Gan was much stronger than before. That was interesting. So he also began to fight more seriously. Using only his fingers, he began blocking all her power and asked if she was surprised. The source revealed that Gan was turning her own flesh and bones into fuel to power that psychic attack. That technique was only possible by sacrificing her own life. He then asked if she truly believed that desperation would be enough to overcome the power difference between them. But Gan didn't back down. She couldn't lose. She didn't want her allies to die there. As useless as she felt, she wanted to protect someone at least once in her life, but her power was fading little by little. The source commented that she lasted less than he expected. Then, someone appeared to rescue Gan. It was Gan himself, telling her not to give up now. His attack, similar to hers, was strong enough to rip off the source's right arm, causing a massive explosion. Gan looked surprised and asked who he was, why his attack was the same as hers. At that moment, she remembered. Gan Ling had created a doll for herself, saying it turned out cuter than she imagined. From that day on, that doll would be her first friend. Together, they would learn to control their powers. Gan Ling had just created Gan, and he confirmed that he was her, but after having sacrificed everything to save people. Dawn was surprised and asked how someone as adorable as Gan became that way. Agu explained that during the final battle of that era, Gan completely burned away her physical body. With help from the Great King, she managed to condense a new body. Gan's current appearance was based on the doll she had created, perhaps reflecting the image she held of herself in her heart. A strong, confident person, capable of protecting others. The source slowly regenerated, standing up and saying that the real enemies had finally appeared. In the real world, everyone was in a panic. A black hole had emerged, and it was completely out of control. Blackie tried to use his power to contain it, but failed. Everything was being absorbed effortlessly. He couldn't even get close. Still, Blackie could feel his king's power within that vortex. But there was something strange mixed into it. As the black hole continued to expand, Fur wondered what the Great King was doing if it kept growing. The cities would also be destroyed. Verment realized what was happening, and declared that the king wanted to destroy humanity once again. He shouted to be released immediately. Fur told him to shut up. Did thought that this was the end of times. They had failed to contain the zombies' power. The prophecy was coming true. The entire universe would be reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, those who still resisted were preparing to face the source, which, despite everything, didn't even seem injured. She said she had been waiting for that great reunion, and suspected that all of them were from the real world. Agu confirmed it. This was indeed the source from the ancient era. If the world of memories were destroyed, she would manifest in reality. He gently laid Gan Ling on the ground and asked the prophet to take care of her. The prophet agreed and took responsibility for the other wounded as well, though he was intrigued who was that man who knew his name. Still, the most important thing was saving people now. Gan said he would go with Agu, and they got ready. The leader and Dawn also prepared for battle. The source said she hoped they would be more entertaining than the ghosts of the past. Agu charged with all his strength, but the source blocked every attack, even landing a direct hit on his head. She realized his head wasn't a weak spot, and questioned what kind of fool would leave such a vulnerable point so exposed. She admitted it made sense they were disciples of the Great King Zombie, and if the weak spot wasn't the head, she would just crush the entire body. Dawn, armed with her minigun, said she'd do it first. The source was showered with bullets, but still grabbed the gun and flung it away with ease. The leader used the opportunity to fire a powerful concentrated energy laser, but even that caused no visible damage. The next blow came from Gan, but it also had no effect. The source commented that this was becoming more fun. The leader wondered how it was possible no attack seemed to hurt that creature. The core was able to crack Agu's body with brute strength alone. Even so, that was the moment he managed to grab the source. Agu used telekinesis to move his fragmented body parts and created a bone prison around the core. Then, the real body of Greta appeared, and confirmed that they had managed to trap it. Gan declared it was the perfect opening. He then unleashed his most powerful attack, a beam of energy so intense it pierced the entire planet. When the prison shattered, the core wondered if it had actually been wounded. That indicated the zombie's body wasn't strong enough to endure that level of battle. Gan commented that just a few more attacks like that would be enough to destroy the core completely. They had to keep working together. But the core declared it wouldn't be that easy next time. It said it could no longer be held back. It was the original source of all zombies. All the others were mere servants powered by the zombie. It asked if they really thought they could survive against their creator. Then it ordered everyone to kneel before the living apocalypse. Dawn wondered how powerful that being really was. Gu said, the situation seemed more complicated than expected. Meanwhile, two surviving lords were in hiding. The Frozen Queen asked if it was right to let him fight alone. The Devourer replied that she still hadn't understood. He said she would learn an important lesson now. When you don't understand something, it's best to avoid it. Doing so makes life easier. That was what he was doing. The Devourer acknowledged that the aura and power came from the zombie, but the actions toward the humans were direct acts of the source. He said that small creatures like them shouldn't try to comprehend their lord's intentions. The queen said she felt like he was calling her. She raised her hand and asked how to escape that situation. The Devourer explained that it was happening to everyone. It was a sign that the Lord wanted to destroy that world. Nothing seemed important enough for them to bother. He questioned what would change if they struggled only not to die. She asked if that was his personal experience. Then, all the nearby zombie souls were absorbed by the source. Zekai was helping the wounded reach the prophet, who was healing them with his powers. But he noticed a mountain moving in the distance. The prophet thought he was exaggerating, but Zekai insisted. That wasn't a mountain, it was a massive pile of zombies walking like a living horde, threatening to consume the entire world. Dawn said that not even in Earth's worst days had they faced something like that. Even if all of humanity turned into zombies, there wouldn't be that many. The leader commented that it was a good thing they were inside the zombies' memory. If that horde escaped to the real world, it would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. But Agu said none of that mattered now. They had to destroy the core. If they couldn't stop it there, it would enter reality. With the collapse of the memory world, all of it would spill into the real one. Agan added that if they couldn't free their hands now to deal with the source, the horde would only grow and end up consuming everything. The leader said to leave the rest to him. He would handle the zombie horde. As he said that, he activated the ancient civilization gauntlet. Dawn asked if the gauntlet hadn't taken over his body last time and whether he would really use it again. The leader answered that for now, it was fine. He said that when it came to destroying zombies, ancient technology wouldn't oppose him. Dawn joined the fight too. Agu used telekinesis to grab her weapon. The mission of dealing with the source now fell to Agu and Gan. Dawn and the leader would handle the zombie horde. After thanking them, the two left. Dawn still wondered whether those two would truly be able to defeat the zombie. It was hard to believe anyone could beat him, especially with that kind of power. But Violet said they could do it. That wasn't the real zombie, just an imposter occupying his body. And that imposter wasn't invincible. Meanwhile, at the frontier fortress of the Death Zone, the survivors were trying to contact the Esper Association. On the other side, there had also been many losses, but the messenger reported that an impressive man had arrived and completely changed the course of the battle. His presence had saved the battlefield. He was referring to the leader with the ancient civilization gauntlet, who was single-handedly defeating the entire zombie horde. With his energy swords, he created an impenetrable wall in front of him. The leader declared that no one should cross that wall. They were there to protect that world. Meanwhile, Violet approached using her time-stopping ability. However, her power only affected the minds of enemies, and the core had such strong psychic control that it was unaffected. He counterattacked immediately and brought Violet down. Agu tried to capture him, but the core retaliated with force and returned the blow using his stone hand. Agu had expected difficulty after all. That was his king's body. The core then cut off both of Agu's arms and tried to kill him before he could regenerate. But he was interrupted by Dawn's minigun shots. She taunted him, saying he was weak and nothing like the real zombie, incapable of using his body to its full potential. The core got irritated and pierced Dawn with a single strike. He called everyone flies, saying they seemed to be begging to die. Agan commented that killing them wouldn't be easy and kept up his rapid fire, chasing the core until they finally clashed. That exchange gave Agu the opening to attack and allowed Violet, at the last second, to stop time. She almost struck the enemy's neck. She missed by only a finger's length. The core declared her chance was gone and that it was over. A storm of malevolent power engulfed Earth's atmosphere. Agan acknowledged that his king's power was absurd. Violet said that although they hadn't finished him, the attack had been a success. She had torn off the core's arm. At first, she had aimed to cut off his head, but had to settle for an arm. Dawn said he must be furious, it showed on his face. The core reflected that he never imagined being injured by a toy he had created himself. He thought the zombie's body was much more durable. Dawn announced they'd strike again, and that another hit like that would be the end. But as she said this, she coughed up blood. Violet warned that she had already surpassed her limits and couldn't take another hit in that state. Agu remarked that with the core now missing an arm, its combat ability had dropped. Agan said just a few more attacks would be enough to destroy him, but the core replied that he didn't care about that body. He was just having fun with the zombie's power, and since he had grown bored of it, he decided to take matters into his own hands. That's when he revealed his true form. He was the original source of all zombies, an entity without a body, without a shadow, immortal and indestructible. Gan understood that facing the core's true form was like facing the king himself. But then, a voice echoed from inside the zombie's body. It was the zombie himself, awakening. The zombie complained that the core came and went as he pleased, calling it rude. He said losing an arm was no big deal. He could make up for it with two more. He asked the core to remain obediently inside his body. The core questioned whether he truly couldn't escape. It was explained that when the mechanical civilization collapsed, the zombie awakened his sixth form. At that moment, he was punching both Agan and Agu, saying it was his celebration party for returning. Agan said he was glad to have him back, but thought the celebration was over the top. The zombie replied that both of them seemed weaker than he remembered, and asked if something had gone wrong during their resurrection. Agan said maybe it was just that the zombie himself had gotten too strong. Someone mentioned the state of Verment, who had been the last zombie king, and was now completely destroyed. The zombie didn't like the tone and demanded that they refer to him as Great King, with proper respect. He asked if they were looking to die. Gu asked if he could get rid of the core. The zombie replied that it was impossible, because the biggest issue with the source was that it had no physical form. It was a concept. You can't kill something intangible. It's like trying to trap smoke in a sieve. But the zombie revealed he had a clever plan. He called it the core elimination plan. When the time came, he would use his own body to capture it. The second step would be letting his allies beat the core down with brute force. That way, the source would be forced to assume a physical form. The zombie explained that step 3 of the plan was very simple. After capturing and beating the core, they would throw a party to celebrate. That was it. He wanted to know what everyone thought of his idea. Gu replied that he thought there might be a tiny problem with the plan. But the zombie insisted the plan was perfect. Gun pointed out that step 1 already seemed too risky after giving the body to the core. How would they fight him? The zombie replied that it wasn't something to worry about. After all, he didn't even remember where exactly he had sealed the core. He said he couldn't find it anywhere. So, until the core was located, there would be plenty of time to train their new allies. Chol asked Gan if this was really the right moment, and the zombies still possessed confidently confirmed that it was. They just had to put the plan into action. Gan said the zombies should have warned them earlier. Thousands of years had passed and no one remembered anything. The zombie replied that the whole group had terrible memory. The core heard everything and understood that the zombie had deliberately allowed his body to be possessed. To him, this was the so-called perfect plan they kept talking about. The zombie said it didn't even feel like it had taken that long. After sealing the core, many things had happened during the era of the gods. In truth, he'd been quite busy during that period. Not long after reviving Gan and Gu, he had created the core elimination plan. But the problem was he had completely forgotten where he sealed the enemy. That's why everyone forgot the plan too. The idea was to deal with the core immediately after those events. However, by accident, he ended up rediscovering the location of the seal. He compared it to finding money in the pocket of an old pair of pants he hadn't worn in 2 years. The core was furious and said the zombie was provoking him. He declared that he was not just a zombie, he was the apocalypse itself. The zombie then warned the two of them. If the core managed to reach the real world, they'd have serious problems. Gan asked his king to stop provoking the enemy. Gu also said that in the end, they would be the ones getting beaten up because of all these provocations. The core ordered everyone to shut up and declared that, since the idiot zombie had used his own body as a prison, he would now take full control of it. He challenged the zombie to try and destroy him if he really had the power. At that moment, Violet felt something very strange happen. The blood flowing from the girl's body began to glow as the genes within it spread and allowed the zombie to fully regenerate. The core realized that he could easily recreate his own body using just his genes, and that deeply unsettled him. Taking advantage of his new form, the zombie attempted to eliminate the core once and for all, and the two engaged in an intense battle that threw everyone around them into despair. The core noticed that, no matter how many times he pierced that cursed body, it would always regenerate and come back even stronger. That was already the zombie's fourth form. For thousands of years, that combat style had never changed and remained as infuriating as ever. Even with his body torn apart and his heart ripped out, he completely healed. The core believed that even if they fought for millennia, he could still defeat him, but the zombie was already showing signs of evolution. He assumed the Yusi form, the form of destruction, one that had never been seen before. With a single kick, the core was launched against the memory world's barrier, revealing a crack that connected it to the real world. The fissure grew larger and larger, and the zombie wanted the fight to be serious for real this time. The core insisted he was still in control of that prison, and that it wouldn't take long for the zombie's consciousness to completely deteriorate. Still, he admitted that he must have been insane to try to consume that body. The zombie admitted the core was indeed powerful, but hard to digest. He rarely used his fifth form at full strength. For him, this was the perfect opportunity. The core still believed he could cause destruction even if he didn't win. His plan was to burn everything around him. With a direct strike to the zombie's brain, the crack opened completely, and the portal between the real world and the world of memories was torn wide open. From it emerged a living mountain of zombies, a grotesque amalgam, an endless horde that began invading the human world. Even the zombies' own subordinates were affected by the core's power and turned against the humans. The rebel leader had to flee from her own allies who were trying to resist the urge to attack her. The vampire queen was also infected, and the vampires lost control, attacking everyone around them. The core explained that at this point, everyone was devouring each other, and he didn't even need to run anymore. He just had to let a bit of his power leak into the real world, and soon the horde would destroy everything. Even if he was defeated, all that would remain would be a desolate wasteland. In the end, he believed he'd be the true winner. But then a distortion struck him by surprise, and the zombie revealed he was truly furious. Meanwhile, Fur and Lang were fighting against the human army. They no longer had control over their own actions, and just wanted to destroy everything. However, they were ultimately bound by Verment's chains, which forced them to calm down. Verment warned them that if they did anything wrong, the king would cut them into pieces. Over time, the humans managed to contain the zombie corpse amalgam. At the academy, some wondered if all that chaos happened because the zombie had drunk some beers, but Blackie explained that the monster was the result of the king's power fusing with another being, pushing the zombies into a frenzy state. Inspector Chen reported that they had lost contact with Sabe, and that zombies around the world were showing different levels of aggression. If things continued like this, a new war between humans and zombies would break out. Commander Chen ordered Blackie to withdraw as well, and assured that the humans would now handle the problem. But Blackie warned that the monsters were growing stronger and stronger. Chen agreed, saying that although humans had never managed to eliminate all zombies, they had evolved significantly over the years. He himself then started fighting the monster in direct combat, and showed that he was no longer alone. Humanity began to unite. Both the chief and Jang appeared on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Blackie was suffering from an intense headache. He knew many lives would be sacrificed before the situation was resolved, so he decided to use his powers more seriously. He summoned his wings and unleashed a black beam that completely destroyed the monster. Chen thought that was expected from someone who served directly under the zombie, but Jang believed they no longer needed anyone else's help. Even so, Blackie still felt something strange, as if a presence from the depths of the cosmos was watching them all. At that moment, the zombie, in his blood form, was concentrating all the core's power into a single point. The core wondered what kind of power that was and said the zombie no longer seemed to care about his own body. The zombie assured him that everything was fine and that he would recover later. The core refused to fight to the death, but as he tried to attack, he noticed a barrier protecting the zombie. The zombie replied that he wouldn't waste a single drop of the core's body. He absorbed all his power, transformed it into a small sphere, and swallowed it. Then, he returned to his first form, feeling even stronger than before. The group around him began to suspect that he really had eaten the core. Near the divine civilization, Wang Zikai, the second divine seat, explained that the zombie horde on Earth was a direct consequence of the fusion, and the zombie had likely destroyed the source of the chaos completely. Now, they were one step closer to the zombie's complete destruction, though he still hoped there was time to stop it. Meanwhile, the zombie used the new power acquired from the core to create several miniature copies of himself. All of them danced around him. These copies massaged his shoulders and feet, polished his bald head, fetched water, and even cooked. He thought his new ability was extremely useful. Violet was concerned because he had just devoured a being capable of possessing others, and Dawn asked if he was really okay. The zombie replied that at the time it tasted delicious, so he ate it and everything worked out. Besides being useful, he had also recovered several ancient memories. Dawn found it strange that those little creatures were so agile, and even cooking fried eggs. The leader then explained that the elders spoke of the existence of 6 civilizations before theirs. Currently, they only knew about the old technological age and the divine age of psychic power. He asked if the zombie remembered anything before that. The zombie replied that before the divine age, he had faced a very powerful enemy and was completely torn apart. When the Espers found him, he had just revived and was considered a treasure by that group. At that time, his memories were lost and his power was dormant. He tried to recall the space-time where they had fought, but everything had crumbled. Agu and Agan asked him not to continue with that line of thinking, but the zombie insisted that it might be interesting to share. In the end, he couldn't even remember what happened after the group recovered. Then he sneezed so hard that he ended up breaking part of the memory world's barrier. Meanwhile, Blackie was still standing atop the creature's body, sensing that something was very wrong. He suspected that the presence was coming from beyond the solar system. Before he could react, someone appeared beside him and stomped on the creature, destroying a large part of its body. Blackie was shocked. Killing the creature in that way would only spread more of its pollution, but Zakai said he knew very well how dangerous the zombie's power was. Then, he opened a relic from his past era, and the creature's name appeared in the air, along with all its information, the apocalyptic chaos. Blackie asked if he had just revived the creature and thought it was pointless, but Zikai told him not to worry. With a single, extremely fast kick, he completely erased the monster with a single blow. The previous attack had been a critical hit, which was why the creature was utterly wiped from existence. Everyone was stunned by such devastating power. Blackie asked who that man was, and he introduced himself as Wang Zikai, the second seat of the divine civilization. Even before before they could respond, he began apologizing, saying that to end the disaster caused by the zombie once and for all, it might be necessary to wipe out the entire planet. Chen was confused. He thought the disaster was already over and wanted to know why Zakai was talking like that, trying to scare them. But Zakai said this wasn't even the beginning. The real catastrophe was still on its way. At that moment, a rift opened in the sky, and several people fell from it. Blackie managed to catch them with his large wings and brought everyone down safely. Zakai remarked that everything was happening exactly as the prophet had predicted. The zombie had absorbed the core's power but was still suffering from a strange allergy, sneezing non-stop. Even after returning to the hospital, which was nearly completely destroyed, he was still trying to hold back his sneezes. Violet was relieved he hadn't sneezed again, as a single sneeze had nearly caused a tsunami. She was happy they had returned quickly and gave him a salad with water, since he couldn't eat anything heavier in that condition. Meanwhile, Blackie arrived with bags full of medicine and pills. The zombie told them not to worry so much. His nose was just a bit stuffy, and everything would be fine in a few days. The problem was that his next sneeze destroyed Mars. Experts stated the impact was so powerful that it altered Earth's orbit, and Mars's structure might disintegrate within 72 hours. Chen could only think about how relieved he was that the sneeze hadn't been directed at the Sunday. Soon after, Blackie burst into headquarters with Violet, still regenerating, saying they barely escaped that sneeze. If they'd stayed a moment longer, they would have been obliterated. Chen remarked that they should be grateful, as Lang and Fur didn't escape in time and were completely destroyed. Verment was in an even worse state. Blackie acknowledged that it was terrifying at an extreme level. Gan was already beginning to panic, remembering that he was on duty for the next shift. Zakai then said that this was just the beginning, things would only get harder from now on. The zombie's body was controlled at a genetic level, which meant he didn't dream, didn't get sick, didn't get drunk, and never lost consciousness unintentionally. But after absorbing the core, his immune system reacted unexpectedly. He developed an allergy, and the symptom was sneezing. A human sneeze is roughly equivalent to the force of a typhoon, but the zombie's sneeze used all of his strength. If the sneezing lasted another 2 weeks, a single sneeze could obliterate the entire solar system. Ganling lost her patience and punched Zakai in the face, saying that if it was this dangerous, he should have destroyed the core long ago. Greta, who was using Agu's body, commented that the whole mess was a direct consequence of that mistake. Zakai explained that, at the time, he had no other choice. Violet was shocked to realize that this really was the same Zakai from thousands of years ago, still alive. The leader asked if he truly meant that saving the universe from the zombie required erasing the world. Zakai replied that it wasn't about destroying it, but rather wiping it out entirely. Still, before doing that, he wanted to try one last solution, directly suppressing the zombie. Using his divine speed, he passed through everyone in the blink of an eye and was already inside the room where the zombie was. The zombie recognized him, but before they could talk, he sneezed again, and it hit Zakai full force. Zakai was launched out of Earth's orbit and realized this wasn't going to be easy. He then summoned all of his sacred equipment, the divine sword, the crown of the omnipotent, the cape of the hero savior, and the blessing of the divine realm, hoping this would be enough to contain the sneezes. The zombie was impressed by the defense and said that if the attack hadn't been blocked, Earth would have been split in half. He acknowledged it had been millennia since he last saw Zakai and that he'd certainly grown stronger. He asked why Zakai didn't summon his mental projection so they could fight together, thinking it would be a perfect battle. Zakai thought that wouldn't work. He knew killing the zombie wouldn't be easy. If they kept fighting, even stronger forms would only continue to appear. When he used his artifact, the zombie recognized it as something familiar. But then, another sneeze began forming, and Zakai begged him not to sneeze in that form. The zombie's sneeze was so devastating that it didn't just destroy part of reality, it ripped space-time itself. Back on Earth, everyone realized the situation had gone beyond the limit, and it truly seemed like everything was lost. Zakai saw no more point in explaining anything. He believed the only solution was to make Earth disappear. Suddenly, the zombie and all other humans were transported to an unknown space that looked like a virtual world. The zombie looked around and asked Zakai where they were. He noticed that many people were gathered there. Blackie and the other subordinates were also present, and asked if the zombie had any idea what was going on. Before anyone could answer, they all saw a huge pillar with multiple system screens. This pillar was responsible for monitoring each of them, and had detected irregular behavior. Because of that, it applied a censorship penalty on Chen, who suddenly was completely naked. Dawn tried to understand why he was naked, and Chen said that was his combat stance, until a hooded figure appeared to welcome them to the new world. She explained that a sacred artifact had been used to transform the entire Earth into data, integrating everything into a virtual space. space. That's how they managed to contain the crisis caused by the zombie's allergy, which had also been converted into data. The zombie realized his nose had stopped sneezing and thought that was great. Blackie agreed, saying it was wonderful, but the zombie found the hooded woman's voice very familiar. The leader asked whether they had really turned the entire planet into data, and wondered if the ancient civilization of the gods was really capable of such a thing. Dawn, who had recently been inside the zombie's brain, found it completely normal and acceptable. The hooded woman apologized for the sudden situation, and explained that Prince Zekai hadn't had time to warn anyone, so now she would be the one to explain everything. But the zombie recognized that voice and ran over to her. When he removed the hood, he discovered it was exactly who he thought. However, in doing so, he ended up revealing more than he should have and got flustered. He quickly apologized, saying he hadn't realized her visual style had changed so much. Greta and Gan approached to talk with Ilea, but she asked them to listen to her explanation first. She said they were cooperating with Prince Zekai in managing the sacred artifact. Her physical body had been left behind, and she was now linked to a data image. That appearance was the default outfit and couldn't be changed. Dawn wanted to know what kind of game this was, and the chief noticed more people appearing in that space. Soon, the vampire queen, Verment, and Jang arrived. Ilea continued explaining that the players in that world weren't individuals, but entire civilizations. As Prince Zekai completed the datafication of Earth, all intelligent life would be transferred to that place. Just then, Fur fell on top of Verment, crushing him. Chen realized that over 8 billion people would be transported there, and began to worry whether that platform could even handle such numbers. He demanded an explanation for all of humanity. Blackie wondered whether everyone would leave once the zombie recovered from his illness. Ilea then confirmed she would explain everything. That was a game world. Everything there was achieved through gameplay. Inside that login lobby, participants could choose different instances and earn points for their civilization. The accumulated points could be exchanged for anything they needed: living space, food, equipment, and even the entire Earth. Whoever completely cleared the game could become like Prince Zekai and return to reality with the power gained there. Chen was very excited. He said he was great at games like that. Without waiting for further explanation, he picked one and instantly disappeared from the lobby. Ilea explained that there was no reason to worry. Chen had just entered a game using the random matchmaking system and ended up in an instance called Chicken Dinner. He noticed he had 65 out of 100 HP at level 1, probably still injured from the fight on Earth. Even so, he claimed his elite gamer skills wouldn't be affected. But the enemy he encountered shortly after was level 68 and crushed him so hard he was thrown straight back to the login lobby. Chen apologized, saying he had been too weak, and Dawn remarked that, even censored, it was hard to look at that situation. Because of his reckless decision and defeat, the team lost 100 points, and part of Earth was destroyed. Ilea warned them that they needed to listen carefully. Besides Earth's civilization, there were other ancient players who were also part of that game world. Compared to them, the newcomers were inexperienced. That's why their first instance selections had to be made with extreme caution. The chief realized that even someone with his experience as a commander had been eliminated in seconds, which was alarming. Dawn asked what would happen if they lost the space they were currently in. Ilea became visibly nervous and simply apologized, saying there was no other choice. The chief concluded that this meant losing was not an option. Dawn became even more tense. The zombie asked if he could enter one of the instances now, because they looked really interesting. Ilea confirmed that yes, he could, since he had already appeared there. Dawn declared that with the zombie leading, everything would be fine. The zombie said that the Honor of the Kingdom instance required 5 people, and asked who would go with him. The group looked at each other in silence, and they all agreed that Blackie was the most suitable. They said he had raised his hand, which he denied, asking why it was always him. The Blood Queen agreed to join, even without fully understanding what was going on, and said they could count on her. Dawn decided that since no one else volunteered, she would go too. The chief stated that following the zombie meant guaranteed victory. At the moment the zombie confirmed his entry into the game, Ilea wished them good luck, and the entire team was transported into the instance called Honor of the Kingdom. Dawn noticed that only 4 people were present, and asked where the zombie was. With no clear answer, the group decided to go look for him. Shortly after, the zombie appeared, but as a game enemy, a wild level 1 zombie monster. Later, a massive army of knights approached the team. The queen asked if those fragile warriors really dared to draw their swords against her. With a single blood burst, she severed all the heads of the enemy army. She said the lower section was clear, and that the rest was up to the boss. He activated his nano transformation and used his cannon to destroy the tower marked with a star. The cleanup was complete. The queen commented that those enemies were so weak they wouldn't even be useful as servants. Meanwhile, Blackie was analyzing the rules of the Honor of the Kingdom instance. The kingdoms of the two civilizations were positioned at opposite ends of the map. Soldiers were continuously sent to attack the enemy side. The team's role was to advance with their own army, take down enemy towers, and completely destroy the other kingdom's castle to claim victory and points. Blackie warned that Zekai's game was already strange enough and explained that the kingdom they were facing belonged to another civilization. The enemies they were defeating were just soldiers, generated by the system itself. The real opponents were still to come, and they would be players like them. Blackie was worried because the whereabouts of his king were still unknown, and that made him irritated. The queen said they didn't need the zombie to deal with that type of enemy, especially since the team was already strong, and she was even enjoying herself. Meanwhile, A stayed in the castle on alert in case any enemies appeared. Once the army was summoned, the queen decided it was time to attack the enemy kingdom. On the other side, players from the rival civilization began to appear. The first was A1, a level 48 player who commented on the arrival of new players. T13 said they were just inexperienced newbies, and that a simple strategy would be enough to defeat them, since in that world players couldn't respawn within their own instances. But K30 disagreed, saying that the previous attack by the newbies, despite lacking game upgrades, was already on the level of a level 20 player, so they were probably powerful in their world of origin. Another woman interrupted and said it didn't matter if they were strong or new, they just had to use full power. She activated her ability that created tentacles and attacked the Earth team directly. She was S99, level 52, and believed that in that world, the rules of the game were stronger than any existence, and she was going to teach that group a lesson. So she began to mercilessly beat the Earth team. One of the players questioned the point of having such a well-planned tactic and still losing like that. T13 replied that they were just newbies, and no strategy was needed, just brute force. A1 tried to follow their plan, but they soon received a report of a serious problem. A player reported that the entire jungle had been stolen. Another one tried to downplay it, saying it was fine to lose some resources because the enemy side was weak, but he was quickly corrected. This wasn't about just a few resources. The entire territory had been taken. Of course, it was the zombie who had physically carried away the whole chunk of land, saying it was wonderful, full of creatures that constantly respawned. With that, he could make chicken skewers forever. However, he was attacked by a knight while roasting his skewer, which fell to the ground. The zombie picked it up, blew on it, and ate it anyway. The knight noticed a new species had appeared, but the system only identified it as a small wild zombie. He decided to clear the monster zone and then rejoin his team. His name was T255, a level 46 player, member of the Merchant Guild of the civilization, known by his employee number and Cosmos Company. He was excellent at hunting rare creatures in various game instances, what they called jungling, and all his gear and abilities were specialized for monster combat. He had eliminated so many creatures that he earned the nickname King of the Jungle. He said that zombie wouldn't interfere with his farming routine. He used an axe strike so powerful that it wiped out all the jungle creatures, but the zombie survived. Dodging, the zombie asked if this was one of those last man standing battle royale games. Thinking it was, he decided to take the fight more seriously. T255 used his shield and surprised the zombie, who thought the defense was sturdier than ancestral armor. The knight used chains to pull the zombie, who dodged all attacks even while restrained counterattacking with a smile on his face, clearly enjoying the fight. Still, he wasn't using full strength. T255 wondered why that monster was so hard to kill. The zombie commented that the game was starting to get interesting and decided to use his second form. But just as he was about to go all in, he felt dizzy and aching. The system informed him that he was under the effect of an abnormal status called allergy. This status caused sluggishness and action pauses. Not understanding why he couldn't move properly, T255 suggested it was a new game mechanic. He said maybe the zombie was strong when bald, but became weak when his hair grew. So he said he would use that new weakness to defeat the monster. The zombie became so irritated for being unable to move properly that he accidentally hit T255. The impact made him even dizzier, and he realized the situation was truly becoming concerning. The cursed allergy status was worse than any sneeze and was severely affecting his body. Still, he decided to end the fight once and for all. He looked around for his opponent and wondered where he had gone. Only then did he realize that T255 had already been eliminated. Not quite understanding what had happened, the zombie stood there confused, trying to imagine what exactly had caused the knight's defeat. And so, another chapter of that adventure came to an end. This story took a lot of work to make, so I ask you to subscribe and leave a like if you enjoyed it. Thank you very much to those who stayed until the end of the video. See you next time.